Hi, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning.
Okay. So, right. As I told you, as there are too many students, kindly mute your mics. Okay. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Punitha. I'm faculty of Directorate of Distance Education, and that means that we are exclusively faculty for you people. We are faculty of Directorate of Distance Education. Okay. So we will be seeing management concepts and organizational behavior. That would be the paper I will be taking up for you. And I belong to HR departments. Those who are having specialization of HRM will be
Your voice
continuing.
is breaking. Sorry.
My voice is breaking. Let me see. Are you able to hear now properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Right. So what I was saying is, yes. So those who are in HRM specialization will be having continuously classes with us till the fourth semester. For others, I'll be teaching you for first and second semester. And for first semester, I'll be taking up this paper, Management Concepts and Organizational Behavior for you. Right? Okay. And as I told you, the online classes are a little bit taxing. We know that. Shanawaz Ahmed, can you please mute? Yeah, muted. I muted Shanavas. Okay. So what I have been saying is that, right, these online classes like this, as we have seen, lot of disturbances will be there, and you will be having hard time to focus on the monitor or concentrate on we are continuously teaching. It's not like face to face or in the classroom, where physically you will be present. And if you are physically present, you'll be monitoring, and now it's not possible, so you will have the freedom in your mind, so you'll not be able to follow what we are saying. For all these things, what I have a strategy to have in the classes, I may call you by name, those who are, because I can see the names. So I may ask you some questions. Still, it's not clear. Voice is breaking. Again, your voice is, I don't know. Still now it is okay. Last class was perfectly all right. Okay, let me say one thing. Are you able to hear now properly? Tell me. என்னோடதா அப்போ வாய்ஸ் வருமா ஓகே 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 ஜஸ்ட் ஐ turned off my video. Now you tell me whether you are able to properly hear. Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, right. So as I told you, I call you by name so that you can give me the answer. It's not that you have to give me the right answer, right? It can be anything. Just answer me so that I'll know that you are present in the class. That will be both, right? It will give motivation to me that I'm not just talking to the monitor, and it will be good for you because you will stay alert and listen because you might be called anytime. Is it okay for all of us? Is it okay? Yes, right. Some people say yes, so with that we will start, right? Okay. So be alert. I will call you by name, okay? So what is this subject? Management concepts and organizational behavior. So what is management? You have to know that to know what are the concepts of management, right? All of you have joined MBA with something in your mind. Am I right? You all of us have some kind of notion that I'm going to study MBA and what it would be in MBA and what I'm going to learn through that. So all of you will be having that. That is my question. Any one of you can tell me what is management? Let me call Ganesh Ram. Let's start with Ganesh Ram. Ganesh Ram Punitha. What do you think management is? Okay, Ganesham is not answering, so we let's call Yogeshwari. Oh, your mics are muted. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, okay. But I think it would be better if it's a conversational thing. Otherwise, I don't know whether you'll be sleeping or listening. Oh, still my voice is breaking. Okay, then give me 2 minutes time. I'll talk to technical team and come back. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Now we can unmute ourselves.
It looks like there is some connectivity issues. Maybe that's why voice is breaking. Because for the previous class, 11th, I had a very good experience. The third semester students were really understanding. That was a wonderful class.
Now it is clear, ma'am.
Yeah, very
Clear.
good.
You can
Very
continue.
good. Okay. So as I call you, can Suresh Veeraperumal, can you tell me what is management in your view? Those who I am calling only unmute. Okay, others keep it in mute. I'll call by name, you unmute and talk, then we can go to the next person. If you want to say something or ask me anything, you raise your hand or put it in the chat. Okay, if you raise your hand or call me in the chat, I'll call your name, then you can unmute and speak so that the class will have a proper organizing. And as after all, we are all management now, management students. So let's have a proper understanding between ourselves to have an effective class, right? Okay. So Suresh Veeraperumal, can you
Yes,
tell me what is management in your perception?
management is a control or organization of something. It may be a
Very
production
good.
company.
So
Yes.
according to you, management is control over
Yes,
the
control
organization.
organization. Yes.
So let me interpret as control over the resources of the organization. Okay.
Exactly.
So
Yes.
like control over the money or men or machine or material. So these are the 4 M's of management, right? We call it as the basic. The organization runs with these 4 M's. What are these 4 M's? Men, machine, money, material. Okay.
Okay.
So if you remember this, it will be very easier. So to start, you need to have all these 4, right? So if you have all these 4, you join all these, gather all these resources together, you start. But what you want to do? So management is answering these questions. What is your business? How you are going to run your business? When you are going to do what? Where you are going to run this business? And why? Is the reason. What is the reason? Why you want to conduct this business? And who will do what? Right? If you are able to answer these questions in detail and you are able to understand the answers, that is management. Right? Very simple. Like this. So this is what you will be studying in depth for all these 2 years. In circular motions, again and again, you will be going through this only, these basic things only, but in elaborate manner, we will be studying as different papers, right? So let us go by definition because we need to have everything in words, then we will be able to understand. So what is management? Attainment of organizational goals. Let us see it word by word. It's a very wonderful definition. You will learn a lot through this. To attain the organizational goal, for that, what do you need first? You need to have a goal for the organization. Do you get my point? What is that goal? Usually, what is a business goal? An India day, you can tell me. Usually, generally, what is the goal for a business and India Day? Are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, Gomati Ranji, can you answer? Ganeshram Panirselvam has raised hands. Can Ganeshram tell you what is it? Very good. Manoranjan has answered in the chat box. Earning profit by using optimum resources. Exactly. What would be the goal? Mostly, what would be the goal of any organization? It would be this. What is that? I need to have profit. I need to earn money. Right? So this is how any organizations work. So attainment of this goal in an effective and efficient manner. Because just to attain goal, you cannot go to illegal ways or unethical ways. It should be an effective, efficient manner. Because you cannot waste the resources, you cannot exploit the resources. These things you have to take in mind. So how do you do this? Through planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. Are you able to get the point? So a person who manages is manager. So who is a manager? What we expect him to do? He should have a set goals, right? To achieve that set goals, what they should be doing, develop the people who are working, direct them, control them, measure the performance of all the resources, organize the activities so much that you will have the expected output, motivate and communicate to the people to work more and attain the set goals. The one who does this outside activities is called a manager, right? But manager is also a human. That's why see I have given a picture that a manager is a human with a cat, plant, and children. They have a life too. Okay. So a person who can control the organization, direct the people in the organization, manage the resources, and attain the goal of the organization is called a manager. So what are management innovations? Why management has to be studied and how management turns up, how it evolves through the innovations. What are these innovations? Innovations are turning points or twists that we make, small changes we make to the existing protocol procedures to come up with a new idea or new procedure. That is what innovation is. Inventions are new things, finding new things. Innovations are making the old things into something new, right? So management is mostly innovations. What do? What do we have in the base? We try to change and work with that. That is innovations and innovations of management. So what are all the basic philosophies, ideas, which changes the management? Inventions, first of all. Any invention for that matter changes the industry, changes the industry scenario itself, right? Like for example, softwares or computers in the last millennia. This millennia, what is it? We are saying that chat GPT or AI, which can replace the human brain, which can replace what the human brain does. Invention. See, this invention may bring a lot of management changes. Instead of having a supervisor, you may have just to have an AI monitoring you, find out what you are doing and change. So inventions have this capacity. Second one is catastrophes. What are catastrophes? Big, changes like tsunami, which changes the way how we see exploitation of resources. Then pandemics. I don't have to explain that. How the management, how our workplace and the way of working, supervising, controlling have changed after Corona. All of us are witnessing. And the best example is our class now. Before Corona, before pandemic, we were having face-to-face class, right? It was an offline class. What happened now? It is online. So what do? We are finding out new methods of how to teach in online. So we are coming up with new softwares. a lot of new management methods, how to maintain the attendance through online, how to evaluate through online. Are able to understand. So pandemic, wars, same way, it changes the entire economical state of the world as well as the resource state of the world. Then economical imbalances caused by many things like scam or once again any pandemics or catastrophes. And then it comes to technology, inventions and technology under one umbrella. So management is vulnerable to all these factors. Change the way we see the management in organizations, right? Just I have given you a fewer pictures based on that factors. See how we are witnessing right now how the management of organizations are getting modified or interpreted, changed because of these invention of a wheel or inventions of TV, tsunamis, pandemic, war, or any economical imbalance. All these things, remember this. So, which have a greater implications in the management scenarios, right? So, what is this management and what are the levels in management? Usually, even though there are many levels in management, we say there are three major levels in management. What are they? Top level management, middle level management, and low level management. Right? What is the low level management? Low level management are like supervisors or foremen in a factory where they will be having few people to monitor. Right? So they are low level management. Okay. And middle level management will be executives or assistant managers as we can, who will be having a little more authority than the low level managers, but will not have a say in policy making or decision making. Right? They will be just following the protocol. So they belong to middle level. And what are top level management? Top level management is a decision making and policy making authority. Right? So they will be monitoring the entire people, but they will not be directly working in the ground, in the field. Okay? They will just do only the major policy making or major decision making works in the organization. So these are the three levels of management in an organization. And as this is the first paper in MBA, I would like to say a few tips of how to interpret these diagrams. Usually we draw this triangle, pyramid shape, for these kind of hierarchies. Why is that? This depicts the population in each sector. Say, for example, here, low level management will have more people than middle level management, and top level will be very few than middle level management. So, according to space available in that pyramid, it says that the population in that sector is how it is rated to the other one. Right? That is why we use these kind of pictures. When you are drawing pictures, you should remember that. You cannot draw a circle and put top level, middle level, and lower level. Are you able to get my point? You have to know the implications of the diagrams too when you are using diagrams in the management papers, right? Okay. So we come to the next important topic of a management. What are management skills? Who can be a manager? And what we expect from a person called manager? Right? What are the basic skills we need? The first one is called as conceptual skills. Who can be a good leader and a manager? One who can see beyond. Right? What do we call it as? It's a cognitive ability. Right? See, for example, how to understand this? When you have fever, okay? Where do you feel the fever? Usually in your forehead. Right? So when you go to the doctor, he will see that you have a fever. Does he treat your forehead? No, obviously. Right? The person who manages your body, the doctor, should be having the cognitive ability to see your body as a whole system. Are you able to understand? The fever is a symptom which is manifesting or getting displayed in your forehead. That doesn't mean that your forehead is having the problem. Right? So you should be able to see beyond and find what is the problem for you to have the fever. This is called conceptual skills. right? So this cognitive ability is a basic essentiality. One who is not having this cognitive ability cannot become a manager at all. He can only be a follower. Okay, even though you want to be a supervisor, he can never become a top management person, because a top management leader who will have what do you say, a holistic approach. Anything should be seen as holistic, the whole picture. Okay, right. The second one is human skills. This is the difference between a manager and a leader, right? A leader will have a conceptual skill and human skill. The moment the manager becomes a people person, he becomes a leader, right? Because we obey the manager because of hierarchy, but we follow a leader because of affection, affiliation. Do you see the difference? So this human skill is the differentiating factor between a manager and a leader, right? A person who is having the empathy towards the people will be able to understand the people. Why we need to understand the people? You know, as I told you, there are 4 M's in an organization. Material and mission will do whatever you say, right? Can you please provide the link to the presentation slides? Okay, I'll do that later. Okay. So what about battery? Yes, human skills. So as I told you, other 3 M's will be very obedient to you. You want to invest the money in some place, the money is not going to object. Okay. You want to put it in another bank, the money is not going to object. You want to move the machine from one place to other. You have joined in 2 modes. I don't think so. I have joined through this only. Again, my voice is breaking. Let me see where I have joined in another mode. But no, I have joined only in this. Let me check with my technical team whether they have used my ID and joined, right? Wait.
Madam, your voice is not coming.
Okay. So I checked. It is the voice is breaking not because of anything else, because of internet connectivity issues and okay, connectivity issues. That is why other classes are also getting disturbed. So not only for us. So it is not because of our class or our things. Okay, need not worry about that. Maybe because of the traffic in the internet connectivity, we are having this problem. So let's continue. Okay, right. Let me try the mic a little bit nearer so that you will be able to hear properly. You tell me whether it is clear now. Okay. Is it audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Very,
ma'am.
very clear. Very clear.
Very clear. Right. I kept the mic near me. Okay. So where were we? Right. So human skills, right? So that is why what say the mission is not going to object you, right? But imagine you are going to transfer or you are going to move the factory from place to another. Are the human just like that say yes and go? No, they are not. They are going to fight with you, right? They don't want to get transferred. They don't want to move from one place to another one, right? So human skills is a essential skill for any nature if you want to manage people and leader. Remember that always. You can be a production manager, you can be a sales manager, or whatever you might be in the management. But you need to have this human skill if you want to be a good manager or good leader, right? The third one is technical skill. Technical skill, what we mentioned here, is not only the computer technical skill which you are thinking. Technical skill is whatever you are, wherever you are, whichever department you are, you should be able to understand what is in that department, right? Again, it is breaking. I think we cannot help it because university connectivity may be having witnessing a little problem.
Actually, for me, your voice is very clear.
Oh, maybe then for of others, kindly check then your voice, please. Your connectivity, please. Okay?
Yeah, it is clear, ma'am. It is clear.
Yes. Okay. Those who are not able to hear properly, kindly check your connectivity, right? I think we are fine here then. As many of you are able to hear properly. Okay. So technical skill is about your department. What, for example, you want to be a team leader in your area. If you want to be a team leader in a middle level management level, if you want to be that, then you should know the project well before any of your team people. Do you get my point? If you are not having that stuff, you cannot be a manager. Anyone else can step on you and go above. Right? So you should have that confident on what you are doing, technical skill. Technicality, what we mean here is whatever you do, whatever may be the project you are having, whatever may be that you are managing, know that. The knowledge of what you are doing and what you are expecting your people to do. Are you able to get my point? So these are the three skills which are essential for any manager or any person to become a manager, right? Conceptual, human, and technical skills. Just for this is a visual understanding of what is conceptual, what is technical, and what is human skills, right? Okay. So this is human skills and technical skills, right? See, this is conceptual. You have to ask the question. Usually, cognitive ability is logical, mathematical, analytical, and reasoning ability, right? You can check yourself how able you are. First one is you conceptualizing. What is it? Right? Asking the question logically, right? Then reasoning it, analyze and then reason it out. Most of the time, calculations will help. Okay, so mathematical ability. If you are having this logical, analytical, reasoning, and maths ability, if you are good in that, you have that cognitive ability at its the best. You can develop it also. You can just train yourself. If you are going to be a manager, you can train, how we can develop these skills. You can work out some logical puzzles, or you can start analyzing each and everything, give reasons, argue for it. And like this, you are able to work out ratios. All these things will help you in accumulating the cognitive ability, right? Some of us will be good by birth. You might be good in that. And if you are feeling you are lacking, you can develop these abilities. And what is human skills? Human skills are you need to have a vision of how these people will grow. And you should have the competence to control the people. And the charisma is the added advantage, like it comes with birth, it comes with experience. Making people listen to you, attracting people. That is charisma. And communication. Communication is one of the important factors to gain the charisma. Right? So if you have all this, you will start inspiring the people. The one person who is able to inspire and attract people will have the human skill and will become a very good leader. And technique has to be. It's not a single role. Manager may be called as a manager, but he has to be playing various roles to become a good manager. The first role is informational. He should be able to disseminate the information to others. Why this becomes an important thing, because you cannot just like that distribute the information to everyone, right? That's why we say that knowledge is a double-edged sword. If you are giving information to some people, and now we are witnessing that, like knowledge is everywhere. You just whatever you want to know, open Google, YouTube, you will have a video on that. Previously, there was some kind of monitoring on what knowledge should be disseminated to whom. Now, nothing. Any person, even a 3-year-old, can know the recipe of how to cook something, and they can go to the kitchen and start. see the risk in that, see the danger in that. Knowledge is like that. The information should be, monitored, controlled, where it should be distributed. So dissemination of the information should be monitored. And more than that, a manager has to act as a spokesperson for both, like a liaising person, because manager has people under him, subordinates under him. And for them, he is like a fatherly figure. He is responsible for them. So he has to talk for the employees to the management, and he has to talk to the employees for the management, both sides. So he is like a spokesperson for licensing officer for the superiors as well as the subordinates. So we call it as a informational role. The next one is interpersonal role. As I told, licensing is also an interpersonal role because it is not only in disseminating information, but also empathizing towards both sides. Say, for example, sometimes it is not only always empathizing towards employees, say, for example, every year the organization gives bonus. This year they don't have profit, so they are not able to give. But the employees or the laborer want to go to a strike to get the bonus. Here, the manager should have empathy towards the management and act as spokesperson for the management, the employee, saying that the management is not having money, they are facing loss, so he has to convince the subordinates not to go for it. Are you able to understand? So here he acts as a leader, he acts as a liaison officer, and also as a spokesperson. That is interpersonal role. The third one is decisional role, any manager. So what happens? He is an entrepreneur by himself, any manager, because he has to decide. When he is deciding, that means he is taking risk. Any person who is taking risk is an entrepreneur, right? Also, he becomes a negotiator. What is negotiating? As I told you now, he might be negotiating for the bonus, not 50%, go for 20%. Negotiator. And also resource allocator. See, if he is having only 3 computers with him as a spare, and all of his subordinates, a few of them are having problem, he should be able to allocate the resource properly among his subordinates, right? So like this, he has to play a lot of roles. A manager has to play a lot of roles, right? So we enter into the next topic. So far we have seen what is management, who is a manager, what are the skills he should need, and what roles he has to play. Any doubts in this? This is a basic of management. Unless you understand this clearly, there is no point in moving forward. So I request you, if you have any doubts, you can ask me now. You can type in a chat box. We will address it immediately. Any doubts? Clear? Okay. Okay. Based on few people feedback, thank you. We are going to the next one, right? Again, this is a very important topic. This you will read only in this paper this semester. So we are going to read this clearly. Okay. So what is this? Any business has to has a social responsibility. Okay, before starting, we have one query by Kishore Kumar. Is managers born or made? Age-old question. Often we ask this question. There is another one question like this. What is management art or science? Right? These are debatable questions. Is a manager born or made? Mostly managers are made. Right? You can study the management, you can study the techniques of organizing, controlling, learning, monitoring, and you have a lot of softwares to do that now on behalf of you. Even the planning or monitoring, directing, everything can be done through softwares, which is an assistance to the managers. So by learning these things and practicing these things, like a doctor, by practicing the management, any person can become a manager. In that way, managers are made, right? But there is one but for this question. Leaders might be only born, right? All the leaders could be managers, but all the managers need not essentially be leaders. Remember that. Right? But all the employees look up to leaders. What we need as an employee, as a subordinate, all of us is a leader, right? Not a manager. If I have a problem, I would like to go to my superior who can lead me, right? Not a person who is giving me rules and regulations of the organizations and ask me to go follow them. Do you get my point? So if you want to become an effective manager, then you should be a good leader. If you want to be a good leader, that should be the qualities born with you. Or else, again, I would say it is again debatable. It's not that leaders also can develop the qualities. What one quality I would say, empathy. If you are able to mature enough in your age and become empathetical during your life journey, most of the people can become leaders, right? Okay, so there is another one question. Managers are decision makers. Yes. We will be seeing this elaborately in the next topic where we will be seeing the decision making. Till that, Srinivas Rao, I request you to remember this question. Ask me when we are looking in the decision making topic. Okay? Okay, so that I think the questions are over. We come back to the topic. Social responsibility of business. Okay? What is this? This is about giving back to the society. What we say, the business maybe are for individuals or for a group of people who are founders of the organization, who start the business. And as we have seen in the first period itself, what is that? Why we run a business? To earn profit. What would be the goal? One goal which is common for all the organizations? Profit making, maximization of the resources, profit, right? But even though the society is allowing the business to run, the business industries are taking up the resources from the society. Can anyone deny that? No. The resources, water, air, or for that any ore from the ground, or any synthetics made out of the ore from the ground, whatever it is by nature, right? That belongs to the society. You get my point? Say, for example, a car company or a leather industry use extensive waters, right? Whose water is that? Do you say that that belongs to industry? No, it's a common, common resource. That is not only for the people now, but that is for the people in the future. Do you get my point? If you are over exploiting water, you are using your grandchildren's water, not your water. Right? If you are spoiling the air, you are spoiling the air for the future generation. Your air, you spoil, it is yours. Are you able to understand? So that is where society comes in alignment with the industry. Society is giving for the industry all these things. Society is providing for any business, right? So what happens? It becomes a responsibility of any business to do two things. One is do no harm. That is the first thing. We are saying if you are not able to give back to the society, at least do no harm by your business. Are you able to understand? Why we say that, how to make you understand? I'll tell you. When I talk about leather industry in Tamil Nadu, there is one district called Vellore where a lot of leather industries are there, So what happened? Leather industries use extensive water to clean up the leather. And these waters are not getting evaporated. When they are contaminated, it's polluted water has to be channelized somewhere or drained out, right? So what happens? They take the water from the river, pass it through the industry, it cleans, gets polluted, come back to the river. Are you able to understand? So what happened? Years of this industry has spoiled not only the river, but also the entire land, agricultural land, which passes through the river, right? So this is the problem. So what we say, do no harm. That is the first responsibility of the business towards a society, right? So if you want to do better, next second step is do good. Okay? If you want to give back to the society, do good. So these are the two steps. First one is do no harm. Second one is do good. This is a social responsibility of business. So what do we call as do no harm? Waste disposal, responsible waste disposal. Take care of the employees. This is not about employee welfare, means what we say safety. Chemical factories which doesn't look about the employee safety. There are so many industries where employee safety is not taken into consideration. You know, near Pondicherry, there is a place called Marakanam, where salt making industries are there. How salt is made, you know, the backwaters, the water from the sea will be taken into the ground, dried up, like it will like agricultural lands. Square or rectangle lands will be there, salt lake. So the water will be poured into these stagnated, dried up by the sun. Once it is dried up, the entire place will be looking white, glittery white, shining. So the people have to take scrap the salt with a shovel. Scrap the salt. You know, there is a mandatory condition that the people who are scrapping the salt should have a high powered light cutter glasses for their eyes. Otherwise, what happens, you know, if they are continuously looking into the shining white light, they will go blind in a few years. No salt industry owners takes this into consideration. Many people go blind because of that. This is what we call as employee welfare here. Like chemical industries where they don't give proper aprons or glasses or helmets, or in silica or iron ore industries where this is not considered, like this. And the third one is fair trade. Don't cheat. It might not be cheating people, any stakeholder, government or people or whoever is a stakeholder with that. Then legal compliance. Don't do any illegal things. Right? So this is do no harm. What is doing good? If you are a good company, you are earning a lot of profit. Be eco-friendly. Use a lot of paper packages. Go green. You can build a school. You can build toilets. You can do something to the society. So this is doing good, giving back to the society. So this is what we call a social responsibility of the business. So what we call as responsibilities. First one is philanthropic responsibility. What is philanthropic? You can do charity. Say 10% of my profits I will give to so NGO, like that. You can have any kind of philanthropic responsibility. Altruism and charity, we call it as. The second one is ethical responsibility. What is that? Having a trustworthy, fair, environmental friendly, loyal, honest business. That is ethical responsibility. The third one is doing in all way. Yes, third one is legal responsibility, right? Why we say is both, you know, legal responsibility is lower level. AK, I am addressing AK. Ethical business is legal. Ethical is a little bit higher than legal responsibility, you know, because some things are not said in the law, but being ethical takes that into consideration. Okay, so that's legal responsibility is tax payment or legal business conduct, not conducting anything illegal. Economic responsibility is making a fair trade business, like sustainable practices, just use of resources. That is, as I told you, you use your generation resource, don't use your grandchildren's resource. That is just use of resource and waste minimizing. We are far away from waste minimizing because we never give value to these plastic covers or water. We take it for granted, even pencils and papers, you know, we never think that every paper is part of tree, right? So we are far long than following these responsibilities. But let us understand, learn, and even a small step towards being responsible, you know, will make a big change in the society. That's why I'm stressing up these things. Okay, so these are the responsibilities of society. So this is called a social responsibility. We call it as CSR, corporate social responsibility. You can see that a lot of CSR activities going on in many companies. If you want to know more, you can go to the Google and check what companies have CSR activities. Most of it may be for namesake, but some companies really do some CSR, which is good to giving back to the society. Okay, right. So we come back to the management line. And what is the first function? How we study this subject, you know, we will be seeing in detail the other functions of the management, as we see in the first one: planning, directing, controlling, monitoring, staffing, all these things. The first one is, yes, thank you, AK, that Wipro TCS are examples. first function of organization is planning. Okay, any organization for that matter, not organization, for any work for that matter, we have to start with planning. Yeah, which if the planning is not okay, the entire implementation will not be okay. Remember that. So planning is the first and foremost function, which is the very important function of any organization management, right? Okay. So how do we start with this planning? To start with the planning itself, you should have what you have to plan for. What is the output? How do you know that? We used to say we have to have three things in an organization. What are these three things? Vision, mission, and objective. Right? What are these things? Again, see the diagram. Okay? It's a pyramid diagram. That means objective is bigger, mission is middle, and vision is very small. Do you understand? So that is how this is designed. So what is this? A vision is a long range plan. That means, see, for example, I am starting an organization. My vision is in another 10 years, I should be the number one in supplying this particular product in a particular state. Right? This is my vision. Okay? So to attain that in 10 years, I should be able to do what? For 5 years, first 5 years, or first 2 years, or first 3 years. Right? That is my mission. Okay? So what I can let us take this example. In Tamil Nadu, in another 10 years, I should be the number one supplier of what do you say, so and so, what do you say, let us say a telephone technology. Okay, it is in front of me. Okay. I want to be the number one supplier of this particular telephone model. Right? So what should be the mission of me, you know? I should try to make it as a middle range plan. Mission is middle range. Let me say, in another 2 years, I should have the best researched technology or best model phone designed and produced in next 2 years. That is my mission. Okay. So what could be my objective, you know, for the next 6 months or 1 year? Within 1 year, my research and development should be completed and I should have a prototype of my first model of telephone. You get my point? So the objective is a smaller range prototype. So once I finish this in the first year, I have made the prototype. Okay. So what I do, next objective I will go. I will not change the mission because mission is still having 1 more year, 2 years mission is. So now I would next year will be try to find out or start the production of this prototype. Producing this prototype, say 1,000 units. Are you able to understand? This is my objective. So what happens the second year end? My mission is accomplished. Right? What is my mission? My research and development should be completed. Yes, done. Okay, now I have to change my mission now. For the next 3 years, my mission would be finding the marketing channels and finding the distributors so that I can reach nook and corner of the state. This is my mission. Okay, so what I do for the first year, my objective would be find distributors for 5 districts. Next objective, find distributors for 10 districts. So by third year, I will complete my mission. Again, I will go for next 3 years, next to my mission. Take the utmost marketing strategies, sales strategies, and try to become number one in the state. That is my mission for the third year. So what happens now? I am aligning with my mission. So my objectives will now target on the sales, not production or research, sales. So slowly, one by one, when I am reaching the 10th year, my objective will be aligning with my mission, which is aligning with my vision. So vision accomplished. Right? So when vision is over, I will have the next vision. Maybe in another 10 years, let me be the number one in the country. Let my company be taking up foreign collaborations. That would be my vision, right? Or founding a foundation to help back the society. That is my vision. Do you get my point? So vision is a long range, missions are middle, objectives are short. So any organization's first planning is to have vision, mission, and objectives. Right? So what is this organizational planning is after that? For the objective, for 1 year, you have to have designed the plan, develop the plan, operate the plan, execute the plan, implement it, observe and learn from the plan, get the feedback, learn, and now go to the first step. Right? Because you have learned something from the previous plan. Now change those things. Now design a proper plan, develop the plan, operate, execute, observe, go to the first step for next year. What do you understand from that? Planning is a continuous process. Planning is not going to stop with one time. Planning is going to continue. Right? Planning is a continuous process. So what are short and long-term plans? Short-term plans are immediate and very flexible. You can change whenever you want. But long-term plans are rigid. You cannot change that. If you plan for long-term, it should be strong enough. You can change the short-term to reach the long-term plan, no matter how problematic struggle you have to face with the short-term plans. You can change it, but not the long-term. Right? Usually, what is the duration? Short-term can be anywhere from 6 months to 1 year, and long-term can be anywhere from 2 years to 5 years. Right? It depends on the organization, vision, mission, and goals. So, what are the types of these plans? Single use versus standing plans. Single use are like use and throw. You are planning for a particular task, a small task or assignment or a project. They are single use plans. Standing plans are repetitive. You will be using the same plan every year with small changes in it. That, like I told you, with the feedbacks, you will be changing smaller things in that. Once again, this policy or rules or procedures, we call them as policy, rules and procedures, for example, like policies and procedures, rules and regulations, models, methods, protocols, prototypes, all these things are standing plans, right? It is rigid. You make it, you print it, you paste it. So everybody has to follow that. They are standing plans, right? Of course, they are also changeable, but not very often. Right. With that, next topic is MBO. MBO is also like a planning process. That is why I want to tell you in the planning itself. MBO is management by objectives. Right? What is an objective? It is nothing but a detailed plan for 1 year. So what is management by objectives? You know, when you drive the management by the objectives, that is indirectly by the plans, that method of management is called MBO, management by objectives. So every employee and the manager have the goal, personal goal or organizational goal, departmental goal, a team goal, whatever it is. All the goals aligned towards the objective is management by objective. So the objective will be the driving feature. Are you able to get the fuel will be the objective. So everybody will be pushing themselves towards the objective of the organization. So this is called the MBO. It's actually MBO, you know, it's a separate paper. It's a very big concept. Now just we will get the introduction of what is MBO. If you want to learn more, we will be studying this in various papers, which is coming in next semesters also. But before that, just to introduction, this is management objectives. With that, we are exactly by 1 hour, we are concluding this session. We will be meeting tomorrow. Okay. Okay. In the same time, tomorrow we will be having the class. Okay. I'll give you 5 minutes for clarifying the queries and what does Pradeep Day is saying. Ma'am, this is a generic query. today is a first class. Most of us doesn't have an idea of evaluation of individual performance or summary awareness on assignments and exam paper patterns. Exam question papers are available in the website itself, DDE website. So you can see that the question paper models are there. Assignments for your batch is not mandatory. Okay. We only have final semester exams or no intermediate assignments you don't have for this batch. Next batch will be having. Today is yeah, same thing. Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Balakrishnan. When will be the first semester exams? First semester exams will be most probably in June. The schedule will be soon announced. Kindly visit the website often. Okay, so you don't miss the notification. See, I request you all go to DDE website at least once a week. Okay, so that you will not miss a notification. Of course, we will send through email.
You mean June?
Yes.
June means next month.
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's because normally each semester will have some time, right? So 4 months, 5 months. So why?
January batch, right?
Oh, the class should have started earlier.
Not like that. See, actually, after the pandemic, all the admissions and these batches are getting delayed. Okay, you are the first batch who are getting into the admission on time. You are January batch, so you have got into the batch exactly on January. And you are the first batch after 3 years who are writing the exam on time, June. All your seniors.
Yeah, but still the classes should have commenced earlier, right?
No, your admissions were ended up only some 15 days ago as per UGC.
Yes.
So this is how the batches will go. Okay. So you will be having the first semester will be like this. Second semester will be immediately starting after the examination. So December you will have the exam. Right?
Yeah. Like for second semester, like we will have some 4 months times to study,
6
right?
months
So
you will have 6 months.
Yeah, but for this semester, like I think we have we don't have time since the classes are starting late.
Yes, but be thankful because you are the first batch, as I told you, after 3 years, who are getting the examination on time. Because of pandemic, everything was delayed for the last 3 years. Okay.
So it will be in the end of the June at least, right? Or beginning?
I'm not very sure about it because we don't conduct the examination of university conduct the examinations. So we cannot exactly say when where they conduct. It's up to them. That is why I told you kindly see the website for notifications. Don't miss them.
So, ma'am, actually, hello.
Yes.
Hello. I have a question. Hello. So, if
Who is this
someone doesn't
Babaji?
get cannot give the exam on time, the semester 1 exam, what will happen? Like,
See, you have 4 years time from the date of joining. Okay. See, for example, you are January batch now.
yeah.
So you have the first semester in June, second semester in December. So
Yeah.
fourth semester in next December. That is 24 December. Okay. Exactly. You have 2 more years. Till 26 December, you can write your papers. Right?
Okay.
When 27 January starts, your course is exhausted. You can no more write the examinations. Keep it in mind. So complete all the papers before 4 years.
Okay.
Okay.
So the exam will be conducted 2 times a year?
Yes, exams
Like
will be conducted
June
twice a
and
year.
December.
Yes,
Ma'am, it will be online or offline?
exams are offline, no online exams.
Offline meaning we have to go somewhere and give.
Yes, you have to go somewhere and write the exams.
Okay.
Are these exams only on weekends or weekdays?
No, exams will be during weekdays.
So ma'am, this semester only we don't have the assignments. Otherwise, the different semesters will be having assignments, right?
Your batch don't have assignments, don't worry.
Do we have project works and all?
Yes, you have project work in your 4th semester.
Okay.
You can visit the website for the details of that. You need not worry now. You can do it after completion of your 3rd semester. Because you are supposed to submit during only 4th semester.
Ma'am, any point of contact lecturer to, like, if I have any doubts regarding this individually, like if you want to reach out.
Yes, of course, but you are supposed to clarify your doubts during these 8 days classes. After that, still, if you have any doubts, we are 3 faculties dedicated to you. That is exclusive faculty for DDE. You can contact us through phone or email, and our details are available in the website.
So exactly we will get the questions from the syllabus which is inside the books because like how do we know what all
See, that is
questions
only
mainly they will
study
ask?
material. Study
Okay.
material is to assist you. So see the syllabus. As you are PG students and management students, this is a professional course, remember that. So this is not like a school, you can expect something from the book. Keep your eyes and ears open, see the advertisements, see the newspapers, see how the industries are working. So there will be questions from the general present scenarios also, right? We cannot give assurance because it depends on the teaching sector.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. I
And
just
Hello.
you see your course is to be on par with regular. Remember that too, the society is expecting you to be a regular MBA, not distance MBA. So be sincere toward the course and study as much as possible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Hello,
And
ma'am.
hi, ma'am.
once again,
I'm
Vishwas
Abir.
Santosh have asked one question. Are these classes part of a regular class of a semester? Not part of. Vishwa, this is your class for this semester. You have 8 days per 5 hours. That is 5 hours per day. That means 40 sessions. For one paper, you will be having 8 classes. Right? Starting from today, 12 to 1 for next 4 weeks, Saturday and Sunday, you will have this paper. That means 8 hours will be over. Okay, and all the classes will go like this only.
By any chance we miss the classes, we'll be having the recorded session, right, ma'am?
Sometimes, but we cannot assure that. It depends on the availability in the server. We cannot assure that. So it is better. I advise that you attend the class then and there itself.
Okay, hope the my attendance will be not the mandatory.
For 4 weeks. Okay.
Attendance is not a mandatory, right, ma'am? For the
Yes, attendance is not mandatory for your batch again. You are the lucky batch. You don't have internal assessment or attendance mandatory.
no. Is that the statement is valid for only this semester or all of the 4 years?
4 semesters, not 4 years.
Will you share this, the presentation or other documents with us?
Depends on the teachers, because it is intellectual property of the teachers. And remember, PPTs are only teaching tools, not learning tools. This is to help me to teach you. Okay, so that is why I make a lot of pictures in the PPT so that you will not depend on this, because the experience says so. People, students get this PPT and only study this and write in the papers. I get shocked. Only bullet points are in the paper, so you will not get passed through. So to avoid that, nowadays I give only pictures, so that even I give you the PPT, it will be of no use to you. You have to go through the book.
Okay, ma'am. But this the material
hello,
what
ma'am.
you hello.
One by one, please.
Ma'am, actually, the material what the Pondicherry is providing us, is that sufficient, or do we need to refer any books for this?
It is up to you. If you want more marks and if you want to be a good manager in future, see, for example, understand that this course is not to get the degree. This course is to learn to be a good manager or to be the organization, right? So it is up to you how much you want to study. You can study various books also.
But actually we are new to this, so we are asking you, like, since we are working, like, yeah, you're right, like we have to gain a different experience from different resources, but can you guide us with the what resources we can check for exam point of view, as well as, like, to gain the knowledge?
In the syllabus in the study material itself. You open study material, under the syllabus page, you have reference books list for all the papers.
So, ma'am,
go through that.
ma'am, here I'm Abir Chai. Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, Abir Chai, tell me.
Very good session, ma'am. Thank you.
your second semester, which is called as strategic management. In that, we will be studying a lot of strategies and how it can be implemented. And as for now, you understand that strategy is also a part of planning and it helps for achieving the targets. Okay. So as I told you, this is what the strategy is. It means that Stratos means to lead the army and how it can be achieved, the target can be achieved. And to understand more of the strategy, if you are interested, if you are well versed with Mahabharata, I think you would be knowing what are vyuhas and how Vatma vyuha and other vyuhas, the Sakra vyuhas and all that help them to achieve the victory. And another one thing is Sun Tzu's Art of War, which gives a lot of things in strategy. Like Chanakya's book has a lot, Arthashastra has a lot of strategy. So these things are like pioneers or how these organizations are using up strategies to attain the goal what they have. So what is a framework of strategy? How do you understand the strategy? To understand and formulate a strategy, first you should know what is the purpose of the organization, what you want from the organization. Then the second one is how the business is getting affected by the environmental forces. I mean environmental forces, internal as well as external. You know, what are all the things inside the organization as well as external forces like economic trade policies of the government or foreign trade policies, or how the politics are going to affect the next one, how the technological environment is going to affect all these things. You have to understand that. Then what stakeholders are important? That is another one important question. Which person or which side of the business are you going to give the dominance to? And what are the business you have to compete to? Whom to serve? How to distinguish ourselves? All these are basic questions on how to understand, how to make a framework for strategy. If you are able to answer these questions and understand your organization, understand your purpose of running this organization, that is the best thing to come to a strategical framework for your organization. And every organization has a separate strategical framework. It is not that it is common. You can use other person's strategy. You have to formulate your own strategical framework for your organization based on your purpose, your needs, and how you want to see yourself in the industry, right? So this is about the strategy as for now. In the second semester, we will be having an elaborate reading on strategy, on strategic management, right? So we come to the next one. I have to rush a little bit because we have wasted time. So I think you will understand that. So if you have any doubts in between, you are welcome. Immediately you can ask and we will clarify then and there. Because the strategy and the purpose of the class is that I need you to understand a little bit of what is the course. So it is not, the purpose is not to complete whatever I have prepared, right? So I'm clear on that. So if you have any doubts then and there, you can ask me. You are welcome. Right? So, shall I go to the next topic?
Sure, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. I think you are able to hear me properly now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear.
Okay. And for your information, I am taking the class through my phone. So, I am not able to see the other screen as in computer. Okay. So, you have to guide me. If you are not able to see the presentation and my lecture, whether it is matching or not, or any disturbances, you kindly guide me, okay?
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Okay. So now the next screen is decision making. Next topic we are going to see is decision making, right? So decision making is one of the important, managerial aspect. You know, if you want to become a good manager, efficient manager, you have to be good at decision making. And decision making is such a responsibility. Every person in. Yes.
I think the slide that you're showing is still strategies.
Not able to see decision making?
No, ma'am.
Let it load, I think. 1 second. I'll see what is in the screen. It's correct only. Are you able to see now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Right. So as I told you, decision making comes with a lot of responsibility, you know, because you are responsible for the decision, not only for the decision. Every decision comes with consequences, right? So the thought of, I think someone has to mute. Can you mute your mic, please? We are getting disturbance. Okay. I'm not able to see who is that. I request you, if you find someone who is talking, I kindly mention them to mute it. Thank you. Okay. So what happens, when I'm taking a decision and I know that I am responsible for the consequences of it, that will take a toll on me. And if I have to do that continuously, say for example, I recently saw a meme like a mother who is having some poor children started writing in papers that I'm not hungry, I don't want food, because then she has to take decision for the entire family on what they have to eat. It will take a toll on her, because the consequences come with it, whether the children like it, whether it is good for them, it is healthy for them, or they will eat properly. The consequences are intimidating for a person who is taking the decision. That is why always we pay the decision makers more, the policy makers more salary, more remuneration, than the people just follow them. Maybe they are not doing much work. They will just sign the files, but still they make more money. Have you wondered why? This is why. Because they sign the files of decisions. And those decisions comes with a lot of responsibility. Just because they are having authority, they are not happy because these decision makings are taking tolls on them. They have to live with their decisions. Whether it is right or wrong, it is up to them. So they have to live with even right or sometimes wrong decisions. Are you able to get my point? So that is why decision making becomes a very important managerial factor in any kind of management, whether it is home management or organizational management, right? So what is rational decision making? We call it as rational decision making because the decision making comes basically in two types. One is rational decision making, the other one is gutsy. Sometimes you cannot analyze, you cannot reason with.
Sorry to interrupt. The
Yes?
screen is not straight. Could you just check with the screen which you are
It is
presenting?
there in my phone. I don't know why. I think let's give some time. Okay.
It
I
is
think it will
still
take some time to load. Is it okay now?
No, it's not.
You can stop and reshare, ma'am.
Is it okay?
No, it's still the same as how it was before.
Okay. Wait 1 second. I'll go back and come again. So I think it will be okay.
Now it is okay.
Now better, ma'am.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I think I have to touch our mid screen so that it will be visible. Now I understood the strategy. Next time I'll immediately do it. Okay. This is the first time I'm using a phone to take class, so it will take some time for me to learn what is it. Right. Okay. Come back again. So as I told you, rational decision making is a common decision making practice where we all use this. We will analyze, we will reason. Logically, we will make a flowchart in our mind itself to see what would be the consequences. Then we will see what would be the best option. This is rational decision making. But sometimes it is not possible, when you are stuck with less data and you are not able to reason properly. At that time, what we do, we will go with our guts. Whatever our mind says, this is okay. Sometimes the past experience and what we think in our mind without rationality might be right. So we can do the decision making based on that too. But that is intuitional. Let us leave it to the situation and let us leave it to the managers who do that at that time. What we have to learn is rational decision making. How do we do that? Every time when it comes to a decision, you are put under a pressure spot. You have to take care. You have to be very careful because your decision might be affecting many people. Right? So what a manager has to do, first define the problem, understand what is the problem. Always, there is always a possibility, the problem, what you see is a surface problem and the real problem might be something underneath. That is called as hidden problem or the real problem. Okay. Like, we say that always it's a tip of the iceberg. If you have seen the film Titanic, you will understand that they made a very bad decision of going through the iceberg a little bit, thinking that the tip of the iceberg is very small. But the real iceberg underneath the sea would be like a mountain. That is why a ship like invincible ship like Titanic also has to sink. So always it is like whatever you see, the problem might be surface problem, can be the tip of the iceberg. The real problem can be bigger or it might be something else. So define the problem, analyze and find out the problem. If you do so, 70% of your problem is solved. Decision making will be easier. I forgot to tell you one thing in the strategy and planning. So when I remember, I'll tell you. See, in planning, we say that previously when I studied MBA, we used to say that you can utilize up to 30% to 50% of your time for planning, so that the remaining 50% is enough to implement that plan. If you are spending that much time, your plan will be so foolproof that the implementation will take no time at all. You can just it's like a cakewalk. You can just go through it. But what happens now in this era? This is again redefined. Now we say that you can utilize up to 70% of your time for planning, right? If you use that 70% and your planning is such well-defined, tuned, and it is foolproof, the remaining 30% of time is enough for you to implement the planning. So that much exactly the same for decision making. So take your time, define the problem properly. That is the important thing. If you are able to do that, if you are identifying the exact problem, it will be easier for you to make a decision. If you are in a haste, the decision will go wrong, right? So when you are able to define the problem, then identify the goal, right? The goal is what you want to achieve, what the output you want from the decision, the consequences from the decision. So identifying the goals. Now, weigh the factors based on priority, importance, or value, right? This is the important step. When you're analyzing, you have to write down the factors and you rank the factors. You give some weightage to the factors. You can have base as priority, like, priority for the people, or importance of the people, or value, or something else. It can be money or mission, anything. But you have a base, you give the rank, you give the weight, you write the value. It will be easier for you to prioritize the factors, right? Then design the possible course of action and also alternatives. There might be a lot of possible course of actions. It's not that every problem has only one decision, one possible option. So write that. Even if it sounds stupid, don't worry, right? Even if you think that it is not possible to do that, but still you write it, because it is a possible course of action. Whether you can implement it or not, that doesn't matter. You write it. Then rate each objective on the basis of the desired outcome. You now rank these possible course of actions based on the desired outcome. How much closer you can get to your target, right? Now you will be able to identify one as a best decision. And we used to say there is nothing called as best decision at all. There is only one thing that is called as better decision, right? If you are waiting for the best decision, you can never make a decision at all. You can go for only better decisions and you have to live with it, right? So decision making involves a lot of courage. That is why you can see everybody cannot become managers or leaders, because it includes a lot of responsibility on the head. You have to live with a lot of things with your, sometimes if a decision is wrong, you have to live with it, the guilt with it, right? So this is why decision making is an important part of management. Okay. So there is a small example I would like to show to you how decision making can be done. See, this is like a match problem. These kind of decision makings are easy to make actually. So I am showing you how rational decision can be. See, the problem is to select the material among three options. Whether you want to a packaging option, whether you want to go to a carton or a glass bottle or a plastic bottle. So it's the cool drinks. Okay, you want to pack it. You want to take a decision. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, able to.
I changed the screen. Able to see?
Yes, we are able to.
Yes, able to.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, right. Very good. So, what is the objective? That is the thing I have to see, right? I have the objective. The first objective for me is cost effective, and also it should be environment friendly and whatever I select should have stable resource. Can you see? So the ranking, first one is cost effective, second one is environmental friendly, third one is stable resource. So I rank the factors one by one. You can change the factors also. If you want the first factor objective to be environmental friendly, then you will be analyzing based on that. Do you get my point? The third one, course of action. So what I am taking, I am seeing the three factors and I am ranking it out. Say I have given the cost, whether it is economic friendly or not, and the resource, whether you can get it or not. So based on that, the rating is check the three objectives and options and rate. Whatever you give, you can take up the optimal decision. Whatever decision you take is the best decision for you because there is no best decision for anything. Right? So the factors you can mix and match, you can see the weightage and ranking, and based on that, you can decide upon which, whether you want to go for carton or glass or plastic. Are you able to get my point? These are easy because the data are available. Okay. But there are other factors on decision making. Are you able to see the screen? I have changed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So these factors are not only cost based. Sometimes you will not be able to measure. What are they? Like emotions. You cannot measure the emotional value of this. In that case, what happens? You have to rely upon your intuitions, guts. So decision making involves many things rather than the data or analysis or the papers that has been supplied to you by your subordinates, right? And sometimes it may be social situations. The decision you take might be affecting the society, right? The social situation. You have to look at that too. Your stockholders, your employees, children of employees, generations, the exploitation of resources, a lot of things are there. Social situations also has a say in your decision making. The next one is bias. Bias is, we call it cognitive heuristics, that you sometimes you will be having a clouded judgment. You don't know whether you are right or wrong, but it feels like you are right. Right? So because why this happens? These biases happens because of over or very low information. Sometimes because of time, you don't have the time to analyze, and sometimes because of the complexity, everything will look alike, right? So these factors act as a major decision making thing that based on this only you can take a decision. Right? So this is like a practice. Decision making takes a lot of patience, guts, courage, and intuition also. So decision making comes with practice. So what usually the organizations do, we make protocols, right? Say for example, some based on the past experiences with the same, okay, some problem is happening. We make protocol, right? Say for example, fire. If there is a fire accident in the office, where to go, how to go, who should go first, in which way you should go, we make protocols. So the decision making will not be put on one person. You can just follow the protocol if there is a problem, right? But the thing you should understand is there are two kind of decisions which are programmed, the other one is non-programmed, right? Protocols can be used only for programmed decisions. Right? Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, able to.
Yes. So, what are these programmed decisions? When the problems are repetitive, right, and well defined, protocol or procedure. You can just follow that. As a manager, you can say that a program decision is already made. Simple. But nature is not like that. There are certain situations which are called non-programmed situations where you have to take non-programmed decisions. Right? So what happens? It is new. You don't know. It is unexplored area. You have to chart out the exploration for that one. Then there you have to have your best judgment to take a decision. Right? Most of the time will be the crucial factor. How to take the decision. You cannot take your own time, sweet time. So you have to better hurry with the judgment of yours and come with their decision. So organizational decisions are really what do you say? Challenging factor for any manager or any team leader or a person who has a lot of responsible decision making, right? Okay. Any doubts in this one, decision making?
Ma'am, can you go to the last slide once?
Yes. Okay. Can you see that? Programmed and non-programmed decisions.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think you don't have doubt. But before moving on to the next topic, I would like to say a few things on your question paper. You know, many of you are having doubts. You have a model question paper in the website, DDE website. You can see that. And I'll tell you now. First one is A part. A part is smaller answers. You are expected to write smaller answers. It's only 6 marks. You have to write 5 answers. Okay, choice will be there. I think 3 questions you have in choice, 5 out of 8. Same way, B part is also you have to write 5 answers. I think it is for some 10 marks, I think. Okay, but what I mean to say is the C part. C part is a mandatory question. 20 marks it has and no choice. Okay, why I remember this is now is C part will be the deciding factor for your first class or your good marks, 20 marks, right, out of 100. Never skip the C part. Okay, this will be a case study. C part will be a case study, right? If you are a BBA student or you have studied already about case study, no problem. But for those who are new, a case study is a problem. It's like decision making. That's why I took up this. Now it is easier for you to understand. All the question papers, all the 20 papers in your MBA will be having a case study as a C part, 20 marks, mandatory question, no choice. Okay, so you have to learn how to write a case study, how to solve a case study. I tell you, for any theory paper like this management concepts, whatever we have studied in decision making, you follow that. You can have 4 parts.
Ma'am, if
Identification of problem. You can note down if you want, okay?
Ma'am, we can see. So for 97 page, we can see that there is a case study. We provided the answers also.
I'm not able to hear you.
Oh, sorry. So I can see.
No.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. So what happens? You have to first. If you want to note down, you can note down. There are 4 parts you can write for theoretical case studies. Okay. For practical case studies like accounting or subjects like accounting, it might be a problem. For those problems, you have to solve it out through the ratios or whatever formula you have. But for all the theory papers, you can have 4 parts of the case study. The first part being identification of problem, like decision making. There will be 2 problems for any case study. One is surface problem. The second one is real problem or hidden problem. Okay. So you have to read the case study. If it is some one sheet, or take time to read the case study. One of you asks now, what if I miss the case study? Then you will be attending to only 80 marks. Okay. And on 80 marks, you are taking risk of getting 50 marks at 80. 50 marks you will pass, right? So I don't think it would be very easy to get 50 marks out of 80. And in case, see, for example, you are getting 45, I can give you 5 grace marks, provided there is a place to give the grace marks. If you attend a C part, we will give you 5 marks as a grace and get you through the examination. So kindly don't skip C part, attend the case study, learn how to solve a case study. Okay, so this is the tip I am giving you. First one is identification of problem. You write the surface and hidden problem in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph is analysis. You can just analyze the case study, read the case study, take some time, twice, thrice. First you read the case study. When you second time reading, take a pencil and mark what are all the important things. When you are reading it for a third time, start writing the answer. You will find out something, a real problem. Then analyze the case study. right? When you are analyzing the case study, then you can write, it is a bigger part, bigger chunk, you can write whatever you want analysis. Write 1 page, 2 page, sometimes 3 pages also. But don't bluff, okay? We'll be reading that. So first is paragraph, second is analysis, third one is recommendations. Recommendations you write as bullet points. Okay, but because we are very much interested in your recommendations only, not analysis. So write the recommendations as bullet points. Whether it is sensible or not doesn't matter, relevant to the case. And last paragraph is conclusion or your suggestion, right? In the conclusion, take out any one of the recommendation as your answer and justify it, explain it, why you say that is a better decision. Are you able to understand? So this is like a decision making. If you are a manager, you are given with a problem, what would be your decision? That is what we will be testing in the case study. Yes, what is that? What is that? I didn't get you. Okay. So I think you understood. This is how you have to write a case study. Staffing. Have any doubts in that? Staffing, I will not take much time because all of you would have gone through the process of getting selected for any organization. So recruitment process is staffing.
Presentation is not clear.
Are you able to see staffing? Are you able to see now?
Perfect now.
Yeah, okay, right.
Ma'am,
So staffing,
ma'am,
recruitment
is there any
process.
sequence in the attempting the questions, ma'am? If we exactly put the numbers and attempt as per our choice.
Yeah, you please remember this question. At the end of the session, you ask me, I'll answer. Let me finish this, okay? I'll certainly answer that. Just give me 2-3 minutes more. I'll finish this session and then I'll answer you, okay? Right. So staffing is about getting people recruited into your organization, right? So it starts with recruitment process. The second step will be placement. You have to give them direction. Remember that when you are having people in your organization, unless you direct them, they will be just roaming here and the direction is very important. Then motivate them to do the job, lead them so that you can manage their job performances, right? Why I am not giving stress on staffing is we have a separate paper called Human Resource Management in your second semester. We will see that elaborately in HRM in the second semester. And you have experience of staffing when you are selected in the organization. So we go to the next topic of organizing. Okay? Organizing is again a very big chapter. So as we have lost some time today, I'm not able to finish as expected today. Okay, what to do? Okay, I'll see. Okay, so organizing is about organization structure. First one, okay. See, you need to have a proper planning in the structure also. Otherwise, the structure is a major constituent to give you a clear understanding of who commands who, right? See, as we have already lost some time, is it okay if I take some 5 minutes in the lunch time? Can we go till 1:05 or 1:10? So that we can finish this session? Anyone?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, ma'am. We can go on.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Sure, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Right. Fortunately, it's lunchtime, so we can take up. So organization structure, as I told you, we will have the clarity of who is above who and who has to be subordinate of who. That is why the structure is important. Okay, it's a part of planning, but it has to be done in the starting of the organization itself, founding of the organization itself. Okay, so what happens if you are doing that structure properly? You will know the lines of authority, decision making, responsibility, hierarchy, span of control, chain of command. Everything will be solved only by the structure. Okay, so what are these things? What is lines of authority? Have you seen a structure? I'll show you a structure. Are you able to see the structure, vertical structure? Can you see it? Vertical structure. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, able to.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Once I touch this, you are able to see. Okay, right.
Yes.
So, in this one, can you see the lines? From CEO, a line is that will purchase, sales manager, finance manager. That is called line of authority. Simple. Okay. So, the line goes from top to bottom. And that is how the authority flows. That is what we call as line of authority. Now you can see through this, CEO is the top one. Okay, he is the most authorized person. From him, what happens? The authority flows to purchase manager, sales manager, and finance manager. In between, you can see audit officer, but he is not having any authority over subordinates. He is just a what you say staff for CEO. We call it as line and staff. Okay, when there is line authority line flow, we call them line. And staff are those who are helping the line people. Okay, like audit officer, he is helping. Right? So this is line of authority. So the authority flow can be seen. The decision making authority is also seen as through the line. Okay. And what is span of control? See that purchase manager is having 2 executives under him. Okay. So his span of control is 2. Okay. A sales manager, see, he is having assistant sales manager, 1 executive salesman. So his span of control contains 3. Assistant sales manager span of control contains 1. The span of control is how many people efficiently you can control over a period of time. Do you get my point? So it can be starting from 1 to too many. Okay, so it depends on how much power you yield on them and how much outcome you expect from them and how much efficient you can control and monitor those people. So if the span of control is very low, the authority will be too much and you will be nagging the person, they'll get irritated. And if the span of control is very huge, many people you have, you will not be able to monitor them efficiently. So the span of control should be what is a balance, efficient enough. Right? The next one is chain of command. Simple, you can see here chain of command. Executive is controlled by assistant sales manager, executive is controlled by purchase manager, salesman is directly controlled by sales manager. Can you see? That is chain of command. Okay, salesman is not answerable to assistant sales manager. Can you get my point? Okay, so these things are easily understood by the organizational structure. We call it as organogram. Okay, organogram. So hierarchy is easily understood. And this structure, what I am showing you is vertical structure. A vertical structure is where it's vertical. That means the span of control is less. Okay, when the span of control is very less, we call it as vertical structure. And the horizontal structure is, are you able to see the horizontal structure? It is where the span of control is more. It is horizontal. Or else you call it as a flat structure too. A manager having a lot of specialist staff, operating managers, you can draw. So the operation manager will have a lot of executives under him, right? So horizontal structure is, what do you say, efficient in fewer industries where the workload monitoring is less. Okay, and in factories like structure where you need more monitoring, then vertical structure will be useful. Okay, more structures also like matrix structure, hybrid structure, there are structures. If there is time for me, I will tell you. Okay, the next topic is centralization and decentralization. So centralization is where vertical structures are used. Okay, so the authority will be centralized. Decision making will be concentrated in few places and it cascades down. That is centralization. Decentralization is when you are distributing your authority to many people. Decision making is distributed to many people and monitoring is distributed to many people. So centralization is like a power hub. You can hold the power at one place and you are monitoring. Decentralization is more of this generation. Okay, more of this decade, where people distribute the work, give the authority, give the responsibility, and only monitor the output. Okay, like we have a lot of flexible time working places, work from home, all these are decentralization. Okay, and Corona has made decentralization as a very huge hit because no more monitoring is necessary now after Corona. So centralization and decentralization is this, whether you want to have a power hub at the center or not. Okay, the another one kind of organizational structure is departmentalization. Sales, marketing, finance, which is a very popular departmentalization. Not only that, you can have divisional approach also, like you can have product-based departmentalization, right? Say, for example, you are producing one particular product. All the functions, but the problem here is if you are going to purchase the same component for the other product also, you will be purchasing it in 2 different departments in the organization. Do you get my point? Say, for example, you have to buy some glycerin for this product. For another one product also, you have to buy glycerin. So this product-based division also will be purchasing, and that also will be purchasing, which will be more beneficial to the organization if you do a centralized purchase. Right? So it depends on the necessity of the organization, whether you want the departmentalization vertical or product based. Sometimes it can be geographical based also, topography, because see, there are so many worldwide MNCs there. So the Indian department will be, Indian company will be treated as a separate department, right? Sometimes it can be customer based, sometimes it can be team based also. So departmentalization is based on the necessity of the organization's demands. Okay, right. As I told you, this is one kind of structure which is called as matrix structure. This is a hybrid structure. We call this hybrid structure. It takes up both vertical, horizontal, both. This is a what do you say? It is like a Gen X structure. Many companies use this now because it's a combination of both. You can have column wise, row wise, both structures. Right? Say, for example, this company, what I'm giving you an example, say it is like a construction company. Okay. This construction company has a project of flyover going on in Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai. Okay. Now, a marketing vice president has to take care of all the 3 projects. Right? A purchase, see, for example, you have to buy cement. So, a purchase head has to buy for Mumbai project, Delhi project, Chennai project. Right? But a Chennai project also will have a head in Chennai. He is also a head. Purchase head is also a head. So they both have to coordinate and work. You cannot draw a clear line and staff organizational structure for this kind of companies. Do you get? So we call it as a matrix structure. A purchase head will also be coordinating with the project head, and he has to purchase cement based on all the 3 project heads reports. Are you able to get the point? So these kind of structures we call as matrix structures. Okay, right. So how these departmentalization works? See, the advantages of having these global and virtual networks. Now, as I told you, matrix structures and the team-based departmentalization, geographical departmentalization, we are scattered. All the team people, all the employees are scattered all over the world. And mostly we are working through virtual networks. See, now, many of you are in various places of India, right? I am sitting in one place and trying to reach all of you. This is virtual network. The online class is going like this. So what is the advantage? Flexibility. From one place, I can reach all of you. Maybe you are in North India, you are in East India. See, still we can meet. Flexibility. But what other advantage? Competitiveness. See, the efficient class can be distributed to everyone. The doubts can be, you can share your own experiences from various parts of a country, whereas it is not possible in the offline class. What are the disadvantages of these things? Lack of control. See, I don't know who are you, where are you from, I don't know the cultural background of you. So many times I'm not able to connect to you. I don't look at your face at all. I'm just talking to my phone, right? Do you see the plight I have? So the lack of control. Lack of coordination. I cannot coordinate. I don't know whether you are listening to the class now. I just assume it. And the time difference. So these things act as disadvantage for these kind of departmentalization and virtual networks. Okay. The next one is how to have teams. This task force and teams are another one important organizational structure that has come into practice in the last decade. Teams are a very good, efficient departments that can be assigned short projects. Okay, teams have task forces and teams have a project. They have to finalize that assignment and it will be dismantled. And the teams can have, what is the advantage? You can have various people. You can have the departments, cross-functional departments. You can pick up the best performers from each department, make them as a team, and you can finish your task. Okay, so these are the task force and importance of teams. I assure you, we will see these teams and task force much more in the forthcoming topics and the HRM also. Okay, so these are the topics that has to be delivered today. And with that, I plan to discuss a case study. so that you will be well versed with case study for your examinations. But there is no time today. Let me see if it is possible. Tomorrow we will discuss this case study. Okay, not tomorrow, next Saturday. Okay. So with that, I come to the conclusion of the session. Still, I'll open the forum for you people to clarify your doubts if you have any for next 2-3 minutes. Okay. Yes, it's open to you. Any
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
madam.
everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see the screen?
Madam.
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Madam, examination point of view, one doubt, madam. The exam center is Chennai is not showing. What can I do, madam?
I didn't get you. What is the
Madam, in the examination, choose of exam center, Chennai is not showing.
Chennai is not showing.
Yes, madam. What can I do,
Okay,
madam?
I'll note down. I'll convey to the technical team. They will see immediately. Wait, but there are centers in Chennai. Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Hold on.
Hello,
I'll
ma'am.
immediately say that. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm Abid Shai, ma'am. I'm from West Bengal. Ma'am, actually, till now, I have received only 3 books, and I contact with the nearest post offices, and they told me that when the books will come and the all other things will come, you will get it. So I think that our examinations will be from the next month of 3rd. So till date.
Hold on, Abhichai. Hold on, just. I told you that I'll talk with the technical team regarding that question asked by Shanmugavel.
Okay.
Shanmugavel, yes, it is. There is a glitch in that. Chennai is not showing. You kindly try tomorrow, okay? Technical team is on that. are trying to sort it out. You can try tomorrow. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
Abir Chai, can the questions wait till after the class? Because once we start that, it would be a hindrance for the class. I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes at the end of the class. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sure, ma'am. We can go.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So we start with the class, right? So till last session, we have seen topics on how we can see the introduction of the management and how the management is done. So now we are going to see what is happening in the real world, the present scenario. Okay. So I think you also would be the right people to share in, because you are all working and you know how the organizations are working. So what we are going to see today is about the emerging trends in the business culture, right? Right. So what is a business culture actually? Can anyone? What do you call as business culture?
It's the way how the business is run and
Yes.
management, how it handles it.
Yes, exactly. Right. So why we call it as a culture, because it has its own way, it has its own formation. That is why we say business culture, because it is a series of actions, and many actions requires decisions, and these decisions have consequences, not only for the people who take, but for the others around him, also for the society. So that becomes a culture. So when you are doing things again and again, which has an impact, we call this business culture. So how this business culture has factors that is influencing that? External environment. So who is ready to change? Who is ready to adapt? They survive the most, right? Because in management, change is inevitable. Change is the only permanent thing, So any business for that matters, any culture for that matters, has to adapt. That is why we say culture is not a definite thing, it is like our brain, layers. It is laid day by day, every moment, year by year. So it is just nothing but just layers. So it changes continuously. Same thing goes for the business also. The external environment is changing continuously. So when external environment is changing, those who are ready to change, adapt the new things, are the better survivors. Those who you can say that they are surviving for 100 years, that means they are very good adapters. And what are all the other things that affect? New entrants. Who are new entrants? See, every day business world is getting upside down, new people coming and old people going out. This is also a part of our culture, right? We have that day where we burn the old things and let the new things comes into our life. Same way, the entire industry, you can see that it is tilted when new players get in, right? It is not like like a school or your juniors getting without any strength that they have to be under the seniors and grow. No, business is not like that. Any new entrant can come as a fully loaded up player and change the game, right? So that is why new entrants are a vibrant factor of how we have to look the business culture, because these new entrants come with the power of new things. They can come with the newest technology, they can come with new missions, they come with new people, all fresh, right? But the existing industry already has that culture. It's very hard to change that. The next thing is customer loyalty. That is another one important factor that affects the game. How is that? there are a variety of customers, it's not all of us are same. Some of us will be ready to check the new one. Some of us will never do that. They are highly loyal to the company they use, or the produce they use, the products they use. Then suppliers' powers. You may see that it sounds very easy, the power of supplier. How he can determine any industry. It is very, amazing to know what the network of suppliers can do, or how they can change the scenario in the industry. For example, there used to be, now also you can see, bottles are used for cool drinks, soft drinks, right? Like soft drinks, that bottle will be recycled, washed, and once again it will be used for the same drink. So it has to go to and fro to the, a bunk shop where you are taking up that bottle from. Do you get my point? So see how long way it has to travel. Again, from this bunk shop in a remote village, a corner of the country, to the manufacturer returning these bottles to the company. The supplier decides not to reach the bottles to the company. Do you get my point? 1 day is enough. So that 1 day, the bottles will not come out with the cool drinks. So 1 day, the competitors can take the place where these cool drinks were kept in that particular bunk shop. Are you able to understand? So, still you can say a lot of examples of how these suppliers can play, and what I told you just now is a real-time case. Once there was a war between these people. Now you can see that two major players are in the soft drinks. I don't want to name them, but once there were so many smaller indigenous Indian companies producing these soft drinks before these two came into India some few decades ago. So they had the strategy of buying these smaller companies or crushing them, literally crushing them. One of the company's bottles overnight crushed by the supplier, and it took a long time for the company to remake the bottles again with the printing on it. Before that, all the stands were taken by the competitors. Are you able to understand? Power of suppliers. Then substitutes. Same thing goes. Whatever we talk, the substitutes are again a powerful factor that can uptilt the scenario. And no need to say, ever-changing markets in the globalization economy. It's a ever-changing, because the time now what we are speaking, the market is changing. Now we are using some one software to reach you. Maybe in the next class, other one comes into the market, right? Today we are using one kind of, cosmetics. The moment it changes, the next day, the entire base changes, the entire, the color changes, the entire concept changes, right? Say, for example, a good example I would have thought about that comes to my mind, some 1 decade ago or maybe 5 years ago. Can you imagine people wearing torn cloths where it is visible, body is visible through the torns, cloths are torn? Can you imagine? That is a big industry now. There are factories to tear off the cloth, new cloths, factories to tear the new cloths, jeans, right? Ever changing. So we cannot imagine how the industry is changing. What could be the next step? It is like, entering into a field where you don't know what would be the next thing you are going to face, right? So what are the other things which we are facing now? Flexi work. That is one, that has changed the way we see the job after Corona. After pandemic, you can see that before pandemic, this flexi work was there. But in fewer places, like where the traffic is too much or you cannot commute, like I have seen this flexi in Singapore where infrastructure is very low. So you have to give shifts. Bangalore, where the traffic is very high. So there is no other go. You have to give them the flexibility of working from home, right? But now, after pandemic, what happens? The scenario is totally changed. All of us know what is flexi work, right? A flexi work can be flexi time, flexible timing. It need not be 9:30 to 5:30. So most of my career life, actually I am obviously from the before generation of you. There is no flexi time. We have to start every morning. We have to be in the workplace by 9 and we can finish the work by 5 or 5:30. Right? What we do in between doesn't matter. Time is very important. Punctuality. You have to punch. Right? Maybe I feel that I can work very productively in the morning, 6 o'clock, but I cannot come to the office. Are you able to get my point? But now, flexi time, whenever you want, you work, but you give me the output on the target date. See how much we have grown. That's why I used to say, you people are the blessed ones where you are enjoying all the good things to be an employee actually, And flexi place. You can work from home, you can work from a coffee shop, you can work from your uncle's place, you can work from your back side of your house. Doesn't matter. Wherever you are happy. Asma is asking,
But at the same time, ma'am, volatility is also there in the lifespan of the employability.
Yes.
See, yeah, there's a shortfall of this demerits also there.
Yes, of course. You have to remember, anything comes with a price. Nothing is in life is free. You have to pay some price. You are enjoying some ways. Some ways you have to pay. Asma for Asma's question. Asma, I am Dr. Punitha. We are seeing management concepts and organizational behavior subject. And this topic is about emerging trends in the business culture. We are seeing the new trends which is occupying the business arena now. Is it clear? Okay, right. So we come back. Flexi place. Then flexi wages. I envy one of my friend who is in software line. He works only 3 days a week. What he did, proportionately, he said, see, if I work for 5 days, you give me 20,000 per week. So you give me proportionately for 3 days per week. That is enough for me. So he is homeschooling his kids. So all the 4 days, he teaches his kids. He don't spend for school fees. He's a mathematician actually. Right? So flexi wages. In the software company, I should not flexi wages. Now it has become flexi salary. Why I put flexi wages is it was there only for wages part. Like, you have to cut a tree in the workshop. So there was flexibility for the labor who can come 2 days of work, he can finish the work. The next 2 days, other labor can come. Flexi wages were there. 4 hours he can work, or a driver who has to drive long way till Punjab can go till Andhra, then another one can take up and they will share up the wages. But now this has come to salary also. White collars also are trying to take up this. And actually this flexi wages are what you say as, 4 days week. That is being implemented in Europe already. 3 days a week will be taken as half. How usually in our age, how it was done is 8 hours per day if you have to work. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, they will work 2 hours more. Instead of 5 o'clock going, till 7 o'clock they will work. So every day they are putting 2 hours. So by Thursday they have completed 1 more work day. So Friday, Saturday and Sunday are taken as long weekend. Right? But now this has become a standardized procedure, not optional. Right? So you can have your own freedom of taking more long weekend, or you can put in Friday, Saturday, Sunday also at the workplace. and you can gather all these hours calculated and take as a long vacation at the end of the year, right? So a lot of flexibilities are given. And last one is hybrid workplace. This is 2023, 22-23's format, because Corona has receded. But during Corona, many of the factories and offices, they have vacated their place for not paying the rent. Now they don't have any place to make the employees sit. So what do? Hybrid workplace. Come for 2 days, other 5 days or 6 days, you stay at home and work. Hybrid workplaces. Where you want to work, you come. Otherwise, you stay at home, we will give you the salary. So these are the, a quite interesting and emerging trends in the new age, right? The next one, emotional health and intelligence. This is another one interesting topic that has taken the space now. If this has been uttered some 15 years ago when I entered into the industry, people would have laughed if I would have said that emotional health of the employee is important. They would have think I am crazy, because no one was worried about how the employee feels, because there was no one to worry about how the employee is healthy or not. The physical being itself was not seen. How the mental well-being will be seen, right? But see, we have come a long way now. The organizations and employers are interested towards how the employees are feeling. Emotional well-being, emotional health. Why emotional health is important? Because while recruiting itself, nowadays there is a component called emotional intelligence is calculated. Not only your intelligence quotient is calculated, also emotional intelligence is calculated. Why? Because as I told you, we have come a long way. What is this long way? It's also a hard way. Because during the last millennia, during 2K, if you remember, software has gone through a bigger, landing, Artificial intelligence have started, and it has made a big landing into the world. So what happened? Everything is automized. And fortunately or unfortunately, the pace was increased. I don't know why the pace was increased, because maybe the computers calculated faster than us. When you type, it is easier, it is faster than writing. Or recording is easier, you need not say it twice. Something, the world's pace has increased. Suddenly, if the pace increase, it is not going to go well with your circadian rhythm. You are not, your forefathers were not that much fast. So suddenly you cannot be fast. So when you are running for a long time, your heart cannot take that poor heart, because it comes from the lineage of forefathers who were very slow in their pace. They didn't hurry for anything, no tension. So what happened, a chaos happened in the workplace. Like at 40, at the age of 40 itself, a lot of burnouts. People felt exhausted. They cannot work more. At 40 itself, they felt like 60. A lot of heart attacks, a lot of cardiac arrest, a lot of, attrition rate was skyrocketing. People are just quitting software industry and running away with the experience. They don't know what to do. So it was not that much noticed, but a bigger tumor that has developed inside the industry. So this hard lesson has taught that you have to keep in mind how the person is achieving his target, how long he is running, how long he could run, and where should he stop, take his water and continue, like a marathon, right? So this emotional health and intelligence have slowly seeped into the place, and now it has a prominent condition while recruiting itself. We are testing how the person can cope up under stress. If you are giving a target, if he is given with challenges, will he be able to perform or will he collapse? Right? So nowadays, be aware, it is not important or it is not as much important as you are intelligent, but also you have to be emotionally stable. Because, once there is, hypertension or stress, all your intelligence fly out. You cannot perform in the same way when you are emotionally stable. Right? So that is what the new trend is about. In the business now, people see the emotional intelligence of the employees and they try to help and secure the psychological safety of the employees. So what do we learn from it? This is easily done when you can have the second topic, which is called as workplace harmony. Because, machines don't frighten people. Money don't frighten people. People frighten people. So when you are in a workplace, you are afraid of your boss or subordinate or your peer. You are not afraid of anything else. So it is the people. So if you are able to cultivate the culture of becoming a harmonious workplace, what is harmonious workplace? It is not, hanging with people having the hands together and singing together. No, that's not harmonious workplace. Harmonious workplace is where you know your boundaries, you know your work scope, you perform in between that, and you are not disturbing others. If you are not harming others and if you are not harmed by anyone else, that is harmonious workplace. Very simple. You be in your boundary, he will be in his boundary. Let me do my work, you do your work. We will smile when we see each other. A harmonious workplace. Right? If at all you gossip, gossip positively. Simple. So the positivity will be more. Are you able to get the point? If you are working in a harmonious workplace, obviously you will have your emotional stability at the peak. So when you have all these things, employee engagement automatically will be prevailing in the organization. What is employee engagement? If you are engaged in your work, you may be wondering, why is this a topic? Yes, because you honestly ask how many of you are engaged honestly with your work. It will be a question mark, Many of you be wondering whether I am doing the work I have studied for, whether I like this job, whether I will get a promotion, whether I should shift from here. A lot of doubtful questions are there inside boiling. So it is not engagement. Engagement is when you put your heart and soul in your work and you are enjoying that. At the end of the day, you are having the satisfaction that I have completed so much. And you feel like that you have performed, not completed a job, then you are engaged in your work. This has become a topic now. So it's a latest trend. We try to see whether the employee is engaged in their work. Other topics, workplace equality. This is not a trend, I would say new trend, because talking about equality is there for more than, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 years? We don't know. But still, we take it as a trending. Workplace equality. This is about everything, like starting from remuneration, self-respect, recruitment, promotion, all the ways. Whether we have equality in the workplace. I need not list out the discriminations, right? Caste, creed, religion, faith, base, gender, sensitivity, color, race. The list is a big one. I'll tell you only one thing, which is called as glass ceiling concept. What is glass ceiling? We teach our girls now, women liberation, and that we educate our women and we say that sky is your limit. You can soar high, fly high in the sky. But even now, we call it as glass ceiling because even you say sky is limit. When the women stand, there is a glass ceiling on the top. They cannot move further in the career. Why? Because you can see that at the entry level, if the ratio is 50-50 or sometimes 60-50, women will be more in the recruitment stage. And in the middle level engagement, middle level management itself, you can see that drastically this falls less than 10%. See, when you are 50-50 entering, it should be prevailing for middle level and top level, right? It's not happening. In middle level itself, it drops below 10, and in the top level, it is below 2%. Are you able to understand? So this is what we call as glass ceiling concept. We don't promote women in the bigger industries because even now it is 2-3 things are there. We think that women are not competent enough to rule an empire, or men are not willing to work under the women bosses. There are so many notions like that. Still, it is a discrimination. We call it as a glass ceiling. One thing I would say as a teacher, what I feel in this, we educate women a lot that you should be liberated, you should be freed, you should have the freedom, financial freedom, be independent, all these things. But in the last 2 generations, when we were teaching women this, we forgot to teach the men to accept these things. That women are getting educated, women are getting liberated, you should start respecting them. Treat them equally. Right? Maybe we missed that point when we were busy teaching the one gender. We forgot the other gender. Right? Okay. When talking about genders, still we have to go a long way on treating equally the third gender, transgenders. Right? Now only we can see 1 or 2 coming out of the closet, and slowly they are getting into the mainstream working. Otherwise, they were not taken for any job. Right? So, workplace equality, I would say, has to go a long way. Right? Even though it is trending. Then mindfulness. This is another one topic which is interesting, Same thing, it is like engagement, but mindfulness is from individual side. Employee engagement is from employer side. You have to see that how you can engage your employees. But mindfulness is being the individual. How you yourself can be mindful in your job, right? I would say this concept is not only for the betterment of the organization, but this will help you for yourself. If you are mindful in your job, at the end of the day, you will not have that dissatisfaction, bitterness. If you are not liking the job, you will feel the distaste, that will not be there. So whatever it is, teaching them to have a mindfulness in the job. I see some few people raising their hands. Is it for any query? You can type in the chat box. I'll see the query and I'll answer you. Okay. Instead of raising the hands, I have opened the chat box. You type in that. Okay. Heshwant Kumar and Vishal Asthana and 2 more. Okay. Whatever it is, you can type there itself. Then and there. Right? Okay. So next one is quality of work life. I think you would have heard about that. This work-life balance and quality of work life are two are interacting together. I think you would have heard about work-life balance. Work and personal life, balancing that. Why we need to balance? Because, what is the purpose of coming to the job? Not for the sake of job. We all come to work to earn money so that we can eat good food and stay in a good place and feed our loved ones. Am I right? So we all come for that. What is that? To live. We work to live. But at one point of time, what happens, it becomes the reverse. We live to work. Right? How I'll make you understand this better, we all have prime time, vital prime time and prime life we call. What is that? Say till 20 we will be studying. So it cannot be your prime life. Till 20 you are under control of someone. You have to write the assignment, you have to write the homework, get the marks, write the exam. You are running. So from 2021, when you are independent, you started working, you start thinking, you start voting, you decide who has to rule us. So that the prime time starts. Say for example till 60, when you are virile, you can stand or you can walk, run. till 60. So 40 years, you can say the prime life. Those 40 years, we have prime time in between the days. Those 40 years, from morning 9 to 6, maybe we are at the best, after eating the breakfast. We can do whatever we want till 6 o'clock. After the sun goes down, automatically we feel a little low. So the prime life 20 to 60, prime time of the day from morning 9 to 6, where are we? We are at the workplace, right? So is it work for life or life for work? That is a question mark. There the work-life balance goes away. So this becomes an important topic on why you have to work when you don't have the time to live at all, right? So you have to balance that. You give some time for you, your personal life, your spouse, your kids, your parents, your friends, your own self, right? This has come into practice in your generation. I'm very happy about that. Work-life balance, right? And when it is not able to be done, it is not possible for everyone. You can say easily that I need some time for me and my family. Most of the time, work takes a priority and you are not able to do so. In that case, what happens, your workplace is where you live. Actually, if you see these 40 years, you are working in a place. That is, you are living in that place. So what do? We extend this work-life balance to quality of work life. Okay, you are having your life at work. Okay, at least live that with quality. Are you able to understand? So have a qualitative work life. That is about quality of work life. And the next trend, new trend is workplace transparency. If 2 decades ago, this will be again a laughing stock, nobody will say that there should be transparency in the workplace because it is owned by some people. So they need not be transparent with you. After all, you are employees. But not so. Now, the workplace transparency is taking its seat, front seat, right? And there are still more trends like digitalized markets, right? I don't have to talk about that because you people know how digitalized our life has become, how social medias are encroaching, and how the markets itself is in the digital area. I too do that. Like I purchase nowadays many things through the digital thing because variety, the market is so big. You can see whatever you want. You can search for new things. So digitalized markets, social media influence. Once again, they are like one and the same. Social media is influencing you to get to the digitalized market. Youth participation. That is one new trend we have to discuss. As I told you, when we are discussing the new entrants, we told that when a junior comes into your organization or in college or school, what you have experienced, they have to keep quiet. They cannot voice out their thoughts, they will be suppressed. But not anymore. This trend, this newer trends in organizations has, I think the right to hear is there. You can speak whatever you want and the new ideas are getting the pedestal. Youth participation is very high in the newer scenario. And gender equality. When we say that workplace inequality is prevailing, gender equality is taking the front seat, that it is going further and further. And upskilling. Upskilling is where the organization takes up the responsibility to make you more skilled. Upskilling. When you are good in something, we try to move you up the ladder. And social purpose of the organization. This is also another one thing where we talk about a lot of greenwashing, or what do you say, greening the organizations. Not greenwashing. Greenwashing is negative, but green, like eco-friendly becoming, right? So these things are newer trends in the scenario, business scenario. I have taken most of the topics which will be useful for you. It's an important question. Usually, it is often asked in management concepts. What is a current scenario after globalization, after pandemic, and what is your opinion on how the business is changing? Like this, a lot of questions twisted may come, right? Don't avoid them, because it is your own play area. You can write many things, many new things, what you are listening to, what you are seeing in the day-to-day life. You can use it as your strength, write many things as that answer, right? So this is all about the new trends, business trends in the newer generations, right? Okay. So we come to the next one. What are we? We are trying here about mechanistic and adaptive structures. This is about organizational structures, right? Right. So we have already seen about these structures, right? Organizational structures. So what are they? There are some few mechanistic versus adaptive structures. What are they? Mechanistics are well defined. They have the rules and regulations on spot. And adaptive structures are flexible. Nowadays you can see that a lot of new structures are coming in. We call it as matrix structure, hybrid structure, virtual structures, geographical structures, like that. A lot of new structures are coming in. So those are also taken into account when looking into this chapter. Then next one, formal and informal organization. What are these? A formal organization is structured with the hierarchy designation given, like a team. But whereas informal organizations have no relationships followed, no hierarchy followed actually. Like, a boss can be in a subordinate position in an informal organization, and a lower level person can be leading the informal organizations. Informal organizations are in many times very powerful, can change the running of the organization also. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and as I told you, I will give you a case study, how to solve a case study, right? I think I have told you these 4 topics last week itself, right? So identification of surface problem and real problem, that would be your first paragraph. Note it down if you want. Don't write essay for this first point. Identification of surface problem could be 4-5 lines. Real problem again can be some 4-5 lines. It should be easy to read, legible, easy to understand. Don't bluff. If you are not sure about what you have to write, better write only one problem, whatever you see as a problem. But don't try to twist things and write something which is not relevant, which is not right. Okay? This is a very important part of the case study. How will you know the surface problem and real problem is? Read twice, thrice the case study. Understand the purpose of the case study. MBA is a professional course, right? So whatever theories you are studying, you should be competent enough, capable of applying the theory into the real-time problems. Do you get my point? So that is the sole purpose of case study. Right? See, as a teacher for management concepts and OB, if I am giving you a case study, I am not expecting you to give me a best answer which I am going to implement in the industry. Am I right? What I want to evaluate whether you are capable of taking a concept from the paper subject and applying it in this case. Are you able to do that? Convince me that you know the subject, you have studied the subject, you are able to apply the concept theory into the real-time problem. Right? So, identification of problem, you write in such a way that you are able to imbibe a particular concept theory from this one. Say, for example, I just taught you glass ceiling theory. When a case is regarding that, it hits you. then write the problem in such a way you can use that theory in this application. Right? So the second part is analysis. You can write SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. And if you don't want to do that, just write analysis. Analysis can be a bigger part. You can write for 2 pages. Analyze the case, right? What are all you think? What do you think is the problem? How it can be solved? Why that problem has occurred? What will happen in future? What do you think? Is there any similarity in the real-time case? Analyze, okay, your area. Again, I'm telling you, just because you are writing a lot, don't write irrelevant things. Why I'm saying again and again, why I'm insisting, because I have come across some papers where in analysis, the students will write the case study again. Never underestimate the evaluator. Don't think that we will not read. If I read and find out you are just writing the case study here, you are not going to get any mark at all, even if you are given a good conclusion. Are you able to understand? So don't do that. Whatever you think analysis, if you are able to write only 1 paragraph, more than enough. Write that and leave. Right?
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt.
Opportunity and threats. Kumar and Karthik, it is threats.
Hello.
Strength will be the whatever you think is the advantage, weaknesses, opportunities is future, what you are going to do with the conclusion, threats is the consequences that might be of the decision. Okay, 4 things. Right? The next one. Yes, Manisa.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. For this case study, like you are explaining, but then like, can you give one example, like so that we can?
Yeah, we are moving on to that. I am going to give you an example just. Okay. So the third one is recommendations and suggestions. Based on the theory, remember that. See, you are not just a commoner going on the road. I am giving you the case and write. You are an MBA student. Right? So I need something relevant to this paper. Don't write something from any other paper. Right? I tell you again, in management, a same case, a same question can be given for all your 20 papers. Right? Only what changes, the paper name. So you have to change the glass. You remove the management concept and put on a OB glass and see through it. How you perceive it, that is the importance. Right? So the same case can be resolved for many subjects. So recommendation and suggestion should be based on the theory, based on this subject. And recommendation and suggestions always should be in bullet points. It should not be paragraphs. Write the recommendations in bullet points. You need not write a lot. If it is 5 to 7 or 10, more than enough. More than enough. Right? And the conclusion is one that is taken from the recommendation. Don't write something which is out of recommendation. Take one answer from the recommendation. Say, this is the conclusion. I think out of recommendation, I will take this decision. And justify it. Why you say you take that decision. Justify it once again if possible with the help of the subject, with the help of the theory. Right? Don't just write that out of my past experience or I think so, I would see this is better. Don't write like that. It should be based on some past happenings or it should be based on the theory. Are you able to get the point? So this is how we expect a theory should be. So I have given a small case here for you to go through and we will solve it now. See, this is also a real-time case study. This happened some long years ago. I think all of you know what is an Intel chip. Okay, every computer, every laptop has a small chip which is made by Intel. Is like a monopoly. They make a lot of chips. So that Intel chip is in many of the computers. At one shipment, what happened? It was tested. A lot of times they will test and then only they will launch the chips. And one version of this Intel chips, what happened? Had a small error with some 16, 17 decimal points. We say rocket science. Exactly, a rocket scientist, when he is using a calculation with this particular Intel chip, found a decimal error for 0.17 decimals. Okay. Not in everyday life, we are not going to use that. And if at all there is an error in 17th point, we are not going to do anything about that. But it is for rocket science. So they raise the issue. when we are using an Intel chip for a rocket, there might be a small error in 17th or 18th, I don't remember exact point. Okay, there is a possibility of error, and this came out of surface. And Intel chips are sold worldwide. All the computers are using the small chip. They are already, that version is already sold, shipped, and people are using it. And the halfway of the usage only one scientist have found out. So now the Intel has a big dilemma, because now what they have to do, the question is, they have to recall all the chips what they have sold, or they have to go for a new version and replace the chips. They are in a big, crucifying position, everybody is targeting them. And they are a very big company with high reputation and a worldwide market. So how will you solve this problem? What's the first step? Surface problem and hidden problem, real problem. What do you think is a surface problem? Can you solve it, or I will tell you how to do that? Are you interested in giving answers, or I myself will say what is it?
We will try to give answers, ma'am. And if we are wrong, you just correct us, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm telling. If anybody of you give the suggestions, then I can guide you. That would be more interesting, and it would be helpful for you also. If any one or two is interested, you can say.
Shall I?
Rangarajan. Yes, Rangarajan.
Yes,
what do you think a surface problem?
Surface problem is there is some calculation error, especially to the 17th place or 18th place of decimal value, as you said. So in this case, what I would say is this problem is to be noticed, but not everybody will notice it. Like normal persons who are using the system won't pay heed to such small minimal errors. So only persons who are related to scientific research and or people who are interested in rocket science, it will only bother them, who want a top level accuracy. So this is a problem.
What do you say is a surface problem here?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you say is the surface problem here?
Ma'am, can I?
Yes, Ms. Khan.
I think the surface problem would be primarily that for if there was a fault in their manufacturing, it should have been tested, isn't it? I mean, that is the surface
Tested,
problem in the first place.
No,
it has to be
as
tested.
Rakesh Kumar is suggesting, I do think you are not in the line. You are not actually getting into the lane at all. So let me explain this. So next time the case study, I will give you time to say. Okay. Now see, you are saying that you are analyzing. Both of you are analyzing. All the points are correct, but you have to write this in the analysis. But what is the surface problem here? They have sold faulty products, right? Are you able to understand? Which is not right. The surface problem is they have already sold faulty products for the money. They have proved it is faulty. I didn't buy a chip which can give me a wrong mathematical answer because I purchased the chip because I cannot calculate it myself. Do you get the problem? Surface problem is they have sold faulty version, right? But the real problem is they have sold it worldwide and they are not going to close the company with that one chip. They have to survive. The real problem is their future sales, the reputation, how they are going to keep up the reputation. That is a real problem. Are you able to understand? This is surface problem. Yes, I have sold faulty things. But my problem is whether I will be able to sell my future chips. Right? Okay. Come to the second one. Analysis. Whatever Rangarajan and Meskan told is exactly right. Meskan told, yes, it has to be tested. Next time, it has to be tested for 17, 20, 25 points. The testing team has to be removed. Testing team should be punished. You have to go through again and again. Right? What Rangarajan told, yes, some of them have used, some of them are not using. So you can go for two different chips. For scientists, you give some chip. For other people, this faulty chip, no problem. Are you able to understand? Analyze. Whatever you comes into mind, you say all the things, right? You can invent some other thing, you can get it back, you can resell, replace, all the things you analyze. What is going to happen if I am going to recall all the chips? What is going to happen if I am going to resell all the chips? So analyze and write, right? It is, I am leaving it to you. Whatever you want, you do that. Think as a manager from the Intel, right?
Madam.
But you have to think about which theory you have to take from the management concepts, right? So what is that theory you are going to use? You can use a lot of theories here, like decision making. You take one theory as decision making theory, how the decision should be made, right? Take up what is done, what to be done, and what to be the future, right? So take up the factors: reputation, long-standing, surviving of the company, profit and loss, recalling the ratio of how it would be, right? All these things, human factors. So these factors are taken into decision making, and I will say that use a decision making theory into this case. How you can get it? Yes, Rajesh Chinna. Your voice is not clear. Can you type it? Yeah. And Balasubramanian send convincing communications to all consumers. Very good. Right? That is a recommendation and suggestion. Okay. Why we come to that recommendation? Based on this decision-making factor. Right? Or else you can take a human factor. How to solve this issue through a human scenario. Or whatever. In organization, now structure you cannot use. Like this, still we will be going through a lot of other organization concepts. You can take up any one of that, right? And write the recommendations, right? I'll tell you what really the Intel did as recommendations. What really the Intel did, they recalled all the chips. They said that you can give back the chip to every one of the customer, wherever they have sold. You give us the chip, we will give you a new chip which is not faulty for this, right? They replaced the product, even though it costed a lot for them. It's a fortune, See, it's not easy. You are taking up one full shipment over the world, you are taking it back, and you are replacing it with a new chip, right? But even though it cost them a lot, they are still standing in the market. Are able to get the point? If they have not done so, maybe Intel have gone long ago from the market.
But
right?
excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Madam,
Let
here.
me finish. Just 1 second, Ramesh, I'll finish. So from these recommendations, write these as recommendations. You can recall, you can resell, you can find a new chip, then you can write all these recommendations. Take any one of this conclusion and justify it. What's the justification you can give? Even though it is a loss to the company, why we have to do that? This loss will be managed by the future profits. And this is like, you have sold the faulty profit, and ethically you have to do that. You have to replace, because the people are using it for rocket science also. So you have to do that. You can justify and finish it. So this is how you can write the case conclusion, right? Okay, now the floor is open. You can ask the queries for another 5 minutes. We can wind up the class with that. Yes,
Thank you, madam. Madam, in the same case study, suppose instead of the recall or go for new version, see whatever the error is coming. Suppose for that error will be rectified by adding some plus 0.5 or plus 2. If you have that solution for immediate users, for instead of the taking the gap of the again recalling it, already user have that chip. So if there is any chances with a little communication, they can rectify error from their end only. So you can add after getting.
See, that is why in the first class itself I told there is no best answer for any case. If you are the manager of Intel, you would have tried that, right? Nobody is going to say what you are going to do is wrong. It might have the consequences though. Remember that. As for this, Ramesh, you are right. You can do that. You can tell the customers that add a +5 or -5 to the last thing. But In this case, if you say it is worldwide, reaching all the customers is one thing, and the other one thing is you are not going to clear your name. Still, it is a faulty chip, and we are going to say that Intel has sold a faulty chip, which is not mathematically right for decimal places. See, now I don't remember how many decimal places. Maybe after some time, I may think that, okay, 0.5 decimal places also, it may not work. Are you able to understand? The reputation, the name is not going to get cleared, right? So you will be a company who sold faulty chips. Now you are not so. Now you are a company who who has a magnanimous attitude, who recalled and replaced a chip. See, you are getting the loyalty from me. I got a new chip, even though I'm not going to use rocket science. I got a new chip from Intel. How happy I will be. I'll be loyal towards the company. You get my point? So you are restoring the trust of your consumers. That was the major thing the company has done. That was a beautiful decision, actually. That's why I took this as, because, see, by practice these cases, you take up any business news which comes in everyday news and try to analyze it. And put on the shoes of a manager and think, if I am that person, how I will decide. And try to support your decision with some theory, scientific theory, management theory. So that will help you practice how to see the cases. It's nothing but perception, how you look at. Right? They used to say, when you are 16, all of us will be wearing rose-colored glasses because the entire world will look rose. Right? The same way, full of roses. Same way, now you start wearing management glasses, and whatever you see, you try to look in that way, that if it is a management problem, how I will perceive that. That will help you in understanding the cases, and that will make you as a very good management student and a good manager, even if you're not now. Right? Okay.
Yes,
And
is there, madam?
Yes, Ramesh?
Madam, is there any formulas like that? Also, whether our decision is correct or not? We made some conclusion, but we want to cross-check whether my conclusion is correct or not.
Yes, I taught you about decision making and the process of decision making in second class, I think. Am I right?
Okay, madam. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's there. Decision making can be, nothing. Decision making is a process, You have to have 4 things. You have to have a logical reasoning, analyzing, and mathematical ability. That is what I practice and I teach. If you are able to do these 4 wherever applicable in any problem, you will be able to arrive at a logical decision, at least. Yeah. And you have to add in factors like you have to see the legality, ethicality, and morality. And if you are able to do this, you will be a very good decision maker.
Ma'am, can you give us like this case study question, like 3 or 4, so that we can work after the class, and we'll discuss before the next class. I mean, in the next class, we can work before. The next
we can do that. Okay, then just hold on for 1 second. If I have the case study for next class, I will see, and I will give you that case now itself. That's a very good point, Manisa. Just hold on. I'll see in my next session whether I'm having a case study or not. Okay, just hold on for 1 second. And meanwhile, we'll see another question. Kumar and Karthik, please update about exams. Exams, the portal is open. If you want to write the exams now, you can apply for the exams now. Yes, previous year question papers are in the website. You can check it out.
No, ma'am, I meant to say the case studies we can take from previous year question papers also.
Yeah, and there is one case study in the book itself.
Yes, of course you can
end
do
of the
that.
chapter.
Tell me which case you want to discuss. We will announce in the class. Everybody can go through that, and we can discuss in the next class. Give me the page number. Just if you have the book with you. I don't have the book with me. So now if you have a particular case study in mind, just give me the page number in the study material. Okay. Meanwhile, we see, please, what is that? We have to 23 and started some May. Yeah, we are addressing that we got letters. See, it is, if you don't want to write the exams now, you can write it in December. Nothing change will be there. Okay.
But I think the first semester and second semester are like from the schedule which has been shared this time, June. First semester, if we are writing like next time in the December means like 2 semester we have to write in the same day, right? In the same
Yeah, you
day
can write 2 semesters or only first semester. See, the policy is simple. You have 4 years from now on. Okay. Your first thing starts in June now. You have 8 sessions like this. So at the end of 8th session, if you are able to clear all the 20 papers, that's all. It is okay. Okay. So you need not worry about when you have to write anything. For now, your 5 papers are open. In December, 10 papers will be open. Next June, 15 papers, and next December, 20 papers. After that, 2 years, all the 20 papers will be open for you. Whenever you want, you can write and clear off in 4 years. Okay?
And
You need an
if I-
enrollment number. You
if
need
I
an
attempt and
enrollment
fail.
number to register, right?
Yeah, you need enrollment number to register, and you can see the enrollment number in the website itself. All your enrollment numbers are uploaded in the website. You can check it in the website.
And if someone
And the
cannot
website will
pass,
be in the label of your study material cover which you have received. The enrollment number will be in your ID card. Right?
That we have not received.
if someone cannot pass one
ma'am.
exam,
Yes.
what to do then? Suppose I am giving this 4 exams this time and I did not pass in one. So
You can write in the next semester.
okay.
You can write anywhere in the next 8 semesters. I'm telling you, you have 8 sessions, as I told you, 4 years. Every year has 2 exam sessions. Okay, starting from this June, you have 8 exam sessions to finish off your 20 papers.
Madam,
Project work
Hello,
will
ma'am.
be completed in the 4th semester. Okay.
madam, examination fees are different from this semester fees.
Yes, of course. Examination fee you have to pay. How many papers you are writing? For each
Okay.
paper you have to pay. How many papers you select? That much you
Right.
have to pay.
One
thank you.
query, ma'am. Can we appear for the exam from any center, or we have a choice that
Any
where?
center, any center, whichever you select now. While filling up the examination form, you select a center and you can write there. Next examination, if you want, you can select some other center, you can write there.
Okay.
It is in the examination application form you have to select.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes.
as you addressed in the previous class that
Yes.
those who have not received the books yet, they can contact
So
their.
all the books are dispatched. Okay, there is no due. All the books are dispatched, and from the January itself, not from January, for a long time, all the study materials are available in the website also, as per UGC mandatory conditions, and that's why UGC is keeping, because they want to keep it now, bring the courses in line. Because whether you know or don't know, I don't know, you are a senior batch. Those who got admitted in July batch are also writing the first semester exam now, which is delayed for them. So if you are not conducting for you now, your batch also will get delayed. Are you able to get the point? After
Yes, ma'am.
pandemic, you are the first batch. UGC is bringing on alignment on time. That is January batch, June exam. Otherwise, for last June batch, which they are supposed to write exam in December, their exams we are conducting now only.
Actually,
Right?
ma'am,
So this is a chaos caused because of pandemic. Kindly understand that, and the flexibility is given to you, so you can write or you can write in the December examinations.
okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am,
But, ma'am,
we attend the June session exam
when
in
we have to
December,
register
will it-
for the
One by
exam,
one, please. One by one. Shireen
let me-
Adil. Shireen Adil,
Ma'am,
please.
if we attend the June session exam in December, will it be mentioned as arrear papers, ma'am?
Yes, you can write the arrear papers next time. No, it will not be arrear papers. See,
No, ma'am.
nowhere it will be shown as arrear papers. Okay, there is nothing called arrear papers. See, if you are failing in one subject, in that mark list, your marks will be shown as fail. And once you get a consolidated mark list at the end of your course, you will get all the 20 listed out with the marks. Okay, so don't worry about that.
When the examination will be held, no, it's a weekend or it's weekdays.
No, you see the schedule, it will be during weekdays also, because it's a very lengthy examination. We have 20 courses. Weekdays
Okay.
also it will be there. Yeah, Chennai location is not shown. We know that. Just now I told you there's a small glitch in technicality. They are working on it. Tomorrow you try, Chennai location will be available, right?
Okay.
Ma'am, I have one question.
How about
Please, one by one.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, I have
actually,
one.
I haven't received the ID card, but when I'm going
Yeah,
for
it is
the
all
registration.
dispatched. See, for all these queries, I think we're running out of time. So what I would suggest is you can type in this chat box all the queries. This chat box will be directly addressed. It will be given to the director and will be addressed by him immediately. Okay. So you can type in all the queries in the chat box as per now. And if nothing else is very
Last
urgent,
query, ma'am, with reference to case study.
Pass mark is 50. Pass mark is 50, Balakrishnan. All these things you can refer in the question paper and website itself. Okay. Exam center in Pondicherry is Sharda Gangadharan College.
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
I
one
have
small
one
query
question,
with
ma'am.
reference to the case study, ma'am. Intel's case study. Can I ask,
Yes.
ma'am?
Yes, Rangarajan, about case study. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the decision was great by the Intel management team, ma'am. As you said, they have just got back all the Intel chips. But what I want to ask is, by getting back all the Intel chips, whole shipment would have cost them a lot of cost, right? So they would have incurred a huge loss at that moment. So instead of that, can we have an alternative option, like they would have given an acknowledgement letter as an advertisement, which would have come in their websites and in newspapers, proclaiming that there has been fault with certain chips, and those who find faulty during calculations or during their research work, they alone can.
Sorry, Rangarajan. Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Till what you heard.
So see, actually, whatever you say, as I told you, for any case, you are the best judge, right? If you are the manager, this is a very good option. What you are saying, you can do that. You can write it as an answer for the case study. I told you what happened in the real-time case. Okay, it's not necessary that is the best answer. If you are the manager, what you want to do, you have to write it in the paper, right? What you are saying is also a very good option. But remember, this happened decades ago. So the reaching of people is different in these decades. How
yes,
we see the world now was not there by then. Okay. So maybe that's why they have taken that decision. Okay.
Just to retain the brand name and authenticity.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, Bangalore Center is there. 4 years to pass and they will go to hamper it. No. See, yes, of course, not hamper your degree certificate. You will get your degree only after you complete all the papers. If you are completing your papers within 2 years, you will get your degree immediately after the course completion. Remember that. Okay. It is not that you are going to get your degree after 4 years. You will get your degree after 2 years, provided you clear all the 21 papers, including project. Clear? Okay. Thank you very
Hello,
much.
ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Ma'am, can you please tell about the online
Hello, ma'am. Jacob here, actually.
Yeah, please,
Ma'am,
one or two
I
questions.
have a small doubt, actually. Well, clear it in a certain way. The thing is, currently we are having around 5 subjects for exam. But if I'm skipping accounts for now, will I be able to clear this accounts paper within this
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. See the screen?
Good morning,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll start the class.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. So we'll start the class, right? Okay. So, as in the first class itself, as I told you, MCOB is about 2 papers, right? Management concepts and organizational behavior. So we have completed management concepts, and now today we are entering into organizational behavior. It is the second one we are going to see. It's a very interesting paper, and it is a basic paper which will be very helpful for you, not only in your organizational life, not only for getting this MBA degree, but also for your personal life as individuals. It will be very helpful for you. So kindly keep that in your mind while studying this. Okay. So what is this organizational behavior? For that, you have to tell me what is behavior. Anyone?
How a person conducts himself, maybe.
Very good.
How a person reacts to what's happening around him based on circumstances.
Very good. Right. Enough. You got nicely the start, right? So how a person conducts himself. First point, right? How I do things. Second one, Rangarajan told, what is that? How you react, right? Both you have got, internal, external. What I am inside, I would like to showcase it. That's how I conduct myself. I behave. When I am provoked, when I am given with a situation, external factors, how I react, how I behave, both combined together is my behavior. Right? Every action has its opposite reaction. What I do, I get back. What I get back, I give back. Right? So when you understand this, very good, behavior. So what is organizational behavior? Why we have to study that separately? What is organizational behavior? Anyone?
Behavior that is manifested in an organization with respect to our work culture.
Very good. But why we have to study that?
Because our general behavior is different from how we are going to react in working environment.
Okay, what is that, Meskan? What do you say?
Ma'am, I said that the organization behavior cannot be just a general one. It has to be a more a professional way, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, right. Not about that. What we have to understand here is, as you told, personal behavior is not exactly the same with your organizational behavior. Right? It is not that I have too many behaviors, or it is not that I am having a behavioral disorder. It is natural phenomena that what exactly second one told. The external factors pulls my desired behavior. Okay? So that differentiates me in 2 different places. Like, we used to say a child, like say in adolescent age, teenage particularly, will be seen still as a baby, like child in the house, particularly for mother and father. When you ask a question, they will be talking in such a way, very sweetly, right? Like a small child. You should see them in the school. They would be like a dawn. The way they speak, the attitude they show, the voice texture. You will be amazed to see the tone of the voice, how it differs from the house and how it is a different one in the school. Right? It is voluntarily. It is voluntarily done. It is not that the child is, how do you say, acting. It is not that the child is purposefully doing that. Do you get my point? He is exactly not, he is very good. He is exactly doing the correct thing. What the mother and father expects him to be, he is showing that. The voice is sweet. He is very small child there. But in the school, for the group, he is the don. He is the leader. He depicts that behavior there because the external factors are pulling that behavior from him. Do you get my point? That is why we have to study organizational behavior, because the same way, like a child, we are one person in our personal life and we behave differently as another person in the organization. Right? See, for example, now, as a teacher sitting here, I'm very courteous, I'm very slow, I'm talking to you nicely. But I may not be depicting the same behavior in my house with my son. Really, I act very crazily. You cannot believe that the same person is in the two places. Right? I am saying, don't worry. Do you get my point? So, situation decides many times the behavior of you. Right? So, to become a good HR manager or team leader, or even for that a subordinate, because many times you have to understand your superior, you are more mature than the superior many times. So to become a subordinate or superior or a good HR manager or leader, whatever it is, it's the basic understanding that you should know the organizational behavior is totally different and what is it, how to tackle it. Right? That is the purpose of this study. Are you able to understand? So we get into that study. So what is organizational behavior? It is about what people think, feel and do in the organization. Right? And what we are going to study, the behavior, the decision makings, perceptions and the emotional responses in that. For whom the study will be useful, not only for managers, whoever has a part in organization. Why? Simple, because it helps us to make sense of the world. You will understand why that person is behaving like that. When you have that understanding, not even understanding, I used to say to the students that when you start in that line, when you start thinking that why that person is doing so, that thought itself will make you calm down, make you more mature, and very importantly, restricts your behavior. Right? The moment you start thinking why my superior is behaving very awkward or very crazily, that thought, when it comes to your mind, that restricts, controls your behavior and it conditions in a part of time. In the period of time, your behavior gets conditioned when you tend to start to understand the other person.
So, ma'am, actually, this organizational behavior, the top management behaves suddenly without, passing on the organizational objective. Some changes will happen, right? Their behavior suddenly start changing. Is that right way of doing without their objectives got changed at the top level?
Yeah, we'll see that. That's why I told you, this is not only will help you to understand. The moment you start that, you ask the question, why the top management is doing so, it will first restrict your behavior. Then you will understand and control your behavior. Slowly, your behavior will be conditioned. Right? You will become more mature. So that is why then you will not ask this question, why I should change for the top management which is changing. Right? So that will help you in how to modify your behavior, whether to modify or not. Right? It will help you understand. Sometimes you have to, there is a saying that you have to bark when you are taking the role of a dog. Right? So help to predict and brace ourselves ready. That's what AK, the answer is you have to get ready for all the turbulations in the employment life, Okay, right. So we get into that. Where is it? Right here. The first lesson is perception and learning. Okay. This is not only first lesson. This is the foremost important thing you should understand. Perception. If you understand perception, your perception changes towards understanding. You know, I have given you a picture there. You see that. One is saying it is 6. One is saying it is 9. Who is right?
Yeah, madam. Those things like should be in line with the organizational objectives, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, both are right. Both are right from their perception.
Both are right. Right?
According to their view, ma'am.
Yes. But when this argument will get over, you think? Unless one person comes to the other side, perceive what the other person is perceiving, the argument will get settled. Till that, this argument will go on forever because both are right. Right? He is saying 6 because he is seeing in the direction, he is perceiving that number to be 6. The other person is saying 9 because he is perceiving in the direction where it is right, that it is 9. So, this is how the perception, you can say, clarifies or creates conflicts. Right? So, this is perception. There will be things, but how you interpret that thing is very important. Right? How you interpret based on your past experiences. Remember that. Right? I am taking this very slow because this is a psychology paper, right? And basic psychology, but still it needs second time, third time reading and a little complex. Psychology is like that. You have to think, process, interpret, and then only you can understand. That's why I'm taking very slow. I'm giving passes, PAUSE pass, so that you will process, take it, and then I'm moving on. Right? Okay. Whenever you have doubt, immediately you ask because you cannot wait for me to complete and then ask a doubt because you cannot follow. Okay. So now I give you the freedom. Whenever you have, you ask me, then we will move on. Because we are after all teaching perception and learning. So the purpose of my class is that if at least 10% you are able to understand, I'll be happy. The purpose of the class is not just to finish off the slides and finish off the class. Right? Okay. So this interpretation is based on the perceiver's past experiences. Remember that. Our past experiences are like layers, you know. The learning happens like that. First thing you learn is your mother. How? Because you know the heartbeat. That is the first experience. In the 9 months when you are in your mother's womb, you are listening to the heartbeat. Right? So that is your first experience. When you come out, you are searching for the heartbeat. Once she takes you, immediately you are happy because you are experienced to that sound. Okay, I am safe and secure. I am once again with my mother. I know the heartbeat. Do you understand where the perception starts? From the day 1 of you, which you don't remember. But you perceive that to be the secured place because of your past experience. Are you able to understand the point? Why you are safe and secure with your mother? Past experience. 9 months you have listened to the heartbeat. You know her. You perceive that place to be safe. This continues till the last day. We perceive things only based on past experiences. Which you don't know in the past, you cannot understand. Maybe it is the language, whatever it is. The first time, you are trying to relate it with the older things. Right? Say, for example, I see a smoke there, outside. Right? So, what I would perceive as a teacher, you know, not to become a college teacher. The first thing, if I see outside the smoke outside the window, what I would think? Some student might be smoking. right? If I am a firefighter, what I would think? Maybe there is a fire, right? If
We
I
have to douse the fire.
yes,
We have to douse the fire like that.
yes. Say if I am a very poor person who is living in a thatched roof, immediately I'll be thinking of my hut. Oh, what would happen to my hut? I have to go save it. Are you able to understand? So the immediate response, the immediate behavior that comes is based on past experience. The perception is, you cannot say wrong for one person because you perceive in your own way, he perceives in his own way. You can never say that any perception is wrong because all the perceptions are based on individual experiences. Are you able to understand? So this is about perception. If you understand this clearly, we can go to the next one. I've given you some more identifications like perception adds meaning to information gathered to the 5 senses. So the perception helps in the 6th sense. How the 6th sense develops? Through these 5 with the past experiences, right? Like, the sensory things are very important in perception. Yesterday, my son has brought me a thing from the fridge and whether it is good or bad. Whether it is gone bad or still it is good for eating. I said that smell it, see it, or it will be taste it. If any of these 3 sensory things tells you that it is not good, throw it out. Simple. Right? You cannot have a laboratory test for that. Rely upon your perception. The sensory things helps for your perception. It interprets. Right? With your experience. How? Because the good food you have already tasted. The good food you have already smelled. So with the past experience, when you smell it again, your sensor will tell you it is gone bad or it is still good. It is as simple as that. But we never know how we do that. Most of the time, as I told you, it started from day 1. So we never know that we are doing it every day, every moment. It just goes on with our experiences. So the characteristics of the perceiver, target and the situation, place. Right? So what is that? How I am brought up, that is very important. Why I stress these things is in a workplace, in an organization, there are so many kind of people, so you cannot always take it for granted that they perceive the same way you do, right? Particularly, I would suggest one thing. It would be helpful for you in your organization. Never take it for granted that when you understand a problem, a mathematical problem or a ratio, or in a meeting somebody is saying a complex calculation and you understood, never take it for granted that all of them have understood that. Somebody may be slow in maths, right? Somebody may be very slow in perceiving the thing, doing it again and again. The calculation time, the reasoning time, the decision time, the interpreting time, everything differs for every individual. How they are brought up, right? See, when you have grown up in a city, the exposure in the city will make you accept many things. I have seen this experience many times where it is very hard for a person coming from a rural background to accept and digest and move forward. You cannot tease them. You cannot criticize them. Are you able to understand? Their perception is based on the rural background. Right? So, the characteristics, the situation, everything has a say in how things are perceived. So, what are the barriers in this one? What are the barriers in the perception? Actually, why it happens? The first one is selective. I think you would have heard about this word related with amnesia, selective amnesia. Many films use that. Selective perception is there. Like, even though you have a lot of past experiences, there is a saying, you want to see what you see, you want to hear what you hear. Right? When you hear something, now I'm talking a lot of things, fewer things will reach you easily if you are interested in that. Still, I'll make this easy for you to understand. See, for example, after 5 o'clock, I'm starting for my home. Okay, I need a coffee badly. So all the way, what I can see, coffee shops. All the other shops will not be entering into the brain for interpreting. I will but easily identify where the coffee shops are. Why? I am seeing what I want to see. Right? So selective perceptions. When I perceive, I want to see only what I want to. In the news, I'm not in a good mood. Right? I see only positive news. Or I am thinking of something. Newspaper, I will see only all those news things, negative things. Right? This is selective. The second one is stereotype. As I told you. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Sorry for that.
Yes, madam. Now connect.
Yeah. Actually, the power went off in the building, so now we got back fortunately.
No issue, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So we come back. Okay. Where are we? Yeah. We were thinking about the stereotypes, right? Stereotypes perceptions. Like, as I told you, that being a teacher, when the smoke is there, it's a stereotype. We think that immediately maybe somebody is smoking outside, right? Perception is typical. Then the first impression. We used to say that, first impression is the best impression because the first impression has big impact, it get etches in the mind. We say that it is inscribed in the mind, right? That's why it is very important that the childhood memories or childhood is very important because many of the first time experiences happens in the childhood. That's why childhood trauma is very dangerous than the adult trauma. That's why we have to be very careful when parenting the kid or being a teacher for the kids, whatever it is. That's why we used to say when a nail is given into the tree, green tree, the impact will be very heavy. So first impression gives the perception very strong that it will be very hard to change that. Right? Whatever comes first will be perceived first, always. It will take a lot of other memories, other layers, so much heavy so that this goes underneath and doesn't comes when something you need to interpret. Right? Because it is very strong. Next one is projection. Projection is, how you expect things to be. Desire is also as strong as the first impression, what you want. We are driven by the desires after all. The whole day, see, today is Sunday. When we are reaching towards the lunch, the desire of the lunch, a special lunch, would be too strong. A small disturbance in a smell also will create thinking about the food. Projection, interpretations of projections, that what polarization I want next, right? So these are some of the barriers for correct perception. We cannot say that entirely wrong, but whether you are exactly perceiving the same thing what it is intended to be, that is the question. That there can be barriers in the perception for this, right? So what is
Ma'am, stereotype you not describe, please.
Yeah, stereotype is the typical things that, like there is a saying in our side. They say that if you don't like your daughter-in-law or mother-in-law, whatever they do, you can find fault with. Stereotypes, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law types. You perceive immediately, right, the stereotypes. Like when, say, a mother-in-law is talking to her son, the wife will perceive that she is complaining about me. Stereotype perception. They may be talking about something else.
So stereotypes are literally false allegations against someone.
What is that?
Stereotypes are literally false allegations against someone.
Yes, exactly. Not only that always negative it should be, but just easy for understanding, I gave you that example. Like, you are, because the society is making that stereotype. We say, typically it will be like that. It is forged into your mind such that you take
Ma'am,
up
it's kind of a prejudgment, prejudice mind always.
right? Like that. So that
Kind
is
of society interpretation
I'll
into
give
your
you
mind.
another one easy stereotype for you to perceive, the climax of the masala films. So what we perceive, at the end, police will come. Stereotypes. When there is a small change, immediately you will perceive, you will tell to your friend, see, now the police will come. Are you able to understand? Perception based on stereotypes. It will happen. Typically, that will happen. Right?
Ma'am, one question, ma'am.
Yeah.
On that, the previous page, the characteristics, I think you did tell something, but I'm not able to relate an example here.
Yeah. I'll move that to slide. You can ask, what is that?
The third
Characteristics
one.
of the perceiver, target, and the situation plays in perceiving. First thing is characteristics of the perceiver, right? What you are, who you are, where you are, right? That place. What you are is characteristics. Target is what you want, subject, what you want to perceive, and the situation where you are. You may not understand the weightage of the situation, but situation plays a lot. See, when you are in a stressful situation, you will perceive in a different way. When you are very happy, you perceive, you are the same person. But the people around you, the situation around you gives you a new meaning to that. Right? See, for example, you are left alone in a forest. A small sound will give you fear, situation. When you are in a secured place, when you are at home, you will not even bother to hear that same sound here. Right? So what you perceive, maybe you are the same person, characteristics is same, but situation also plays, the target also plays. So all these things combined together gives you the experience of perception.
Okay, ma'am.
You understand? Right. So we go to the next one.
So, ma'am, here external factors are influencing to change the perception, correct?
I don't get you. Come again.
The external factors are influencing to change the perception.
Exactly,
correct?
yes. External factors are influencing. Not only influencing, sometimes they are cornering you, forcing you to perceive. They will not give you any other choice. So why I'm giving you this much? Very good, I'm very happy that all of you are slicing it. So it will be very easy for you to next time analyze yourself, whether your perception is right or wrong. If you do that, you will give slack to the other person and understands that if he has perceived wrong, you will have the patience to explain to him why he has perceived it wrong. Are you able to understand?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, next one, perception. All these things relate to perception. This is what we were discussing about. Now we will see reality, understanding the situation, context of the target, your memory, your knowledge or experience, you can say. Cognition. Cognition is how you analyze, how you logically reason something, how you are debating on something. Vision. Vision is how you are able to foresee something. Right? And sensory system. All these leads to perception. Right? In that, you have to reinforce on one thing, vision. That comes with age and experience, foreseeing. That is very important. Why you have to foresee is like steps ahead of. That will help you in understanding correctly what this leads to. That will help you to come back to the correct perception. And as we have discussed, our sensory things. All these 5 sensory things helps a lot in perception, right? Because first thing is what you see. When you see what only you want to see and you are missing other things, gone. Your perception is wrong, right? So the first thing is your eye. You have to see through it properly to perceive something. You should not miss the other things. That is why other things comes in. Your knowledge, your vision, and your experience comes in to see through that. See the other things around, right? Okay, I'll tell you a small story so that you will understand. You will remember this always. There was a small sub-bridge and a container wanted to go through the bridge. Container vehicle, it went, and in the half of it, because of the height of the bridge, the container got stuck, right? The driver is not able to move forward or move backward. It is stuck. The container is exactly stuck into the bridge. So everything came, that all the, what do you say, para forces came, right? Police force, a fire engine, because the bridge is stopped, nobody is able to move. Everyone is giving their own suggestion. We can distract the bridge a little bit so that it can move. Or we can, what do you say, take the container, cut the container top and move. All these kind of suggestions were coming in, but everything will take time, right? It has to be decided. Distracting a bridge is not easy. It has to come through a lot of file work. Cutting the container is also not easy. So they are discussing, brainstorming is going on. And the commissioner is standing, and there was a tug on his shirt. So he was looking down, a small boy is standing, a adolescent boy is standing, and he asked, "What? Why are you calling me?" He said, "You can decrease the air pressure on all the tires of the lorry, so the container will come down few inches, then we can take it backward." That was the solution, right? How all the other experienced people were not able to get the solution, which is so easy to do without distracting anything. Why they missed it? Anyone?
Because they focused on the top level.
Very good. Exactly. The small boy's height was such that he was not able to see the top, but mostly on the bottom level, tires. So they were thinking about decreasing the top side where his vision is lower, so he thought about decreasing the bottom side. Right? Simple as that. So perception starts with what you see, right? Then it goes with other things. Your knowledge, your expertise. Sometimes expertise itself is a hindrance here. See, they are big people, they think big way. Small people can even think about the smaller ways, right? So we come to the next step of perception, learning. Learning is the next thing in the behavioral lessons, okay? Learning is a change in behavior acquired through experience. Every day we change. Our behavior change. We grow and we change. And the learning we say is not essentially the learning you are thinking now, what you are perceiving now. Because we are so stereotypical. When the word learning is said, immediately you will think about education. Am I right? Most of you thought about the book learning.
Yes.
Learning comprises of everything. Learning is everywhere, every moment, till the day we die. Right? So now can you see the perception? Immediately you would have gone to that one, learning. No, this learning is behavioral learning. This happens from the moment you are born with. You are learning
Life lessons, kind of life lesson.
Yes, observing. How you learned your mother tongue? Anybody taught you? No, just observing. right? You are just hearing to the thing again and again and again, some language they are speaking, somehow you understood with the body language mixed with the words. See, the first time understanding a language is such a tough task, difficult task. Imagine now, with one language you can learn the other one. You can say the meaning of this is that you can learn. How about the first time? First time, how you learn the meaning of one word? Water. How you know water is this one you drink? Are you able to understand? So it is an experience. Your mother says water and shows a bottle and feeds you your sensory, your thirst, your experience, your hearing, all these things together mixed and gave you your learning that water means water. Are you able to understand? That is it. Learning is the base of your behavior. It happens every moment, right? Through experience. That experience comprises of all these things, right? Whatever you are seeing, tasting, listening, hearing, all these things. Okay. It is a process of acquiring new understanding, knowledge, behavior, skills, values, attitudes, and preferences. That is why education cannot give you this, Education is only making you skilled of few things, right? And if you are, as a parent, as all of you are adults now, I take it granted that most of you are in your middle age. In that case, so what happens if you are a parent, right? Remember that it is not only the school education or the college education that is going to give your children the learning experience. It is outside, it is everywhere, right? So learning is a process. You are acquiring new things. When you can acquire the new knowledge and things, when you are open to the new things, right? So it includes all the things. You learn behavior, you learn knowledge, you learn skills, values, attitudes, and preferences also, right? So these values and attitudes and beliefs we will see in the next topic. For now, let us go to the next one. We call the learning as three things. One is classical conditioning theory, right? This is process of modifying the behavior. Let me see whether we have that slide. No, okay. So classical conditioning is process of modifying the behavior. Actually, this is an experiment done by Pavlov. We call it as Pavlov's theory, conditioning of if you mind your behavior. How he does that is with a dog. At a particular time, say 12 o'clock, he rings a bell and feeds the dog with a biscuit. Okay? He continues doing this. At one point of time, he doesn't ring a bell, but by 12 o'clock, he just feeds the dog. So after some time, 12 o'clock, without the bell, without the biscuit, the dog starts salivating, expecting that it is 12 o'clock and I am going to get a biscuit. Right? This is what is called as classical conditioning. Conditioning of theory. Conditioning of your behavior. So, when you are doing one thing again and again, so what happens? It becomes a habit and it becomes a behavior. Right? It's a big theory actually. You can, if you are interested, you can study more about that from any book. It's a very famous theory, Pavlov's theory, right? So, this is what we call as conditioning of one's behavior. We say that pulling the desired outcome, right? We do that a lot of times. See, for example, you want something to be done from your younger siblings. What do? You tell them that you do this, I will give you that. You are pulling the desired behavior from them, right? Classically conditioning. The second one, operant conditioning. It's the same thing with positive or negative consequences. Not only motivation, giving some consequence, punishment, or award or reward. Operant conditioning. You are having something as a consequence. As just now I told you, you give something for a job. right? So operant conditioning. So you will be expecting that, and that behavior can be pulled from that person. Now, can you relate your organization, your employment with this? How much conditioning we are getting done or we do to others without our knowledge? Right? If you are a manager, you will be applying this, conditioning the employees to pull the desired behavior from them. Right? Say, for example, in a workplace, you cannot allow a person to conflict or beat other person. So that is not a desired behavior. You want to pull the desired behavior. You want to make him punctual. You want to make him act as. See, in the chat box, I would request that if it is concerned to the class, it is better. Other chats can be taken later. Right? It will be disturbing for others too. So please don't use the chat box for chatting in between the classes. Okay? Thank you. Okay, so come back. So in an organization, what happens? You can pull the desired behavior through conditioning of the employees, right? Okay.
And this is
the next one is
Skinner theory. Skinner theory on that.
What is that?
Skinner theory on that. Operant conditioning theory.
Yes, exactly. Then third one is reinforcement theory. It enhances the chances of desirable behavior. You are reinforcing it again and again. Like, reminders. You say to the person again and again, or you can, by action also, you can show that. Say, for example, in the mechanic shop, right? In the mechanic work floor, they are not keeping the things as desired to be in the place, or they are not keeping it clean. Reinforcement theory can be through reminders, or make them clean with some punishment, or externally doing it. You do it continuously. So you reinforce it again and again. This we do from education also. In schools, you can see that. We teach, then we keep some model exams, test. Again, summarizing that, then reinforcements classes, like this. So what happens when you are hearing that, when you are doing that again and again, it becomes your behavior. Till it becomes your desirable behavior, it can be reinforced. Right? So these are the basic learning theories. We are not getting into that very deeply because of want of time. Just I am giving you the introduction. Those who are interested, you can go back and learn it. It will be very helpful for working in the organization and in managing the people, right? Okay, those who are specializing in HRM, we will be seeing this in deeper senses in the third and fourth semester also. Okay, right. The next topic is personality. I think I can take till another 10 minutes because already because of power problem we had lost some 10 minutes. So we go back. We'll take some 10 minutes, okay, with your permission. So personality is the next topic we are going to see. See, this is the basic of an individual, okay? See, individual personality has a lot of components in it. What are they? I've given you some. Like skills, abilities, perceptions, attitudes, values, beliefs, ethics, all these things together. That is what it makes you a personality together. But colloquially, what do we often do a mistake, when we say about personality, we think it is their physique. Right? It is not right. A personality is not only how they look. A personality is essentially how they want you to look, how they make themselves presentable, how they display themselves. That is a personality. Okay? Not the exterior, not how the physique is, not how beautiful they are. Do you get my point? Personality is very deep. It is underneath the exterior. Personality has lot of components, all these things. Okay? So personality is relatively a stable set of characteristics that influence the individual behavior. This is the right definition actually. Right? Why I have given you stable set of characteristics, because it is not easily changeable. It's not flexible. A personality is more solid underneath. Okay? Maybe the layers on the top may change. But the core of the person, that stays. Okay? But how does that core forms? It is not born with you. Right? You are born with some natural, through the DNA. Some genetics, they say, hereditarily you catch some of it, some qualities. But not all. Your personality is formed. That core person is formed through family, culture, education, friends, religion, food. Can you believe food also determines your personality? It's a very interesting study. All the other things I think you can easily understand. Family is the first and foremost determinant of your personality. Where you were born, whom you are born with, who is your parents, who are your siblings. They determine the first part of your personality. You cannot evade that. Who are you? Who your family is. That is the relativeness between these two. Right? Because the formative years you are growing with your family. They tell you the world what it is. So you learn the world through them. As I told you, first impression, perception lives with you with the past experiences. Right? Then the culture. In which culture you are brought up. That is very important for your personality because it gives you the basic ethics of your core personality. Right? The values is determined by the culture. Then education. You get into school, you get books, your world changes. The books open up a new world. A lot of stories you start studying. You start studying about other geographical areas, other parts of the world, other cultures. Right? So through the books, new world opens. Now your brain opens up to, learning opens up to new areas. So your personality started having layers upon these two cores what the family and culture has created. Right? You have started becoming a person. You are taking up new things into your life. Friends, they are also great influencers. They decide what you should study, what you should see. Right? And then religion, faith. You can take it as a faith, beliefs. We'll finish value and belief and then I'll come to food. Then we will stop it here, okay? Let me see whether I have a slide for...
Ma'am, actually, this
Yes.
slide, personality depending on the food, function
Yes.
of food, right?
Yes.
We do understand because that is like, a belief system in India that like, food is also influence personality.
Yes.
So, but is there any scientific method is been done for this?
Yeah.
Any case studies there, madam?
Yes, that's why I wanted to...
I'm interested actually to know about this.
Yeah, I'll say that. Before that, I'll explain his values, attitudes and beliefs. Then we will move on to that. Okay. See, these values are an interesting one. Most of the time we are, we are taught to perceive, when you say value, what comes first to your mind? Monetary value. What is the value of this 5,000? What is the value of that 50,000? Value is not that. What is that? That is monetary value. Right? At the core, you have a value for everything. Right? You attach value for everything. There was one Tamil film where a thief, wherever he sees, when he sees a chain in a lady's neck, he will immediately put a tag to that in his imagination. How much it will be worth? A watch, how much it will be worth? A imaginary tag, monetary tag. Like that, all of us have tags for everything. But that is not monetary. It depends on many things. We have emotional value, we have cultural value, social value, technical value, and family value, religious value, right? A lot of values are there. Say, for example, a watch. This may cost around 3,000. But if you give me even 10,000, I may not sell it to you because I have attached emotional value to it. Maybe my son has gifted it to me. Are you able to understand that the value of money attached to this is lesser than the emotional value I attach to this? Right? Like this, the value system of a personality most often decides your behavior. Right? See, in the organization, you are forced to take a bribe and do something, forced to do something. If your value of honesty is too strong, you may deny that, or even you may quit the job. Your behavior will be based upon the value you relate to that particular situation. Are you able to understand?
Yeah, ma'am, it also comes from the family background also.
Yes, of course. That's why I told you. Those are the core, the culture and family base is the solid core. Based on that, you started developing all these things, values. So on that, your attitude changes. Attitude also, again, I'm telling you, like value, attitude is also wrongly perceived as a negative thing. We used to say that person is having an attitude as a negative attitude. Wrong. That is negative attitude. What you are meaning is negative attitude. Attitude is a neutral word. Attitude is how you react to a situation. It may be positive, it may be negative. Right? So attitude is your way of telling, way of responding, way of behaving to a given set of situations. Right? This attitude will be a pulled up concept based on your values and other things as a personality. Right? So attitude is your showcase. Attitude is your displaying mechanism of how you feel. Right? So a person's attitude will show his belief. So what is that belief? Belief is again a core system which is a base for your actions. What you believe, you react. Right? But belief is a little bit flexible when compared to all the other concepts what we were discussing about. Belief is the topmost layer. Belief can be changed. What you believe today, you may change tomorrow. Okay? So yesterday your action may be something else to a given situation. Today it might be different. Right? But overall you remember, a person changes. Every day we change. We grow, or sometimes we may not grow, but we change. Because every day we take in some experience. Through the experience, every day we take in some learning. Through the learning, every day we get matured, the perception changes and the personality changes a little bit every day, every moment. Right? Who you were yesterday, you are not today. You are a changed person today. Maybe it's a minuscule change, but you are changed. Remember that. So don't ever think that you understood a person totally. Don't ever say that I know that person 100%. No, that was till last second, not this second. This second, maybe his belief is changed. When his belief is changed, he is going to change. His actions will change. Are you able to understand? It will take one moment to change the belief, Say, for example, you are believing in, a freedom to have a rifle. Right? I read a news in US that there is a school shootout. A person came with a rifle, with a licensed rifle, and shot some few students. My belief changes. I don't want now that the rifle license can be given. There should be no freedom for the license. Now I am a changed person. Are you able to understand? My personality is the same. I believe in goodness, but my belief changes. My action for now. If you ask me to vote for the freedom for rifle, yesterday I would have voted yes. Today I will vote no. Are you able to understand? So this is the basic values, attitudes, belief. A personality is a all-rounded one. You will understand a person based on all these things. Your perception on a person's actions should be based on all these things. Next time when you have a conflict with a person, remember that that person has some justification. Try to understand that perception. It will be very easy to resolve that conflict. Right? You may be superior or subordinate. As I promised AK, I'll take 2 minutes to explained that also. Food, as you like AK, I was also believing all these things. My belief system was such that through the Hindu mythology and Veda, that I believed that food also has 3-4 kinds. Like you are, because you eat rough food, like you eat meat, you become very strong and you are a warrior. You eat very light food, it helps you for your mathematics ability, like that. It is true to some extent. Okay, the studies say that one superfood is what do you say? White pumpkin. Why? Because white pumpkin is the only food that can rejuvenate the brain cells. No other food can do that, because our skin can rejuvenate easily the cells. Every day they say that 90% of skills are gone and new set of cells are rejuvenated, but not for brain cells. Like our hair goes off when you get aged, bald. Same way, brain cells also can go away. They will just drop off and it cannot be rejuvenated if you become bald. That is why you lose memory when you are aging. The memory cells go away, right? So they say that white pumpkin is the only food that can rejuvenate the brain cells. This is one thing. And when you eat the meat kind of food, you become stronger, and when your physique is very strong, automatically you are ready to fight. So when a situation presents, your behavior instead of flight will take up fight, because your body is ready to do that. Are you able to understand? So your body also is a agent for your behavior. If you are so fragile and you are weak, your body will tell you to run away from the situation instead of fighting. You get my point? So food helps that. But last year I read one article, and that has changed my belief system. It says that usually they say you are what you eat, right? But that particular article by a doctor said that you are what your guts ask you to eat. You know what is guts? Guts is our stomach with a lot of bacteria. We say good bacteria is good. So the guts send the signal to your brain to eat what they want to do. That bacteria, what they crave to eat, that is called as craving. Sometimes you think that I want to eat sugar, I want to eat sweets. That means your bacteria are asking you to eat sugar, sending signals to your brain. That feels like a craving to sugar. He has proved it with a scientific study. So what you can polarize with that, and you should know that how do you get this bacteria, from your predecessors, right? That is still an interesting thing. When you come out of your mother's womb, you are taking up good bacteria from your mother, and your mother's mother can give you the good bacteria just by kissing you, right? So that is how we cultivate this, and that is how the food acts as a basic for the behavior, right? And still it can be polarized that you can change this guts behavior by introducing some other good bacteria to your guts, right? It is a study goes on like that. So you can believe that food changes your personality for sure. Now I believe with the scientific study.
Yeah,
Right?
thank you, ma'am. That's right. What you said is white pumpkin actually removes the toxins from the body a lot.
Yes, and rejuvenates the cell. That is also a proven study.
That's the Indian practice. That's why we use a white pumpkin in many of the festivals also.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for patience listening. Already I have taken up your time for clarifying the doubts, I think. So if you still have any doubts, kindly note it down. We will meet in next Saturday and we will clarify the doubts by that time. Okay? I don't want to take your lunch time. Go have a happy lunch and we will meet next Saturday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
most of you would be understanding and knowing this already. That is called as motivation.
One question, ma'am.
Yes, AK.
Because of the, the duration is very short. We are nearing to the exams. Can we concentrate mostly on this PowerPoints, to write the exams, or is there any specialized way of to?
I don't exactly get your question. Can you again repeat it?
No, the syllabus what you are teaching in this PPTs, can we focus mainly on these topics only for writing the exams?
I don't understand exactly the syllabus. What we have is what we are teaching. So your questions will be based on the syllabus only.
Okay, are you going to cover the 100% of the syllabus because the time duration is very less now?
Yes, we do that. That means, see, you have to understand that these papers are on par with your regular MBAs, right? So the syllabus what you are studying is almost what your counterparts in the regular department study, right? And you know how much classes we take for them. Obviously, the whole semester we take, right? So there will be that difference. So we are trying to comprise it for 8 hours, which is really a very big task, and we try to make justice at the most possible way. So you cannot expect that we can be as elaborate as in the regular class. So see, this is after distance education, and you are supposed to have the self motivation and self learning, right? So that is how it is expected. So actually, if you say the philosophy of this PCP classes are facilitation only, we are supposed to clarify the doubts in 8 hours. You have to study. That's why it is conducted before the examination, so that you have studied and you will come with doubts for clarification, and we will do that. But in practical thing, it's not happening. Most of you are not preparing that much for the classes. So what we also have tuned to take as much as possible. Whatever we think is important, we deliver in the PCP classes. That's what happened.
So, ma'am, when we say that these classes are for clarifications, shall we expect the similar timeline for the second semester as well? That is, we have exam in the month of December, so we may expect PCP classes in the month of November.
No, not November. Usually it is conducted in September or October. Your classes are little delayed because UGC has given your admission till March, if you remember. Right? It was supposed to start by January, but as per UGC's dates, what happened? It was extended till March. So that is why we have to finish up, and then it has been delayed till May. Otherwise, this would have happened in the end of March or April. Right? So for December exam, it would not happen because December exam, as usual, will be conducted in September or October or together. Right? It will not certainly be on November. Anything else?
No, ma'am, that's it. Very good topic, ma'am. Motivation. We need a lot of it.
Yeah, okay. And for your information, motivation is again, in the exam point of view, it is a very important topic. You can expect few questions from motivation in A part as well as B part, right? So you can concentrate on this topic and study further. Okay, right. So we start with motivation, and I think most of you have heard about that and you have experienced this motivation also. So what is actually motivation? It is a state of disequilibrium, we say. That is, when you feel motivated, what happens to you is actually you are not able to sit still. Are you able to understand? You are sleeping nicely the whole night. Morning, unless you are motivated, you don't get up from the bed. So something is driving you to get off from the bed. It might be anything, right? It may be that physical happenings inside your body, or the hunger, or the deadline you have to meet with your office. It could be anything, right? Internal or external. But something is making you restless, making you feel the urge to get away from the place you are sitting or do something. That is exactly motivation, right? So what is that do something? What it wants? Exactly, that is the word. The want of you. You want something, right? And you need something. Unless you get satisfied of that need, you cannot be again peaceful. That restlessness will be there, right? So that is what we call as motivation. That factor that is driving you off, right, is motivation. So what happens to the need, the want? It transforms itself to desire, right? Because desire is more stronger. When you desire something, you want to devise something, you want to devise a plan to achieve it, right? So this as a stimulation, right? It acts as a stimulation and it forces you to achieve the desired goal. Okay, so this is how motivation works. So what is motivation? How this, you can see the arrow flowing towards motivation. You have a determined goal and you believe in yourself, believe in the self-competency, whether I'll be able to achieve it, yes. And positivity towards the environment. And you believe in the system. All these four things will lead to motivation. So these are smaller definitions for you to understand what is motivation. Is a word derived from the motive. What is motive? Which is need, desire or want, right? So the individual is driven because of this need or desire. So it is a process of stimulating people to actions to accomplish the goals, right? So it includes all the things, like it includes start from the need, want and then desire and about the plan, then implementing the plan. Everything happens because of the need you have, right? So employees who are adequately motivated to perform will be more productive, more engaged and feel more invested in their work. This is what we need now. You should understand that motivation is a psychological concept, right? So we are taking that from that branch of study and we alter it to match with our thing which is called as employee motivation, right? And employee motivation is, you can very well sync with that motivation of every individual in the society, sociological motivation, right? So what do we say? Exactly like in the life, if you are motivated, you are doing something. In the organization also, if you are motivating your employees, they will perform better. They will not rest. The restlessness is that they want to achieve something. So they will be more invested in the works, right? And one thing you should remember is happy employees are not motivated employees. Why? Happiness when it comes, when you are satisfied, when you have done something, when you have achieved something, you feel happy, you are satisfied. So when you have happy employees in the organization, that doesn't essentially mean that you have motivated employees and your productivity is going to increase. No, it is vice versa, right? Because it might lead to, stagnation. Because once they are satisfied, unless they have any other need in their mind that is converted into desire, they may not work properly. Are you able to understand? So these are the basic things you should understand about the motivation, right? So there are two types of motivation. What are they? First one is extrinsic motivation. The second one is intrinsic motivation. I think you know about this too. Just I will tell what it is. Extrinsic motivation is which comes from outside, right? Say for example, when you get a reward, they say that when you finish 100 pieces per day, when you are able to finish 100 quality pieces per day, you will be given say a bonus of 15%, right? So what happens? My desire will be that 15% of bonus. I may get this much of money. That is my desire. I want to get it, right? So what do I do to get that? I will devise a plan of action. What is that? To achieve that 100 units. Are you able to understand? If you are not giving me this desire, I am not driven by this 15%, I will do as much as possible. of course, right? Because I may get incentive for every unit, but I will not have that target of 100 units. Are you able to understand? Till I touch that target, I will not be satisfied. The desire is that. So I will be working towards it. That motivation will be pushing me towards that particular 100 units. So how this is done? This comes from the external factor. This is like I'm bought or I'm commanded. They are saying that you finish 100 units, I'll give you that. So I will be moving towards that. Right? This is extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is for internal reasons. Right? Say there is no particular value or anything I'm going to achieve that, but I'll get a pleasure of doing something. I feel that, see, for example, I tell myself, I have reached up to 98 units per day, right? I'm producing. So 100 is a good number. Suddenly I think that, what if I can reach 2 more units per day and reach 100 units? How happy it would be. I can reach 3 digits. Just for that challenging pleasure, the winning concept, right? So this is intrinsic motivation. You want to do that because you have the desire to do that, right? It is not that you are not going to get anything else. Just you will be happy. You will go tell your friends that, see, I have finished 100 units per day, right? So this is how intrinsic motivation works. So these two are the types of motivations. Okay. And still, there are a lot of basic concepts on that, how to understand. But as you all know, we are having very limited time. So we will move on to the exam point of view again, which is important for the exam, theories. A lot of motivation theories are there. I have taken a few. Again, those who are often asked in the examination. The first one, Maslow's theory, is very important for exam point of view. It's often asked. And general questions can be there. Explain some motivation theories. You can very well start with Maslow's theory and any 1 or 2 theories. Okay, so we will be seeing the motivation theories one by one. You have to remember a few things before you want to see the previous slide. Yes. Okay. Okay, Kumar and Karthik. You may know why you want that? Okay, shall I move that? Okay. Before getting into the theories, you should remember in your mind fewer things that these theories are not exactly made for management, right? For organizations. These are, remember, sociological theories. This is for the society in general, about the people, right? So we try to match it to management. And all the theories have exceptions, right? They are based on assumptions of a group of people in general, but there may be individuals who need not exactly match with that. So exemptions are there, right? With that, we go to the theories one by one. Okay, this is a very big chapter actually. I try to tell you as much as possible. Okay, the first one is called as Maslow's need hierarchy theory. This is contributed by a person called Abraham Maslow. Okay, so we call it as Maslow's theory or need hierarchy theory. By the name itself, you can easily understand need hierarchy, right? When you are arranging the needs one above the other on the basis of the hierarchy, priority, then we call it as need hierarchy theory, right? So what do? He tries to take 5 important factors in life which a person needs when he is growing, right? Why a person is doing all the things in the life which we all do. What is the first one? Physiological needs. See, I would often say in the class that which is the biggest motivation factor, which keep all of us running? Hunger. Imagine when you don't feel hungry at all, what we would be? Like a sloth, we will be sleeping. Unless you need food, unless you feel that hunger, which makes you restless if you remember, right? Restless, you feel desire for the food, you do anything to get that. If you see basically what all of us are doing all the time, we'll be having that as a base, right? Why our forefathers get out of the cave to hunt, which is very risky for the food. Otherwise, they will not come out of the cave at all, right? They have to fight with the animals to get the food, even though it is risky. They wanted that outcome, which is, what do you say? The restlessness has to be satisfied. What is that? Hunger. So that is physiological needs. Any person, right? Any living being for that matter, this is the first and foremost need. Once you eat well, you need a place which gives you the feeling of safety to sleep in, right? That is the next need. Security needs. So physiological and security needs are the basic needs. You need to have food. You need to have a place to feel secure. You need to have, you can interpret like this in management. You need, if you get a job, you will get 3 times food, right? So that gives a security feeling. So you are satisfied with whatever job you have. Okay, I have a job so that I can have 3 times food. So I feel secure. Till you have that, nothing else comes to your mind, right? There is a, what do you say, a poem I remember, you know. They say that only when your stomach is full, you can see the moon as your lover's face or a beautiful girl's face for that matter, right? If you are hungry for 3-4 days, it will look like a roti or bun or idli, right? Because we will be thinking of that only if you are hungry. Are you able to understand? So this is exactly the basic steps of motivation. Once you satisfy that need, I am filled, my stomach is filled, I have a job, secure, right? I have salary, so can I be happy with what I have? No. You will start thinking about the next need called social needs. What next? Right? Social needs. People to approve of your things, that I am good. Okay? Okay, I'm happy. I got married, I have children, I have pets, house, job, everything. Can I be happy? No. After some time, what happens? You get the next need of motivation, which is called as self-esteem. What is a self-esteem? You have been approved by the society, right? Okay, you are a family, you have everything, you have a good job, you have a car, but you want to show your dominance, right? Self-esteem is how you can wield the authority or power over others, right? At least you need a pet that if you call, it should run to you. You feel happiness, satisfied. That is self-esteem. Your son should listen to you. He should not answer back. Self-esteem. Because you start feeling that I own these things. Right? That motivation comes. Okay. Now you are a general manager. You have a lot of people under you. You have a driver, security. On your buzzer, people comes running to you. Okay? You have the self-esteem need fulfilled. What next? Can you be happy with this? No. Then comes the important need which you are motivated to attain, which is called as self-actualization. What is self-actualization? After achieving all these things, you suddenly ask a question. Is this me? Is this my core competency? Or in management, say we say the term. Or in philosophical and as per the theory, we can say, who am I? What am I doing? Is this me? What I have acquired, the wealth, power, or the people, affiliation. Is this enough? Is this I wanted in my life? Right? Very tricky question, very tough question, and that comes most probably in the older age, where you cannot redo everything, right? So people who gets actualized will find the inner self and they will search for the inner peace, right? So this is how Maslow gives the theory. And the advantage of theory is you can interpret a lot. As I have told you a lot of terminologies, as are my interpretations on this theory. You can interpret yourself, how, where you fit in, right? But it's a beautiful theory. You can see for yourself what is your motivational need, where you are standing and where you want to go next, right? But before going to the next theory, you should understand fewer things on this theory, that this has few exceptions too, right? Like it is not that everyone has to go through all these steps, because most probably all of us will be starting our life with the third step, right? Because all of us may not have felt hunger. You get my point? You may not be having starved. That need of motivation has driven you to go search for food, right? A day food. Then the second one, security needs, like that. So most probably when you have good parents, you have a shelter on your head. Mostly the people starts in the third phase. You start searching for a social motivational need, or maybe security needs. When you are searching for a job and you don't get it, you might have felt that security need, that I need a job. Then once a job is settled, you may go for social. But there are people who stop with social, right? Say, I have a family, nicely, a job, car, okay, that is enough. I'm contented with my life. I can pull on my life like this. There are people. And there are people who stop with self-esteem at all. Okay, I got power. I don't have to go for self-actualization, right? And there are people who stop with security also. Don't go for socialization. They'll not marry. But even though they don't marry, you can see some people will have a, old age home or orphanage. So that is their way of fulfilling the social needs, right? So like this, there are exceptions for this theory, and that is why we give this pyramid shape. So the population in physiological needs will be very high, and the self-actualization will be very low. People moving to the last need will be very low proportionately when compared to the other needs, right? So are able to understand this, because all I have made like this so that you can understand other theories easily. Any doubts in this one? Yes, ma'am. Okay, no doubts. So we move on to the next theory. Yes?
Ma'am, the psychology theory, please explain.
Yes, Akhil, I don't understand.
Please explain the... Ma'am, please explain the physiological theory. First one.
Physiological.
Yeah.
Yeah, physiological needs is the food and house. That's why I given the diagram like this. This diagram actually I do it myself. So that's why to easily understand I have given you the pictures also. Food and a house, physiological needs. You cannot sleep in rain or out, right? So you need a place. Physiologically, your body has to be healthy. So you need to be under a roof. And you need food. That is a physiological need. You have to fulfill these two. Unless these two are fulfilled, you will not think about any of the other things. Right? That is why we say that is a basic need. Physiological or basic needs. Unless you eat, you will not go for self-esteem. You will not search for a girl, or you will not search for self-actualization. Right? And as I told you, exceptions, you can see that there are saints, or if you go to Haridwar or Rishikesh, you would have seen saints, with one begging bowl, we say. And they will sleep in some chatram. So you can see that they fulfill this physiological need and skip all the 3 steps, and directly they'll go to self-actualization. So self-esteem, social needs, everything fulfilled at a very young age, right? So maybe that is why at a very young age he has gone for self-actualization, right? So that is why I given like that. Are you able to understand now? Can we move to the next one? Right. So the next one is called as ERG theory. That is existence, relatedness, growth. You can see that what we have studied in the previous theory is considered into three, that's all. Existence is first two, physiological and security together. Whatever you need as physical and material needs, right? That is existence. For existence, whatever you need, that is the first need you will have to fulfill. Unless you satisfy the need, you cannot move further. You will not be motivated to go to the next step. What is that? Relatedness. You want to get related to people, right? Social interaction. You cannot evade this thing at all, right? If you are left alone, there is no relatedness, you cannot exist. That is why this theory has the flexibility of going back, right? So relatedness is fulfilled. That is fulfilled. You go for growth. The growth is self-esteem and actualization, right? You are growing inner self, right? And there is a hindrance in that. You are not able to grow. That is not satisfied. There is a lot of chance you reprogress, demoted to the previous one. So it is like you will be circling. You have to keep these things satisfied to move further, or else you go back to the previous need itself, right? That is the ERG theory. It says about the existence, relatedness, and growth. If you get frustrated, if you are not able to fulfill one need, it reflects in the other need. This is, what do you say? This is very applicable in the organizations also, because you can see that people who has problem in the social interactions in the organization cannot grow. And once in the growth, that is, he becomes a superior manager. And because of that, he is not able to once again be with the gang. He is not able to go to the party for the previous peers. He only got promoted. In that case, he will feel that social need, and there is a possibility that he come back to the social need. Are you able to understand? So the growth get hindered, and he has to come back, fulfill the social need to move back to the other need. Right? So that is the only difference in that theory. Okay. Because Maslow has given only bottom up. Okay. So the next theory is by McClelland. This is McClelland theory. Once again, he also, it is like most probably ERG theory. So what he says, there are three needs: need of power, affiliation, achievement. You have these three needs burning, right? If you are an employee in any organization, you want these to be more suitable for management than other theories, right? So in any organization, you can match these things. There will be three kind of people, if you say, who will give the priority for what kind of need they have, right? Every human is different, as you see. Some people will like to be in a team. He will be a very good team player. Then he becomes a manager. Some people will be very good as a leader and manager, not a very good socialized person. So you can identify that what kind of need they have, right? Once you understand these theories, it will be easy for you to manage your subordinates or yourself, right? So this is McClelland theory, which says that any given employee will be having a need among any of these three, right? So you have to identify what they are craving for, and if you facilitate them to achieve that particular need, then they will be searching for the other need, which they will be good at, right? Employee will be having motivational factor or demotivational factors, right? So it is, the success is in identifying which is motivating him or which is demotivating him, right? So you can see that I listed out all these things. Positive job satisfaction when you will get, when a person who is having the motivation factors, right? What is that? Achievement. He will get easily motivated with recognition or responsibility. Can you imagine that some people, if you give them some responsibility, that accountability to do those things, they will be easily motivated. Or promotional opportunities, career avenues, personal growth, if you send them for training, or the interest, create some interest in the job, right? So these things will go up. You can read from the bottom up also. You create the job interest, their employee engagement will be more, they will more emotionally invested with the job. So which will be leading them to personal growth. They'll feel satisfied. And once they are personally satisfied and they are doing the job well, they will be getting the promotional opportunities. So authority and responsibility increases. They will get rewards, recognitions, and they will feel in their highest motivation level. It goes up, right? One by one, they will be satisfying all these needs. And what could go wrong? Why they will deep down dive? Why is that? Because when a person is not satisfied with the interest, the job, if he is not interested, now think, come down. What will happen? He will not be happy with the rate of pay or the security or the supervision, how he is getting done. He will not liking his superiors, or he will find fault with the company policies. And so all these will result in a conflict in the organization. He will often fight with the people around him. He will not be satisfied with that. So what will happen? This will result in a complete disaster, job dissatisfaction or demotivation, right? So these are the two factors. So we need to identify and nip it in the bud itself. When a person you feel that he is going to deep dive, he is in the bottom down, he is not having the motivation in the job, that will lead to a lot of things which will not be good for the organization as well as the individual, right? So the next one is called as Room theory, contributed by Room, right? What he says is a little bit scientific theory which can be calculated, the expectancy, instrumentality and balance, right? So what he says, when a person believes in the performance, that he is going to get some output, right? What has to do for that? That is instrumentality. And balance is the value. What is the expectation he put on that particular motivation, that particular action, right? So motivation will make him find a way to increase his performance through some instruments. Instrumentality, what he is going to use, and the expected outcome will be the value he will be expecting for that particular action, right? The next one is equity theory. This is actually, you can see it's a basically economical theory actually. I have given you a picture for easily to understand that. Most often we think that in your workplace, equality is very important, right? But this theory will help you understand that equity is more important than the equality, right? Why? Because now come to the first picture. You imagine that it's like a balance, right? Most of you are working. How much input you are giving to the job? You wake up early in the morning, you are dressing up, you rush to the office, right? Why all this you are doing? It starts from that point, right? All this you are doing for the job. So you calculate that also as an effort. And you are sacrificing a lot of family time. You are putting a lot of hours, your competencies, your capabilities, your education, expertise, knowledge, all these things you are giving as an input, right? So you want to see the outcome which is equal to that, right? So what is that you are expecting? You want recognition, you want a good salary, you want promotions, you want career growth in that. When this balance weighs down, when as we have discussed, in a mission floor, some 10-15 people are working. And because of the quality circle, quality circle not discussed with you, okay. In a mission floor, right? Some 10 mission men are working. One is highly motivated according to Herzberg theory, just for the intrinsic rewards. He is able to perform more, right? He is giving input. He is promoted as a foreman, supervisor. Now what will happen to the other people? That person is highly motivated because he got a promotion. But what happens on the other hand for the other people? They feel that they are not equally treated, right? The input is same, but the output is not same, right? So this is where the motivation comes down. So what we say, now come to the second picture, you will see the equality is when the organization treats everyone right, equal, right? See, all of them are given with a stool box to see the match. But what happens in the first picture? You may be distributing a equal incentive, equal salary to them, but They are not equal. So what happens? Equity is not there. Balance is not maintained. Are able to follow the point? So see the second part, in the second picture, second part. What is that? Now, according to their needs, the boxes are distributed. So what happens now? Equity is maintained. Balance is maintained. All of them can see the match. The outcome is same according to the people. According to the employees who are working in the organization. Are able to, so with that we complete all the motivation theories. As I have already told you, motivation is a very important concept in the exam point of view. So I would request you all to read through it, get used to those theories. And if it is a general question, you can write 1 or 2 theories, that is enough, right? No need to write all the theories. And if particular theories are asked, then you can explain it. And my kind tip is that whenever these kind of theories are asked, draw diagrams, right? Because every theory has a pictorial way of explaining that. When you are able to do this, draw these diagrams, that will be more impactful when you are answering. It shows that you have really studied the question. So do draw some diagrams in the examination. Any questions on motivation theories? Can we move to the next topic? Okay, as there are no questions, we are moving to the next one. Yes, I got yes from few. So we move to the next one called morale. Okay, so this topic is called the morale. Productivity, so I'm going to tell you what is the relationship between these two, productivity and morale. This morale and motivation often goes hand in hand, because if the morale is low, people will not get motivated, right? And people are motivated, then the morale will go high in an organization. So what is this morale? Morale is like a base for motivation. But one thing is, motivation is individually oriented. Every person has a separate level of motivation and the process works individually, uniquely. Right? What I will get motivation, the factors may not be similar to you, right? Because you may think that motivations are usually materialistic. No, not like that. Some people will not get happy when you give material things like incentives or money, perks, rewards and all. Some people, just a pat on the shoulder by the CEO or a higher authority, that will be the highest motivating factor for them, recognition. Right? So every individual differs. But morale is a collective concept. Right? Morale is a collective behavior. It works as in whole. In a workshop, say as we have said, all the 10 missionmen together, they can increase the morale or they can decrease the morale. It's not this, okay? For example, remember, everyone will be motivated, everyone will be friendly. Responsibility that there will be no disturbances during the class time. Okay? If you have any doubts, I think you can note it. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, madam.
Ma'am. Okay, starting with a question from Deepesh Mishra. Does we have to submit project? No, you don't have to submit project. The project is only for 4th semester. After you complete your 3rd semester exams, you can start working on 4th semester. and you can submit the project along with your 4th semester examinations. Okay, that is when you have to submit, because a project evaluation will be done along with your 4th semester paper. So remember that it should not be delayed, or it should not be submitted very earlier also. It is a paper in your 4th semester. Remember that. Okay, right. So shall we start the class?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So yesterday we have stopped with productivity and morale, if you remember, right? Any doubts you want to clarify with that? Productivity and morale? No. So we'll go to the next one, right? We'll go to the next topic. Right. So the next one is communication. I think you would have studied about communication already in your undergraduate studies, but still, see, a communication in an organization is very complex, but very important, right? Because see, any organization has, we have seen that directions and controlling, monitoring is very important. All these things will be possible if the organization is having a effective communication process flow, right? So what is this communication? Just in a lighter way I will tell you, so that because already you know all these things, it is a social interaction through messages, right? So in which the participant create and share information with another in order to reach a mutual understanding. Remember that. We often forget the second part. Okay, we are very interested in delivering what we think, what we have created. We want to share so desperately. So we forget the second part of communication itself, what it is. This is in order to reach a mutual understanding between the two. We forget to see that whether that person is understanding or not. Right? Hereafter, remember, any communication has two parts, delivering, receiving. Okay. Many of the times it is like, like Amazon delivery, the delivery is what you do. When you are not at home, they'll just put and go. Whether you received it or not, nobody knows. So don't do like that. A communication should be having the purpose resolved, right? So communication is a process in which there is some predictable relation between the message transmitted and the message received. This is another one important factor, predictable relation. See, there is a game, to understand this better. A group of people will be sitting in a round, and a facilitator who is conducting the game will give a message in the ears of the first person or any one person. So he has to relay that message in the second person's ear. He will relay the message to other person. He will relay the message to other person. So this round, when it comes to the end, now the facilitator will ask the last person what he told. You will be shocked to see how much the communication is damaged. What you receive at this end will be something else. What started, right? Why this happens? We will see that. Just before that, you just see these two quotes. It will be easier for you to understand the present scenario of communication. What is first Bunny is saying? I worry that Facebook is killing meaningful communication. And what the other one is saying? I like. Not even I like. Okay? So, what is that meaning? So, that is what the meaning is. It is killing the meaningful communication. And the other quote, it is for your thought. When you resort to attacking the messenger and not the message, you have lost the debate. This is another one problem in communication we often do, right? When you are not able to absorb the message, or if you are not able to counter the message, what we do often, we will attack the messenger, we will attack the person with something personal or anything. So what happens? You are killing the communication channel. That's all. Your message is also damaged. Your messenger is also damaged, and you have lost the debate. That's why we say in a debate, when you are fiercely communicating, it is always very easy to win the debate, but you will lose the person, right? So if you are courageous enough, what you will be doing, you can lose the debate, but you will win the person, right? So these are the things you should remember before getting into the communication process. So what are the fields of communication? Interpersonal communication between two, group communication, like we are sending a circular to the organizational members. Intercultural communication, when two office from two different countries are communicating. Professional communication, if you have to send a letter to the government or any other stakeholders. And mass communication, when you are addressing a gathering, right? So these are the major fields of communication in any of the organization, right? These are the communication places which you should understand when you are in that process, right? So any communication process for that has to answer all these questions properly, right? Who is saying, what he is saying, in which channel, to whom, with what effect, right? So to understand that, I have given you a small GIF. What it says, all I heard was blah, blah, blah. Who is saying?
Dog.
Yes, exactly. You can take it either way, you know. It may be the master of the dog who is saying, because the dog is going on talking. So you can say, all I hear is that you are saying blah, blah, blah. And it can be from the dog also. The dog saying to the master, all I hear is only blah, blah, blah. Are you able to understand? So this is how the communication process can go wrong and is going wrong often, right? Because we are not giving the importance to the process. We are not giving the importance of understanding what a real communication is, right? So whenever you have a communication hereafter, if it is important enough, you answer these questions. Who is saying, says what, in which channel, to whom, with what effect. A channel is a medium, like, you know, what language you are using, or whether you are using an email, or you are writing a letter, or just hand gestures, or even eye gestures, whatever it is. So you can answer these things so that you will be able to efficiently make a communication. So this is a model of the communication, you know. This is very important. If you understand this, you can understand the entire topic of communication. See, any communication starts with a source, okay? You want to communicate something, you want to deliver something. What is that? Your thought, right? Or something which has been given to your thought to say it aloud. So that is the source. So what is your understanding of the source is very important, because you are the one who is encoding that, right? I think it is getting merged, so I'll notice a little. Oh no, it is in the same grouping, so. Okay. Okay, right. So I'll tell you what it is, okay? So encoding has to be done, okay? What is encoding? What I have in my mind has to be transferred into a channel, right? Have to be transferred, communicated, or molded into that form which I can send it through that channel, right? So for example, now what is the channel I am using? English, right? So what I am doing, whatever thoughts I am having, I am trying to make it into a sentence with words of English. Are you able to understand? That is encoding. So what I am doing, then I am channelizing it. I am telling to you, after encoding here, I am saying it through my mouth to you, channel, right? And it reaches you. So what you are doing, it reaches your ears. Are you able to understand? I am using my mind and my mouth to send it. You are using your ears to receive, and that signal is given to your brain. You are now decoding it, right? Whatever I am sending to you, you are decoding. So this is receiver. You are decoding, you are receiving the message, right? So then whatever you understood, you are reciprocating it. You are giving me the feedback. You are giving me the answer. Right? What could go wrong? These three, encoding, channel and decoding, all are problematic places. There could be noise. We call it as noise first of all. Say for example, power can go, or there could be connectivity issue, or my voice is breaking, or my English is not okay with my pronunciation of English is not proper with what you are receiving. Are you able to understand? There are so many things. Like, you know, in India, the north and south pronunciation of English is so different. The dialect is so different. It may sound different to people who are from northeast or north. You get my point? So, a communication has to go through a lot of difficulties to reach the receiver, to get it interpreted in the same manner what I am thinking. If I can reach you with what I thought at first, that is the success of communication. 50% if I am reaching success of communication, most probably it is not. Why is that, you know? Because this is a continuous process, you can see. See, I am continuously talking. That means, while I am delivering the first sentence in my channel, through the channel, simultaneously my mind is doing the next string of words, the next sentence. Do you get my point? So, the same way, it is coming and just pouring in your side. What you have to do, you have to gather it. You have to listen to it. Then your brain has to interpret it. Then you will be ready for the next sentence. But continuously it is coming. So what happens? Sometimes you may miss in between. Are you able to understand? The flow, to maintain the flow is very tough. That is why you can see that we use pause. P-A-U-S-E, pause. That is very important in communication. That means I am giving myself a pause to think about what I am going to say next, and that pause will help you to break the sentences, interpret, get into your mind, and be ready for catching the next one. Are you able to understand this? So if you want the communication to be proper, you remember always, it is not only about you downpouring whatever you are thinking, but giving the time for the other person to listen, receive, interpret, again be ready for listening. Right? In between, we say the first lesson in communication, you know, be patient to listen. Listening is the first part of communication. And we are very poor in that. Right? If you are arguing or discussing with someone, and if it reaches a very hot point, what happens, you know? You will be so engrossed in your thought, you will be setting ablaze yourself with your thought, you will not give the respect of listening what the other person is saying. Right? Are you able to get my point? Now you can see how many times you would experience both ways. You would not have given time to the other person. Sometimes the other person would not have given time to reciprocate at all. So what you will get, you know, bitterness. Right? So that is where the conflict arises. When a person is not allowed to say something, or when a person thinks that you are not listened to, you get irritated, you get frustrated, and there the stress arises. Remember, this can be applied to any age. You always think that when you are talking, see, this is what do you say? We can say cultural barrier also for this, you know, like in India, we say that the children should not answer back. We never encourage that when we are talking, they should not answer back. Can you see where the frustration starts? Because when you listen something, obviously you want to reply to that. You have something as an answer to that. Because you are also a thinking machine. Everybody has a part in the brain which thinks. You cannot force one person to continuously listen. Right? Are you able to understand? So this is the exact model of communication. When you give time and understand how communication works, it will resolve a lot of problems in your day-to-day life, I say. Okay, just this is for again food for thought. Like what it says, listening to wife, or that means you can say listening. See, because I would always think all these cartoonists, maybe are male. So always they say the fun part as the wife being dominant, but the world is not so. You cannot generalize that. It is neutral, both ways. So you can make it listening to spouse. Listening to spouse is like reading the terms and conditions of website. You understand nothing. Still you say, I agree. Can you see how many times you press the I agree key? In when you're downloading installing any apps or anything. In mutual funds, when you are investing, or any important things, when it is having lot of pages, do we have time to decode and receive it? Do we have the patience to listen to the paper? We simply sign, I agree, right? So that is what the communication in the fast-paced world now. We are in the fast-paced world, so we don't have the time to sit, interpret, receive, and go to the next one.
Even
So
if you want to interpret that, ma'am, there is no option, because without accepting, we won't be able to navigate to the next page. So
you cannot say there is no choice, because instead of, see, when you are pressing the I agree key, if there is something you really don't agree, what will happen?
won't open, ma'am, or the website won't navigate.
Yes, but still, is it okay when you are agreeing to something which you are not agreeing in real life? What if something is there, a clause is there, which you are not willing to agree? Right? That's it. Yes. Yeah. So that is what. See, my meaning is not that you should not press I agree. Just I wanted to say that we are in such a pace, we are in a hurry pace where our communications has become, what do you say, like a ritual. You just nod your head. You just say, for example, every day you pass on a security. You say, he says good morning. You just nod your head and go, right? Maybe one day he's not saying good morning. Maybe he's saying your car is not locked. You will just nod your head and go. Do you get my point? We are so used to that half-baked communications because of, as I told you, that in Instagram or Facebook, we are so used to those things that we no more have the patience to listen to what is reality. If you want to experience that, you start listen to small kids. Try to interpret what they want to see. Try to see how animated they are, how happy they are to talk to, right? That time you will realize how pleasurable the listening is. It's not always a talking gives you the happiness, listening also will give you the same thing. That is a Tirukural in Tamil, Kural inithu, Yar inithu enba Kammakkal Mazhalichal Keladavar. What the meaning is, the people who has not heard the blabberings of their small child, infant, they only will say the flute is beautiful or any other musical instrument is pleasurable. Actually, the most precious thing, pleasurable thing would be your child blabbering something in the infant language, right? So like that. So listening can be also a good thing. So my point is that try to understand the real essence of communication so that it will be easier for you in your workplace to avoid the conflicts, right? We always think that we know communication. We are good in communication. That means your meaning is, I can talk whatever I want. That has become the colloquial meaning of I am good in communication. Not that. If you are good in communication, the first step is you will have the patience to listen to the other person. Right? Okay. So we come to the next topic in that. Non-verbal communication. What are these? It's very simple thing, This you really, all of you would have known by this age. Facial expressions. Right? When a guest is there at home, you will communicate with your mother or father with your eyes, that you're rolling your eyes or doing like this, which will show a lot of things, that you are tired, you are unhappy, you are happy, you are curious. right? So expressions can give. Then gestures. Gestures is like nodding your head or using your hands. See, this is a gesture. Thumbs up. What it says? It's okay. Not okay. Right? So gestures. Then postures and movements. This is kinesics, which is a like see nodding the head as again or postures. Like during the soft skill class in communication, we particularly talk about this. When you are going to the interview, your postures and movement will give away a lot. We call these are communication giveaways. Small things, will tell a lot about you. You may not know that you are giving these things away. Right? Yeah, I'll tell you a simple thing. When you are traveling in the car, traveling in a bus or something, the way you look outside, in which particular place your eyes are brightening, we can assess that whether you are hungry or you want coffee or you want to give a mail. Very simple giveaways. It gives involuntarily. So the postures and the way you move in interviews, or if you are a recruiter, you are interviewing, you can assess the person through the postures and the movement, whether they are nervous or they are having a good attitude or they are confident or low confident, whatever it is. By the postures itself, you can learn a lot. So keep a check on your postures also. It gives you away, right? The next thing is physical contact, proxemics we say. Like, it's a universal language we say. When someone is crying, what do? We give the shoulder, right? It's a very common language all around the world. You can say this is universal. Every part of the world has this. Hugging when one person is sad or very happy. So that means this physical contact can give more explanation, more deliberation than your words. Do you get my point? It's very simple. A pat on the shoulder or just, tearing off the tears or a hug, right? That says 1,000 words. That is why this is also a very powerful way of communicating. Then the clothes, hairstyle or appearances. These are non-verbal, how you dress up. Easily you can assess yourself. I do that. When I select it from the dress, whichever, after some 1 or 2 hours, I can assess my mindset. Why I have selected this is, so maybe today I'm energetic or today I'm sad or today I'm very happy. Okay? It is just a giveaway to yourself. Without knowing, you involuntarily will show your inner essence through your appearance. Right? So these are, again, communicating to other people also. Then the tone and pitch of voice. Again, this also is most of the time involuntary. You don't know that you are doing that, but you do that. Okay, so again, you are communicating through that, your tone or the pitch, how you are using that. A no, for example, the ways of saying no has a lot of meaning in that. Okay, right. So what is next? Miscommunication. Yes, very important one. We often experience this, right? Miscommunication. Lot of experiences we have. We want to communicate one thing and they will interpret the other thing. Why these things happen? Because of 2 things, One is information overload, the other one is message distortion. These are the very common barriers of miscommunication or communication actually. So first thing is information overload. A very good example is these online classes, So after started teaching communication, I have made the slide so simple and a lot of pictures in it so that the information will not be overloaded. Because if I make a lot of sentences in the slides and I continuously talk, do you think that you can follow me for 1 hour continuously and you can learn whatever I say, or at least you will understood whatever I say? Impossible. Because our mind has a focusing concentration capability of maximum 20 minutes on a particular thing. If you want to continue that, you need to have a break from what? This chain of communication. We get my point? A pause, like these 2 seconds. Right? So you come back. Or else you need to see out. The best way what we suggest, you look out, have a window, look for a long distance. Your focus should go for a long distance. See, I am seeing a plant there now. It helps me gather back to this place, a break, right? So I am not making the overload continuous, it will pass is there. But still, any kind of overloading is not good. You can think what is wrong. It's only information. It is only listening, right? No, it's not like that. Again, there is a Tirukural in Tamil, when you are overloading a truck just with the feathers of peacock, you can just say it is only feathers. What it is going to be. But then even if it is feathers, there is a limit, if you just overload, the cart will break, the wheel will break. So that is information overload. At any time of given communication, don't push much. Okay? The second thing is message distortion. This is a very common happening which we are not aware of, and a very dangerous one. Okay, what are these things? Adding up to the message. That game I told you will be the right thing to experience how the message can get distorted. You try playing that. Usually in the classes, what we do, in regular classes, I conduct a game here itself. In the communication class, I'll call some 5-6 people. We will play the game. You will at once you will understand all these topics of message distortion. So you try that in your home when you are as a family. You try this game, right? You sit in circle, and there should be one person as a facilitator or a group leader who can say some one sentence, like a sentence, or you can say a song line, a lyric. But it should not be a popular one, so that they will also assume. There should not be a space for assumption, right? It should be a new one, a set of string of words. You say that and see how the people will add to it. The people will assimilate to it. They will change the words. They will level the words. They will delete the words. They will sharpen the word. They will do 1,000 things to the sentence. And when it comes out, it will be like a rumor. Gossips. This is how the rumors gets up. Right? So this is what we call as distortion. People tend to do that. It is not, they are volunteer, they are purposefully doing that. But we are like that, human is like, because as I told you, the process is like that. You receive it, you interpret it in your mind, and once again, when you are encoding it, you are doing it in your own style. Are you able to understand? So that is why it goes as a different thing. So these are the major components for a miscommunication. And what are the physical barriers? Physical barriers are like internet going away in half of the class. Perceptual barriers. Your perception is separate, my perception is a generation, particularly the age. When the age differs, the perception differs. How you see clothes, like, appearance. As we have seen in the non-verbal communication, the appearance of a person may be perceived as very good by one generation and very bad by the other generation, right? Perceptual barriers. Emotional barriers. Say, for example, whatever I perceive is based on my emotion today, now, at present, what I am feeling, my perception is based on that. So I cannot expect that the other person will also perceive it in the same way. Okay? As I told you, cultural barriers. When you are having a international meeting, with a virtual meeting with the people of other countries, these cultural barriers have to be taken in mind, because the world is full of very ups and downs of culture, extremes of cultures, right? So cultural barriers are other way of getting the communication wrongly interpreted. Language barriers. The same language is spoken in several dialects in various places. The pronunciation is different. So language barriers. If the same language can be listen to us various, then think about various languages. If I have to hear some other language, how I will be able to interpret? Interpersonal barriers. How I perceive the other person, what relationship I have with that person will also act as a barrier in getting the right thing, right? So these things are about the miscommunication. So what you have to do for a effective communication, what you are supposed to do to have effective communication? Economy. Economy is not about money. Here economy is usage of words, usage of the channel. Economize it. Don't overuse it, don't underuse it. Balance it. Congruence. Has everything together, has a note of it. Influence and relationship. Think about that. How much you are influencing and what is the relationship between the person you are communicating. So, or we can use the 7 C's model, you know. You can have 7 C's for effective communication. What are that? Correct. It should be complete. It should be concrete. It should be concise. Precise. Coherent. Have it in the order. Don't jump from one place to the other. It should be courteous. Exact to the correct point. It should be clear. Legible. Right? Audible. So these are the 7 C's if you want to have a perfect communication. So that will help you in getting understanding a person better. So what is the feedback? How can you get the feedback? Whether you are communicating properly or not. These are the things you should note. The feedback should be descriptive, right? Focus on the behavior, not the person. Right? This is like when you are talking to the audience. Don't think him as a person. How he is responding to your talk. That is very important. Data-based it should be, not impressionist, okay? Then reinforce positive behavior. Even if you find that it is not receptive, they are not good. So reinforce a positive behavior. Suggest, don't prescribe, always. It should be continuous, it can be personal, and particularly it should be need-based, solicited. Don't give away unnecessarily. You know, that's why we say knowledge is a two-edged sword, very dangerous thing. When you are communicating some information or knowledge, make it a note that it should be solicited. Someone has asked for it, not just you are giving and not a need-based one, right? So this is a case study I was planning to give it to you, but as we are running out of time, we move on to the next topic. Okay. It's because yesterday we were not having the sufficient time, so we have to rush now. Are you able to see the next one? Are you able to see the PPT?
No, madam.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Now can able to see.
Okay, right. Okay, so we are moving on to the next session, right? Okay. So this is what we had to start today. This is what we were supposed to start today. So a little lagging behind, so we will catch up the time. Okay. So this is stress management, right? As we have seen that in the behavior, from the start of the behavioral class, you know, organizational behavior, we have been focusing on this one only. We were seeing all those things which will lead to this point, right? What is that? Stress. So what is a stress? Everyone says, even, you know, that day I was seeing a small girl from LKG or UKG maybe. Hey, I'm having stress because I have a lot of homework. I was laughing inside. So how colloquial this term has become, you know, like stress has become a very usual word. Everyone can use it. And everyone is using it in the wrong sense. What is that? Stress is used as a negative word. It is not that. Stress is a neutral word actually. You know, what is stress? Literally, what is stress? Stress is pressure. Right? Stressing means pressure. Okay? So, why we need pressure? See, the pressure is the one which is making you move forward. Imagine how you are walking or running. You are putting pressure on your one foot. That is why you are able to make the other foot up. And again you are pressing that foot and you are moving this foot. Are you able to understand? If you are not having this stress, you will not be able to walk. In order to move forward, you have to have this stress. Do you get my point? That is how the nature is designed. That is how the entire universe is working. You have to have the pressure to move. If you press, it bounces back higher like a ball. Right? So a stress is a neutral word. Stress is a pressure. Where it goes wrong, you start using it as a distress. Right? I'll tell you what is a kind of stress. Okay. So I think the basic meaning of this, as I told you. Just I'll give you the definition. We are talking about workplace stress. We know all the personal stress and all emotional stress, but here we are more inclined towards the workplace stress. Okay. So what is a workplace stress? It's a harmful physical and emotional response. Remember that. Okay. Emotional response, which is harmful physical response also. Okay. So that can happen when there is a conflict between job demands on the employee and the account of control an employee has over meeting these demands. Are you able to understand? Are you able to follow that? Stress can be created by anything, but we are talking here about workplace stress. So most probably why it happens, or any stress you can take, or even the personal stress also, most probably why you have that distress, when there is a demand, you are supposed to do one thing and you are not able to do something. Right? Or ulta, you are doing something and internally you don't want to do that. Both ways. That is, your thought and actions are having a conflict. Are you able to understand? That is a baseline. Your thought and actions are not one and the same. You are having a conflict on whether to do it or not do it. This is when the internal stress arises. Right? So it is a natural feeling of not able to cope with the specific demands. It is a way of our body responding to work pressure. So which forces from the inside of outside world, behavior, all these things, right? Leave it. These are the definitions you can have anytime. But let us see really what it is. What are the types of stress we will be having? One thing is very good stress, See, for example, at one end of the class, many of you are starting asking questions. I give you 5 minutes at the end of the class every time, So suddenly you people are start asking questions from the class. Okay? I'll be elated. I'll be happy. Because I'm motivated that people are listening to my class. I'm having a good feedback. You get my point? But I am stressed out because I am having a lot of questions. You are having one by one. I don't have the time. I have to finish it up. Right? I'm having the pressure. But how I am having the pressure? Out of euphoria. I'm very happy. Right? This is called as eustress. I am stressed out, but in a positive way. I am very happy. Right? This is very good. Even though this is also a stress inside my body, it has a physical response. I can cope it up naturally. It is good for my health. Right? It is releasing good hormones inside my body. Okay. This happens to everyone. Like the day of marriage. You are very happy, but still you are stressed. Right? Your son or girl is going to school for the first day. Whether they are stressed or not, you are stressed. But in a happy way. Right? So all these stress are eustress. You are very happy. It is good. The second one is new stress. Right? Say for example, you are arranging for a party for your boss who has got promotion. You are stressed out. You are neither happy nor sad. You are just doing your job, but still it is giving you some stress. You have to arrange all the things. But you don't have any inner feeling at all. Right? You are just doing your job with a little bit of pressure on that. new stress. Okay. The third one is distress. This is the bad one. What is this called? Distress. This is a bad stress, negative stress. Why this happens? You are not able to do something on time, or you are not able to do at all, or you are doing something which you don't want to do at all. Right? It can be anything there. In your workplace, how we define this distress? Anticipatory stress, expectation. You are not able to meet up with your expectations. Time stress, you know that, time targets. Many of the software people is undergoing this stress every day. They have to finish this on time, which they are not able to. Time stress. The third one, situational stress. Like, you are getting into the meeting. Suddenly they are asking one question which you are not prepared. So you get situational stress. You are preparing all the other things except that one. Situation gives you the stress. Encounter stress. You don't want to encounter a situation or a person, or say for example performance appraisal. You don't want to meet the target date. You want to meet the change, or you want to meet the date when you are getting transferred. All these things, right? Encounter stress. Nowadays stress is a marketing term. Yes. Saima is saying that stress out because of very less time. Right. All these are also workplace stress, like, because if you take this as the organization, workplace, then it is right. Okay. So we will see that how we can cope up these things. That is the next thing, right? So these are the kinds of stress. Yes, we have to first see the symptoms of stress. And I told you in the first definition, first sentence, it is a physical and emotional response. Right? Manoranjan, encounter stress. Encounter stress is you are afraid of encountering someone or something, right? Say for example, appraisal is nearing by, like this, exams are nearing by, right? So you don't want to encounter that, or you have a conflict with a person, so you don't want to meet him in the meeting or anywhere. Whichever you don't want to encounter, you are stressed about that, meeting with something or someone else, right? Okay. As I started, like, emotional and physical response. How emotional, because stress is behavioral term, psychological term we are studying now, right? This is in a behavioral session only. But how this becomes a physical response, this is where you have to be very careful with, right? It starts as an emotional response. It starts as a feeling that I am stressed out. So what happens? It starts with these emotional symptoms. Okay? Read that one by one. Depression. Or the first step of depression, anxiety. What is anxiety? The feeling of restlessness. Right? You want to do, but your hands are shaking. Right? Like that. Anxiety, depression. So it leads to anger, irritability, restlessness, feeling overwhelmed or unmotivated or unfocused or low energy, trouble sleeping, feeling very lethargical, fatigue, very ambiguous, constantly thinking about something, racing thoughts, no coherent thoughts, no continuation of thoughts, you're jumping from here and there, a lack of concentration, you're not able to remember something, or you are making bad decisions. Are you able to understand? So all these things are emotional symptoms of stress. I have listed very few. You can add up a lot of things, because it is very unique, very similar. It is not similar to everyone. Every individual has a unique way of feeling stress. Like when I feel stressed out, I feel energy burst, not low energy. Many people say that they will feel very low energy. I feel energy boosted. I feel like jumping or running. So everyone has a unique way of feeling that emotional response to the stress, right? So what happens to this? When you are not attending to that, when you are not giving enough concentration that I am restless, I am feeling depressed, I am anxiety, I am feeling very anxiety. So it reaches to your physique, right? This is when you should be very careful about. So this is just for fun, a joke. This is how the organizations look at your stress. Oh, the good news is that we are able to solve the work-life balance with more work. Oh, you are stressed out. So that means you are having some time to feel stressed, right? Okay, we will take the time that out. You work for that time also. So you will not have the time to feel stressed out. A good solution, right? Okay. So we will see the types of stress. Okay, then I'll tell you how it reaches the physicality, right? So life stress, right? What is that? Usually the life stress is caused by ourselves. That's why this is a very nice quote, you can remember this. Stress is caused by your thoughts, not the situation. That's why we say that stress is often the response of yours to a situation, not the situation. Your thought and response is important in the case of stress. It is how you respond to that. Say for example, when there is a problem, right? It is looming over your head. So the situation is very grim, like it is camping you. You can have stressed out. Your thoughts can lead you to stress. But if you immediately think about the consequences, like, what would be the maximum consequence of this? Okay, I may lose the job, right? Okay, so if that is a consequence, let me fight for it. This is one way out to eradicate the anxiety. If you think about the consequence and you have the courage to fight instead of fearing of the consequence, right? So this is one example of how your response for the situation can lead you or take you out of the stress, right? Okay, so life stress is this, what the life gives you in situations and your response to that. And in workplace, we say in workplace, there are a lot of kinds of role stress. What is this role stress, You can relate to it very easily. When you don't know the role, ambiguity, right? You are a superior, you have subordinates, but when the subordinates comes to you for a problem, you don't have the power to solve it. You are not playing the role as a superior. Role ambiguity, you don't know, right? Role expectation. Your superior is expecting a lot from you. Maybe you are not equipped with proper responsibility and authority. Role expectation. Role overload. You are given with a middle level manager and they are expecting you to work as a top level manager. Role overload. Role erosion. First you are given with a lot of role and responsibility. Slowly your subordinates are taking it away or your superiors are taking it away. You don't know no more what you are. Role erosion. Role inadequacy. You are capable of doing more but you are not given to that. You are not given with enough challenges. Right? That is role inadequacy. Personal inadequacy. Role is requiring, but you are not competent enough to do that. Right? Like, that is why I say to the students, when you are walking out of the institution, you are an MBA. Society is expecting you to be an MBA. You cannot say that I skipped this parts, you go to a doctor. What if the doctor says that this particular ailment, I have skipped these chapters and passed to choice of answers, right? So personal inadequacies, role isolation. Your role is not mingling, socialized with other people. You feeling alone. Feeling alone is a bigger stressor. It gives stress to any kind of person. So these are all we call as role stress in a workplace. These are the stressors, points which can give you stress in a workplace, right? So before moving to the stress and performance, as I told you, I'll tell you how it reaches to your physique. This is an emotional response, but this emotional response requires energy to overcome that. Like I told you example, you are cramped up in your space. And imagine, like in the games, it is getting cramped up. So you have to escape that. What do you need? Energy. So your body is, the natural instinct is made you that way that like, we are actually animals, essentially. So we also hunt and we predate. So that is how we are designed. So one thing we need to know what it is. When a predator comes, one, we have to fight or flight, run away. Fight or flight, we say. When a dog is barking on the road suddenly, you should be able to get a stone and throw on it, or else run away. Both needs energy when you are panicking, stress, right? When a dog is suddenly barking, you feel stressed out, you feel panic. You either need to take a stone or to run. Both needs a lot of amount of energy, because you are frozen, you are freeze because of stress. So what the body does instinctively, it releases stress hormones. It releases a boost of power to your body, right? It is a natural response. So this is where the emotional response reaches your physical body. And if you are running, this energy is used. If you are chasing the dog, energy is used, right? But in your workplace, you are not at all using the energy. Are able to get, but you are getting stressed. In a meeting, you are stressed out. But your body doesn't know that whether it is a dog bark or a meeting. It works as it is naturally has to do. It releases the hormones, that boost of energy. So when you are not using this excess amount of energy released, it is settling in any part of your body, whichever is vulnerable in your body, whichever is weak, like imagine like the magma or lava flowing under the earth, and where it is weak, it erupts as a volcano. Same way, if your hand is weak or shoulder is weak, you get shoulder pain. If you are weak, your brain is hot, you get headache. You get, if you are using a lot of time computer, you get neck pain, stomach ache. It might be anything. So as emotional symptom, if I ask you what is the physical symptom of stress, you can say thousands and thousands of symptoms. Everything is right. Because there is no exhaustive list of physical symptoms of stress. Do you get my point? It can be anything. Right? So this is where you have to be careful, because this is where the stress enters your body and starts affecting your body. Stress becomes dangerous thing. Most probably it starts with migraines, headaches, or hypertension. Your blood flow, your blood pressure becomes high, hypertension, and what happens? The hypertension leads to blood pressure and other ailments one by one, right? And it starts with the constipation, and constipation leads to everything. So these are the, what do you say, classical stress symptoms you have to think about when you are having distress. So when you start these things, try to come out of that. So our worry, our focus is how this stress affects the performance. Stress, as I told you, is necessary. Eustress is necessary, to perform. Because when you are not having pressure, you cannot walk, you cannot run, you cannot move forward. So unless you have a stress, you will be feeling bored, depressed, right? Depressed because work underload, you are not working at all. So that is zero, low level. So what happens? When your stress is increasing, your attention is increasing, your interest is increasing, you start performing. So when your stress is at the peak, your energy level is at the peak, you are giving your optimal performance, right? But you cannot continue in that. Automatically, after some time, the stress dominates and your performance comes down. You should know to balance that. When you reach that point, you should be able to balance that and keep the anxiety level in check, right? So the anxiety grows more, and you end with complete meltdown. Depression will take over if the stress is not checked, right? So this is a stress cycle, and how it affects on your job, how it affects on your performance in the workplace. So this is what you have to understand about stress. So how to manage this stress? Track the stressors. That is the important one, right? As an individual, as an employee, even though you can the responsibility of the organization is here, but as an individual employee, you should track the stressors. What are the stressors? You should know the points. which point is provoking stress in you, right? So track the stressors. If you are going to get, you are able to anticipate that stressor, you are going to get stressed, try to manage it, right? Then develop healthy responses. As I told you, have your own techniques of coming out of that fear, okay? Because the fear is what is pulling you down, the anxiety is pulling you down. So have your own technique of thinking about the consequence. Okay, what if that I will lose a job? I can search for some other job, right? Or think like, what if I'm going to mess up this meeting? I may not have the incentive. Okay, let it be. So this will help you overcome. This is healthy responses. It may be anything. It is your way, your own way of designing your healthy response. Nobody can teach you that. You have to find a healthy response for yourself when you are expecting a stressor on your way. Okay? Establishing boundaries. When you are having conflicts with people, if you see that the stressor is a person in the workplace, because of some people you are getting stressed, keep boundaries. Okay? Relaxing techniques. You have to have this. When you have a stressful job, have relaxing techniques. Like it can be anything, you know. As I told you, you can look at something far away for a few minutes. Just to look at it. Don't think about anything else. It's like a meditation. Very simple tools. Look at some points. Look far away. Have a walk. Have some few breathing exercises. You know, breathing exercises are very good relaxing techniques. Why is that? You know, it is not because of the concentration. Because of the amount of oxygen you are taking inside. Because oxygen is a very good relaxing tool. When you inhale, keep it inside, exhale, and only concentrate on that. And while doing that, sit straight, make your lungs capacity at the maximum. So your brain will have a lot of oxygen. When the oxygen reaches your brain, it will calm down, it will cool down, and it will make your body a little bit more composed, right? So it is a simple technique, breathing. It's not that you have to learn pranayama. Simply breathing techniques like inhale for 4 counts, keep the air inside for 4 counts, exhale for 8 counts, and keep the vacuum, nothing inside for 4 counts. Simple. 4-4-8-4. These are simple breathing techniques. You can sit and do wherever you are, but sit straight and do. That is very important because lungs should be at the maximum capability, right? Then communicating with superiors. If you are not able to cope up with somebody is harassing you, or your target you are not able to attain, or you want to learn something to finish this work, talk to your superiors. Communication will be very effective in case of stress points. Then getting some support. If you are not able to cope up with all of these things, get support. It could be your spouse, it could be your mother, it could be your friend, or you can go to a expert counselors, therapist. Nothing wrong in that, you know, or even you can talk to yourself, write whatever you have the problem, because writing is reinforcing. If you are thinking, it is like, you know, abstract. You don't know the form of it, but when you are writing or drawing, you are giving the thoughts a form. It will give clarity to you. What is your problem? You will know better when you are writing than thinking or drawing, right? Give the form for the abstract thoughts. That is a good thing you can do. So all these things are relaxing techniques for managing stress for individual employees. This picture particularly I gave you, you know, this is a breathing technique actually. When you are raising your hands like this, your lungs will be at the maximum. So you can inhale properly. So this is a very good technique when you want to relax. Simple things you can learn and do it. Okay. So managing stress from the other side. What the organization can do to support, to manage stress. You can provide understandable job responsibilities. That is what the organization can do first. Right? Make the person comfortable with the understanding of what he is doing. And manageable work shifts, targets. Okay, manageable. That is important. What nowadays the corporates or what HR thinks, when one person finish off the targets, they think that, okay, we have given an easy target and they are increasing the benchmark. Right? You cannot keep on increasing. So give a work shift or target which is reachable. Then breaks between exhaustive work. That is very important. Any person cannot do a monotonous work. Then job rotation between high stress and low stress jobs. Like proper training, support happy, healthy, harmonious workplace. If possible, then providing job security and growth opportunities. So these things will be very helpful from the organizational side to cope up with the stress, so here you can see this is the morale chart. That is why it is going high. Sales chart will be like this if it is great. So that is what the joke is about. Okay. So what is the manager's role in managing stress and frustration of the employees? Listening is an important thing. First, don't just send them away. Listen to the feelings and share your own feelings of disappointment. Right? That is very important. Same empathetical feeling. You share that I am also frustrated. I am also having nothing wrong with that. They will feel the onus. Then share feelings of guilt. If you have done something, okay, your shift is like this, so that's why you are stressed out. It is my bad that I have given you such shift. Right? Help them to own up to their feelings. You own your feelings, they will own that. Help them to confront the reality. Help them to understand the damage and develop alternatives to solve the problem. So this is a manager, what they can do. Right? Okay, so let me see, as the time is over, let me see how many slides still we have to go. Okay, 3-4 slides we have, so I think I'll stop here. Groups and teams we will see in the next class, right? So with that, we conclude the stress management. Okay, we will be starting with groups and teams in the next class. Okay, so we still have 2 more sessions to go. We will see as much as possible. So I give you some few minutes to clarify the doubts if you have any. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now.
Madam, please suggest some important questions for exam point of view.
Okay, I'll do that. Whenever I'm conducting the classes, I'll give you that stress management is an important topic. You will certainly, most probably, you will get a question in stress management. Note it down. Right? Today, what we have seen, stress management is important and communication is also an important topic. You will get a communication question too. You note both this. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, if you could suggest a few topics for case study, since that is a compulsory question.
Yeah, actually, we had a case study in the previous session also. Because of the power shutdown yesterday, I was not able to finish that. If time permits, we will see that. Okay. Next.
Thank you, ma'am. But if you could please give us the topic, ma'am, what we were supposed to discuss in last class, so that we can look for the topics for case study on Google.
Okay, right. Actually, what is a case study in communication I have designed in this class is, like there is a factory where there is a GM and AGM. GM is a very strict person who is very courteous, who will not talk much. But whereas AGM is a very empathetical person who sits in the canteen, who talks with the groups of laborers at the canteen, who doesn't, keep the rank always that he is a AGM, right? He is a very empathetical person. And there is a bonus cut down in that factory that year. And this was communicated through some circular that they are expecting some bonus cut. And when one day AGM is sitting in the canteen, he is listening to other people talking that they might go on a strike, okay, for want of the bonus. So he talks to the GM and GM calls for a strict action. If the strike goes on, then there may be layout, that they may be, people may be sent out of the job, okay. So AGM tries to talk to the people, laborers or labor union leaders in the canteen itself, unofficially, and try to dissuade them from conducting a strike. So this is the case. So the question will be like, what do you think is right? Whether the AGM's call or the GM's strategies? That will be the question, right? So this will be the case we will be discussing in the next class if you want. So you can think over it. You can see how you can suggest or how you can make it. Or the question may be like, what will you do if you are a AGM? Or what will you do if you are a GM? Or what will you do if you are a labor union leader? Right? What would be the strategies you might be following? It goes on. So this is a incident or event. So you can think about that and we will discuss in the next class. Is it okay?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Can you display that answer as a PPT, because we are from science majors, so we can't know how to write this case study for 20 marks, ma'am. Any one example is there, we can take that as an model and write it for other
I have
questions.
taught already that in the previous classes. I think maybe you are not attended. I have given a case study elaborately how to write. Because we cannot spend much time on case studies every week because we have a lot of topics to cover. If the recordings are available, you can see that. Or if possible, I will give you in the next class. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, madam.
Okay. So now today we are starting with a new topic, groups and teams. Okay. Okay. So are you able to hear me? Audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. So see, this is one kind of evolutionary topic, I would say. This is a very good actually. Yeah, what do you say? A change that has taken place instead of the normal structure which we have been using some decades ago, like departmentation, divisions. Apart from that, groups and teams are a kind of departmentalization done mostly for smaller assignments, right? Not permanent. These are for smaller assignments, for short task, which has a time limit, right? Or what do you say, destination, that it has to be completed, so much of things are done. So for these kind of things, these kind of groups and teams are formed. Okay. What is a group? Two or more people with common interest, objectives and continuing interaction, right? So what is a team? Work team is a group of people with complementary skills are committed to a common mission, performance, goals and approach for which they hold themselves mutually accountable. Both are like same, right? But how the terms are used for which is different here. Okay. See, just I have given you a picture to understand what a teamwork is, right? You can see that these acrobatics we often see in the circus, right? It never ceases to amaze us because the one person who is jumping from one hoop to the other is having such a trust on his team member that that person is going to catch her or him, right? If the team member doesn't have that much of trust, this will not work out, right? So this is a teamwork. So what is a team? Where a team, the people know each other, complement each other with their skill set. That is very important, right? Why they are made into a team? Everyone has a kind of skill, a value, which will complement each other, and so put together, a beautiful outcome will be taken out. So that is why these teams are a concept which are a very big hit, a successful one. Okay. So what we have to understand when you are putting people together, right? There you are making them like a family, right? For some time they have to work with together. So there will be a lot of dynamics in that. What is that group dynamics? We have to understand that. The first one is group cohesion, right? What is cohesion? The understanding between each other, the affinity, right? The affection or affinity, the closeness between each other that binds the group. If the group members doesn't have this cohesion, they don't understand or they don't relate with each other, most probably the group will not be successful, right? It will be like, most often it will be like a department again. Everyone will have their own limits. Everyone will just do their work and go without seeing what is the holistic picture is, what would be the whole output is. Are you able to understand? This is the difference. In a normal work day in a department, what we are supposed to do? You go sit, you know your work scope. So we do your work, you give the output and we move away. We don't know what would be the entire department's output at the end of the day or at the end of the month and what is our goal. Nothing is given. So if the cohesion is not maintained, if the group cohesion is not developed, then it will be like just a department. It cannot be called as a group or team. Another problem, a disadvantage in groups or teams are social loafing, right? We call co-traders. What are they? Like, most of you would have experienced this in group projects in your undergraduation or when you are studying in college. There will be a group project given, 4 or 5 people together, right? In most of the groups, do you think all the 5 will contribute exactly 20% of the work and it is together becomes a project? No. Mostly what happens, 2 people or 1 will do the entire work. Only minimum things will be given by the other people, or say 2 to 3 people. The other 2 will be simply sitting enjoying, but the names will be in the project. So this is called a social loafing, right? The workload is not evenly distributed because it is among themselves, right? So what happens? Some people tend to work more, some people are co-traders. They will just enjoy the work other people does and get the name. Social loafing is one big problem. What is the problem in that, demotivation. The person who does the work and gets a reward equal to other person will get demotivated. If you remember, we have seen this in Adam's equity theory. You remember when we are teaching motivation, we saw that. When everyone is giving the output, they want the same level of output. When the output is equal to others, it is not equity. So the person who is not getting that will be demotivated, right? So he will not work the same way in the next project you are giving. That is a problem in the social loafing, right? People will easily get demotivated and the next time they will not be working like that. Then another one big problem in the groups and teams are loss of individuality. Because whatever you do is seen as a group work, group contribution or a group outcome, as a team's outcome. So the individual contribution, right, will not be given. So the recognition will not be given. And on the other hand, accountability will not be there. If there is any error or if you want to account any one person, accountability will not be there, right? And inhibition and responsibility for the individual behavior is also a problem. These things will be there. When a group is there, everything is together. So individual accountability, individual responsibility, individual recognition, individual reward, individuality, all these things are missing in the group dynamics. So this is another one problem in this one, groups. So how these groups are formed? What is we call this group life cycle? How the life cycle of groups are done. This would be like, the time frame can be anything around 6 months to 5 years, any groups or teams. Okay. There are even less than that, like task teams. We call it as task forces or task teams. These teams may have a project only for 1 month or minimum, less than even 1 month. So particular task, you can see the task forces are often in police forces and protection forces for particular assignment. A team will be created. Once they solve that particular case, that's all. The team will be dissolved. So these are task teams. So the period differs. The time period differs for each of these groups. But any time period, let it be. This life cycle is common to any group or team. Okay. What is that life cycle? The first step is called forming, right? Formation of the group. So I have given a picture. You can see that everyone will have something else in their mind, what to do, right? So when there is a garden project. Let us take it is a garden project. So what happened? Everyone is thinking their own ideas. It's forming. The group is forming because they don't know each other, right? The second one is storming. So once a period crosses, okay, once the hi, what's your name, all these crosses, after a certain period of time, storming will be there. Everyone will lose their inhibition and everyone will start pouring their ideas. Right? Start talking, start saying, start, putting their foot on the ground, storming. Once the storming period is over, they will normalize, norming period. They'll little bit calm down and start talking and giving input, right? So that period we call as norming period. So norming period is the starting of the work actually. Till that it will be like introduction and getting to know each other. Once the norming is over, then the real work starts, performing, right? So the performing period is where they will give everything. Once the team understands each other and they relate to each other, get the affinity with each other, what they will do, they will complement each other. One person will do the other one will do, so it will become a group work. And what happens at the performing will be the output. You will get the output during that period. Once the performing is done, then you have to adjourn them, right? What is that? Adjourning phase, that is dismantle the team. The group should be dissolved. Put them back in their own departments, right? Why is that? Because they have crossed that period, right? Now, if you leave them in the group, one thing, the performance will not be there. Second, conflicts will arise because the period of affinity is over. Because when you give a destination where to go, they'll be running. Once they reach, when there is nothing else to do, no other destination is given, people will tend to do all the other rubbish nonsense things like commenting each other, how we could have done, what is the criticisms on each other will come, that I did this, you have not done that. So don't give time for that. Dismantle them. Once you reward them, once the performance is over, appreciate, reward, dismantle. Right? No space given for, criticizing or giving the feedback to each other. Right? So that is why the groups are dismantled. Right? So this is what we call as group life cycle or team life cycle. Okay. Any doubts in this? Teams and groups. A lot of other kind of teams are there, groups are there, right? If time permits, you read more of that also. This is also an important question. You will get something on groups or teams. Nowadays, it's a very important topic. Okay, types of teams like that. Okay, so if you don't have any doubts, we move on to the next topic, leadership. Shall we move on? Okay, yes. And leadership. Leadership again is an interesting topic, very important topic, because there is often asked a question. What's the difference between leaders and managers? Anyone can say. What's the difference between a leader and a manager?
A manager is concerned about authority while a leader takes the responsibility and makes sure everybody is moving forward and he leads the ways.
Exactly. Leader has a little bit more than the manager. Not only managing, he has the responsibility of leading the people who are following him. Right? The subordinates obeys, fears the manager. But the followers follow the leader. Do you see the difference between that? That is where a leader is a better manager. Can all the leaders become managers? Yes. But can all the managers become leaders? No. Right? The leaders are already managing the people who are following him. Okay. So a leadership, is like an art, you can say. That's why we say managers can be made when you study. But that leadership charms, leadership qualities has to be a little bit built in. So that is why you can say some people are born leaders. Some people can be immediately, when the opportunity is given, they can immediately shine as leader and others will struggle to do so. Okay. So, all right. So why the organizations need leadership than management? Leadership gives the confidence to the employees, confidence, and leadership gives, the affinity, the onus for the employees The satisfaction between these two, as I told you, if you are afraid of a manager, you have to obey him due to the fear of the negative punishments. But when you are following the leader, it is your own will you are doing so. So the accumulation of bitterness of following or obeying a person because of fear is totally nil in case of if you are following a leader. Do you get my point? Say, for example, I'll give you easily something to understand. See, in theaters, if a new film is released, you will see the youngsters, teenagers and youngsters, who will build a cutout, who will carry the milk jug, go over the cutout and pour on the cutout, That morning, that boy would have denied in his house to buy milk. But he is willingly doing that in the theater, That is followership. In home, he feels like a subordinate. He doesn't want to do that. But it out of his will, out of his, he likes his leader or the actor. They think he is a leader. So follows them and they does that, Following, I need not tell you people, because now following is such a, social word. Facebook you follow, Instagram, Twitter, so many things we follow. So I don't think you get the literal or right meaning of the follower here for leadership. Okay. This is something where you accept what that person says involuntarily, right? So that is what a leadership is. So think, if an organization has a leader, how easy it would be to align the people to achieve the goal of the organization, right? That is why we cherish, we like any organization to have leaders than managers. It is a very easy way to control or make the people work more towards the organizational goal, right? So what is the leadership? Leadership is a process of guiding and directing the behavior of people in the organization, right? So this is what we were trying to understand in all these topics in OB, right? So what do we see? How the motivation can alter the behavior, how the morale alters the behavior, how the stress alters the behavior, how we have to condition the mind of people so that we can pull the desired behavior from the people, how to control them, how to monitor them, how to direct. All these things are the major issues in conducting a business, right? So a leadership is what? Guiding and directing the behavior of people without any of this hassle. So easily the people listen to the leader, right? So effective leaders control the future of the organization. They can mold now itself whatever they want to see in the future. They can visionize and drive the organization towards that vision, right? So they act as enablers of change in organizations, right? What do you say? Enablers are, as we have seen already, a change. A change is a very difficult thing in any organization, because we have seen that already. Any change will be, welcomed with resistance. People will not easily accept the change. So when a leader says so, it is easy to follow. So they are enablers. I teach this was long time, but once I will tell you one incident where it suddenly came to my mind, like, see how easy this is, a leader and the followers. It is in Chhattisgarh, I think, where there is a goat herding is very common, big goats. I saw once a small boy was herding a big flock of goats, huge number of goats. I was just observing how the small boy with a small stick in his hand is able to maintain all these goats in a path, because goats are a little dumb, they don't know that much. And he is taking it through highways also. So just observing. Then suddenly I recognized how all the goats are obeying the boy, they are not obeying the boy. There is a big goat, very big goat, when compared to the herd, that is double the size. With horns, a big male goat, alpha goat you can say. Alpha male is at the back of the herd. At the front the boy is going. But that big goat was at the back. Slowly it came around. Again it started leading for some time. It stops. It lets all the goats go. It goes for in the back of the herd for some time. Again it goes in the front and lead. So the boy is for namesake. This big goat is like managing the entire flock of goats so beautifully. It was like feast for the eyes to observe how that alpha goat, alpha male is controlling them, leading them, right? They are just following wherever that alpha male is asking them to go. Very simple procedure, right? So this is what enabler. You can make the people just follow when you have such a leader. Any change, right? You can and still, if you want, you can see many leaders in the history. You can see will be very good speakers. When you hear them speak, obviously you can see that you will follow them. Your inner self will do so. So they will be a very good change enablers. It is easy for to make the change in the organization. Then the leaders motivates people to act partly through empowerment and partly through basic need gratification. This is a very important concept, He motivates the people. How does it happen? Partly through empowerment. That is why most of the leaders' success, they make the people believe that they themselves are doing that. They are following not because somebody is forcing. They are empowered to choose what they want to do, right? And partly through basic need gratification. They know what is to be done for them to keep following him. I'll give you an example. First Tata, Jamshedji is a very good leader. People loved him. All the employees in his organization loved him. There is one incident they used to say when the Tata steel mill was going on, the building was going very fast. And one day he came to the helicopter or something, he got down and see the building is going on. And the quarters or the people who are working are not staying properly. He, on that instance, he asked to stop all the work for the steel mill. And he made the entire workforce to complete the work for the people to stay in first and then continue the work. See, leader, that is why people love him. That is why then they will do whatever he asks. He can become a very good leader. So need gratification, basic need gratification. Until that basic need is satisfied, they will not be motivated to do anything else. We have studied in motivation theory. Simple, empowerment and gratification. And the leaders promotes novel ideas and changes existing patterns. Right? And we know a lot of leaders who has done so. Right? We have our history, like many people who has changed from this to that. Like all of us means you can say Gandhi, who has given a new idea, ahimsa. You can do through ahimsa also. When we have such artilleries, we cannot stand in front of the British force because they are having big artilleries. They are having cannons, they are having guns. Whereas we don't have trained force or we don't have artilleries. We will not stand a chance. So what he did? Okay, we will stand without any artilleries. It is a new pattern. Okay, they will be shocked to see. Okay, what to do if no, they are not having anything in hand, no artilleries. What you will do? If they kill also, that will become a very big strain on them. Already they are strained. So, like this, a leader will be having novel ideas and they will be ready to change the pattern. They will have the courage to implement a new pattern. Everyone will have the new idea, but how many of us will have the courage to implement it and see the consequences of the new pattern? And the last point is very important, and have the courage to accept the consequences, to take the ownership of the consequences. That is where the leadership lies, right? We have ideas, we can implement it, but do you have the courage to see the consequences? If it goes wrong also, you should have the courage to accept it, take the responsibility. That is where the real leadership lies, right? Now we will see the leadership styles. I think many of you would have studied this already. This is a very common concept, but still let me say that, okay? See, you know that the first one is authoritarian leadership. Authoritarian leadership is where you will have high level of control, right? And the high level of output also, right? So this is authoritative. So you have both. Okay. Then the second one is participative leadership, where you have the people will be participating in your leadership. The productiveness will also be high. Empowerment of people. Delegative leadership is low direction at all. You will not take too much of power. You will delegate the entire authority. So the productivity also will be a little bit low. Delegative leadership. Transactional leadership is where you have the direction also given and you have the changes going on. Transformational is when you are changing the entire system. Transformation. This is one kind of leadership style, you know. Still there are so many styles like democratic leadership and laissez-faire leadership. There are so many kinds. I've just taken few of that for saying. Here I have given another one diagram where one is supporting leadership. Supporting leadership is where high support and low directive behavior, right? You will give high support. So you give the people a lot of freedom. Coaching is high directive, high support. This is the best way, you know, you direct them and you support them also. At the same way, you give freedom. You are not making them do it. You're just directing and supporting. And directing is you are highly directing and the freedom is less, low supportive. And low supportive, low directive in this stage is called as delegating, right? So this is with the two factors called directive behavior and supporting behavior. This is in the call. This one is with the productivity and the leadership style. So like this, with any two factors, you can have various kinds of leadership styles. And this one is called as leadership grid. Okay. What is leadership grid? A leadership grid is where you can say how the concern of people is one factor and concern for results is the second factor. Productivity and the people. Okay. Empathy towards the people you can take up. Here we call as 4 kind of leaders, 5 kind of leaders actually. The middle road also we take. The first one, topmost is team management, where both are high. You know, the productivity also will be at the maximum and the empathy for people also will be maximum. This one we call as team management. That is, a leader will be like a team player. He takes up everyone into his team and he gives the support also. So what happens? The result is also high. The people concern is also high. This is the topmost. The second one is country club management. Country club is when you give the entire freedom to the people. People will be enjoying at the most. Okay, it will be like a country club. That's why we call it as country club management. But where the productivity is not at all bothered. So productivity will be low. People will be enjoying. The morale will be high. People will be happy, but productivity will be low. Okay. Then the next one is a little bit average is produce or perish management. This is a what do you say negative motivational. Punishments will be there. So what happens? There will be no empathy for the people. Concern for people will be very less, but productivity will be very high. So you will be afraid of the negative punishments. So it is produce or perish. Right?
Can we say that is target oriented?
What is it? Anybody is asking query?
Yeah. Can we say perish or produce or perish management would come under target oriented job?
Yes, exactly.
If you don't achieve the target,
yes, target oriented. So what happens? What is a disadvantage of this is pure management. You know, this is not leadership at all. A leadership is where concern for people are there. This is a very low level leadership, not a leadership at all. So, and this is not a sustainable model because the fear cannot reign people for long. You know, one day the people behavior will change because fear is a strong emotion. You cannot live under strong emotion for long time, you know, like sadness, fear, anger, anxiety. All these are very strong emotions. Strong emotions will grip you fast and leave you fast. You get my point? So strong emotions cannot be sustained, right? Lighter emotions only can be sustained, like normal, normal mood or a little bit happy mood or peaceful mood, like these things, like, you know, light emotions can be sustained. So when you are making the people fear and you say that produce or perish. It cannot go on forever. It is not a sustainable model. So we call it as produce or perish. Okay, this kind of management. The next one is impoverished management. When both are low, there is no freedom, there is no productivity. It is a worst level, worst scenario. And if there is a middle of these things, that is called middle of the road management, when it is balanced but not at the top. Okay, you have the concern, you have the productivity. So we call it as a middle of the road management. So these are the leadership grid. In a grid, if you say, this is you, actually, this is used to measure. You can measure the leadership activity through this grid. If you make it as a graph, and if you have proper factors to measure, you can take the numbers, put it into the graph, and see how the leadership works in your organization. And according to that, you can adjust the concern for the people or productivity. So that is all. Leadership grid will be really useful when you are implementing in the organization. Right. So we
Can
come
you
to the
please
next one.
explain transactional and transformation leadership with an example? Previous slide.
Get your question.
Ma'am, can you please explain the transaction and transformational leadership with an example?
Yes, with the example. Yes. 1 second. Who is that? Another one question? Okay, no questions here. Right. If you have doubts, okay, we can clear here, and then we can move to the next one. Okay. Okay. Any other doubts also you can type in that we can say. Like, see, so transactional leadership is where you make the what do you say, motivation through both sides. Like negative motivation also you can give, and positive motivation, negative motivation. If you say, that is like transactional leadership. Like what do you say, when you are saying that one person is promoted because he has done something very good, so you are promoting him, right? So he will be assisting you. And if you are giving some demotion, or you are cutting some reward for a person, so that kind of leadership where you are adjusting the behavior of a follower by motivational factors, we call it as transactional. Transformational is, like you make the people transform, you make them to change themselves. You give the freedom for them to change, express themselves, come with new ideas, get into new areas, give them transfer from one place to the other, encourage them for being innovative, right? Bringing in new technologies, all these things, opening up to change, transformations. That is transformational leadership, right? Okay. Any other doubts? We are going to the next topic, and we are running short of time. So, shall we move? Yes. Okay. The next topic is power and politics. I know I am a little bit rushing because this is actually, last session's PPT I'm still using. So we have to finish this and move on to the 7th session. Still we are lagging behind. So that's why I'm rushing. I know I'm talking fast and rushing. So I give you the time. Whenever you feel a doubt, please ask. We'll stop and then move. Okay. Right. So power and politics is the next topic we will be seeing. This is, one of the threshold where we stuck often in any organization, power and politics. We know that we are living that every day, power and politics, in the country, in the organization, in any organization, in the friend circle, in home, right? Power and politics in families, everywhere. So this is what we go through every day. We can easily relate to that. What is that? How is the power and politics work? Equal versus equal, high versus low, high versus middle versus low. It is everywhere. You can join all the dots, right? Because you never know where the power is and how the politics works. It can be from the low level, it can be from the top level, it can be from the middle level, right? So how we can handle this, how we can understand this? Definition and demarcation, first thing, right? If you give everything a clarity, right? That will help. Coordination to avoid. If you start having teams and you start coordinating with people, integration inside the organization, training, proper training and making aware of how these things works, creating common interest with people where you think that conflicts may arise, changing the leadership style, because if the leadership style is like giving too much of freedom so that people are trying the politics, cut it out. And if you think that you are not giving any empowerment, that is creating the power politics, cut it out. So changing the leadership style, balancing that. Cultural inventions. This is not interventions we are talking about. Usually we do for the development of organization. This is not OD intervention. These are cultural intervention. Cultural interventions are where you need to stabilize the power politics. You know, like you can make a vacation, you can make some get together, you can arrange some for some parties where you can make them understand, mingle with each other. So that is cultural interventions. Then improving communication, very important thing. This is the one point where most of the organizations lack. The communication is not proper wherever the organization, it will collapse with power and politics, right? So improve the communication channel, because people are egoistic by nature. You know, if a person thinks that he is omitted, he is evaded, he is not getting the communication, he will not think it as a lack of communication, but he will think it as a hurt to his ego. Most often it happens in the organization. So improving communication helps. Then power strategies, have a proper strategy for understanding and doing these power and politics in the organization. Once again, as I told you, it's a very big topic. Just I have given you the factors to understand how it works, and then there are process how to understand the power, how to plan for it, and how to implement it so that you can balance the power and politics in any organization. Because these things are what do you say, the seed for conflicts. You know, organizational conflicts starts from here. So this is why power and politics you have to study. If you are interested, you just go through in the book. It is more, right? So with this, we wind up this session, and I'm opening up the next one. So we are entering into today's session, right? Okay. Okay. Right. So we start with the topic called organizational ethos. What is ethos? Ethos is a base of, you know, like ethics. What we value, what is the culture, what we are based upon, like the foundation. Okay. So what is organizational ethos, on which the foundation of the organizational culture is built upon, right? What are they? You can have these factors as any organizational ethos. So these are some few things I have given, you know, like any organization can have this openness, transparency can be from anything, like how you float a tender, how you recruit people, how you get the contract, how you pay the income tax, how you give the shareholders the money, how you take the debt, how you treat the debtors. So many things. The transparency in the organization, that would be a very good base for like a foundation for how you build the organization. Confrontation, like how you solve the conflicts, how you confront the other problems. Trust is again among each other, among each employee, how you trust your employees, how the employees trust the employer, how the trust with the government works, with the shareholders work, all the stakeholders for that matter. Authenticity, right? What is the originality of your inventions or the product or innovations? Proactivity, how much you do. Autonomy, like empowerment to the people or to the company for that matter. Collaboration, are you getting merged with the technology of other people? Experimentation, all these things are basic factors of ethos of an organization, right? So where we go next from this ethos, we move to climate, right? These ethos are not right, like it is written, and every day we discuss and do. Like these are most done without saying. Actions speak more than words, right? That is what exactly ethos is about. You don't go on dum-dum say that we are a transparent organization. It doesn't work that way. The transparency of the organization work when you start being transparent, right? When the organization top management is transparent enough, what happens? It cascades down, right? So the people working under also will be transparent, right? You say the recruitment rules are transparent. You say this is how we recruit people. Everything is on the website, on the domain, public domain. That is where transparency happens, right? How you have selected, you have conducted a test, this is the marks, right? So like that. So this is the base, and from that a organizational climate forms. First, let me tell you why we have to study these things. We are going towards one thing called organizational culture, right? This culture is like any social culture. It takes time to form. And there should be a foundation. That is what I told you about, the foundation. Then on that, a climate is formed, an organizational climate. Every day when you enter into an organization, it is like a weather outside. Sometimes it would be gloomy, sometimes it is bright, sometimes it is rainy, sometimes very happy. Are you able to understand? All the days, organization will not give you the same vibe. Are you able to relate to me? Are you able to follow what I am saying? I am talking about the overall situation, the weather inside the organization, not the hotness or coldness. Do you get my point? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. I'm being understandable, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Very much, ma'am.
Yes. So this is one thing we should understand, right? Like what are the factors that will make you understand the climate, the motivation. Say, for example, you go to the organization one day, you see a big poster on the notice board saying that if you finish off like a particular measurement of units, right, there will be a winner. Okay, so they will be awarded. So what will happen? You feel motivated. So many people will be talking about that. Everybody will feel motivated and they will start working, right? You can see the climate is elevated, right? Achievement, any achievement inside, a award is given, or influence. Somebody is influencing, you have to do this, that. Sometimes it could be control. See, suddenly they say a notice board in a circular is there. From tomorrow onwards, whoever is coming 5 minutes late, half a day will be cut, right? A common circular. What will happen? Suddenly you will feel depressed. You will feel like gloomy, like it is going to be raining and no sun is there. Because you have a lot of work at home. You cannot come exactly on dot to every day. 5 or 10 minutes grace time is necessary, right? The bus may be late, train may be late, or your child may be crying. You have to take to school. So many things are there. So when this is there, the climate comes down. Dependency. You are not giving autonomy. No authority is given. You have to depend on somebody often. Affiliation or the vice versa. Dependency or affiliation. Morale. Interpersonal relationships. Again, sorry, control is 2 times I typed. So all these factors affect the organizational climate, right? It can be any time. Sometimes you see that rain, sun, both will be there and you will have a beautiful rainbow. Nobody knows how the climate will be. So the point is, every day the organizational climate is tend to change like the climate outside, right? When you see now in Pondicherry, it is a hot peak summer. Suddenly, maybe rain, we call it a summer rain. Suddenly there may be a downpour, right? Yesterday it was burning hot. Tomorrow it may be raining. So the organizational climate is also like that. It can be changed with a small affecting factor. Like I said, a small bad news like the CEO is not well, or the CEO is changing, the company is bought by some other company. Suddenly the climate will change. right? The next day, what will happen? You say the company is bought by a very big company, so you will be given with a increment and bonus. Again, the climate will get boosted up. So climate is very short-lived, very flexible, and changes easily with small factors also, right? Right. You come to the next one. Organizational culture. Exactly opposite to the climate, right? Culture is not flexible. Culture is for a long time, right? And culture is like, which covers the organization. What is this culture? It is exactly like a social culture, what we have in a society, right? It goes layer by layer. The culture is not formed overnight. It happens very slowly. When the foundation starts with the founding members, who are the founding members? Based on them. So how were they? What were their actions? So based on that, slowly this layer by layer by layer, the foundation, the culture forms slowly in the organization. Say if it is around some 10 years of organization, you can see that the organization has a definite culture, right? Very young organizations will be like, not having, it will be like a volatile culture. You can easily change because that is a formation years. After some 5-6 years, you can see, sense some culture is built into the organization. How this is done? Philosophy of the founding members. Any organizational culture, this is a important thing. Whoever is the founder of the organization, what is his idea, what is his philosophy, would be the seed for the organizational culture. You cannot deny that, right? I know, I'll tell you one example. I worked in a college, which is now, it would be 100 years old, right? It was founded in the English period when English people were ruling. It's a very old college. But, till date, there is a culture in the education institution that inside the compound, non-vegetarian will not be taken inside the compound at all, whoever may be. As lunch, when you are taking, we will not take non-vegetarian inside the campus, right? It is a culture followed. Why? Nobody knows. The founding member had the Jiva Karunya, like, vegetarianism, to respect all the living things. So he has a lot of living things around the campus, lot of trees grown. For that, everybody is following till date, even after 80-90 years. Right? So some seeds from the philosophy of the founding members will be there as a foundation of culture. Then what happens? Selection and orientation of the employees. How the culture is followed when you are selecting. The people are the key for the culture, if not everything else. So if you want to have the culture followed, the people should be oriented about it. And the behavior of the top management is the important thing. When they follow it, the lower level or middle level also will follow it. If the top level management is not giving respect to the culture, then no use, the culture is changing, it seems. So whatever the top management is doing, new layers of culture will be forming. So the culture will be in transition. You cannot see it because it takes a long time. But after 10 years, you can see that a drastic change of culture will be there. What was the organization 10 years ago? What is the organization 10 years after? There will be a difference, right? So the next one is socialization in the organization. How the culture is transformed, or how the culture is understood by the people, is how the socialization in the organization is happening, So with you can see that when there is diversification, when the organization is having a diversification, the culture will be confusing. You cannot see that most often people will not have a proper defined culture. Most probably those kind of organizations will have acceptance, adaptability as a culture. Everyone will accept everything. Adaptability will be the beautiful culture there. So every organization has a way of understanding, making its own culture and following it, right? So why this culture and climate is important in an organization? Because everyday productivity is based on the behavior of the people, and everyday productivity is based on the climate of that day, and climate is most probably based on the culture, right? So indirectly, how the organization provides you with the atmosphere, the area to work with, the arena to play with, actually, that is how you will be working. The output will be depending on. Why I said the arena to play, because usually you can say that if it is a home ground, when the people are in home ground, the people will be cheering for them and they will play better. Exactly. So the climate, what is the people around are cheering for you, how they are influencing for you, how is the weather, everything decides on the athlete's performance on that particular sports day, right? That is what here also in any organization, the climate and culture, without your knowing, indirectly it helps lot of people to produce more or not produce at all. So we can see that climate versus culture. Climate is current atmosphere, evolves on needs and it is flexible, whereas culture is atmosphere based on past years, evolves slowly for years and not easy to change. I have given you two different diagrams on how the culture works in any organization. This is a culture, like how you are helping the other people to save your job. If you want to, everyone wants job security for that matter, right? Every one of us will be having a that fear that whether job security is there in the organization or not. That too in private organizations it will be very high. So these are two different organizational cultures on how you are treating your superior and subordinates. Look at the first picture. Here it is like an elevation and the topmost person is helping the next person to come up, and that's why the other person is doing to the subordinate, he does that to subordinate and it goes down. Can you see? So what happens? They are helping each other to come up. That is one organizational culture. Top does till the low. See the second picture. If you want to save your job, what do you have to do? You have to, what do you say? Like we call it as like icing the person superior. You have to keep him cool, right? Like acting, pretending to be loyal to him, making him feel like a god, chum, right? So what happens? That will cascade down. So till the end, people will start doing that. You think that if you have to get promotion, you have to butter up the superior. So your subordinate will butter up you to get the promotion. His subordinate will butter up him to get the promotion. So this is how it becomes a vicious circle. So it cascades down. So a organizational culture decides on how the people's behavior will be on a on what do you say, very important certain ways of behaviors, right? So this is about climate and culture and how important it is to predict and control the behavior of the people in the organization, right? Any doubts in this organizational culture and climate? Because we are moving into the next one important topic called organizational change. Shall I move? Yes? Okay, I take it as a yes. And we go to the next topic called organizational change, right? This is another one important topic. This is a scary thing for any organization for that matter, Like change is inevitable. We say that. Change is the only permanent thing, okay? Do you know any other important quote on change, which is very popular? Which is very important for us to understand why change is the topic we have to study in organization. You know the quote, what Gandhi told about change? Okay, we don't have time, so I myself will say. He said, be the change you want to see in the world. Be the change. If you want to change anything, first you change yourself. Be the change. Right? So any organization, change is inevitable because if you are not willing to change, you will perish. Right? Because the world is ever changing. Every day, the technology changes, the government changes, policies, procedures, tax laws, then import-export rules. Everything changes. The weather changes, rain changes, hot sun, the productivity changes, people change. Change is there everywhere, right? So organizations tend to change. If you are not changing, you cannot sustain. Simple. But what happens? Change is not welcomed by the people. Even though change is inevitable, you cannot evade change. Do you like to change? No. See, for example, Yeah, you say that you have to change your house. You will not sleep in the new house for 4 or 5 days, till you get accustomed to the new place, because you are afraid of the new place. It is not afraid means you are afraid of ghost. You are not comfortable in the new place. You don't know how you will sleep, whether maybe the bed is same, you just transferred it, but still the place is new. It will take few days to get accustomed to the new house, right? So any change will keep you, what do you say, get away from your balance. Exactly, that is the right word. Why you get off the balance, we call it as fear of unknown. That is the reason. See, when the river is muddy, you will not keep your leg down because you don't know how deep it is. When the river is clear, you know what is, you can easily put your feet down. That is the difference. Fear of unknown. What lies that side? If you don't know, you will be afraid to open the door and go. Right? So that is why people are afraid of change. When people are afraid of change, they will resist the change. Right? So organizational change is a challenging one. That is why we are studying this as a separate topic. Okay, so what is this organizational change? There are two kinds of changes. One is planned change, the other one is unplanned change. See, for example, a planned change. What is this planned change? You already know that you are going to change, so you have built a bridge. Okay, you can walk and go to that side. It's a planned change. Unplanned change is, see, suddenly a satellite comes into your office. Unplanned change. You can never have a protocol for this. Unless this time, now you have a satellite in your office, now you can make a protocol. Next time when a satellite drops in, what you can do? Are you able to understand? Unplanned change, disasters, catastrophes, you will never imagine such things will happen. So a planned change and unplanned change are the two kind of changes usually in a organization. So what kind of changes are usually planned in an organization? Planned changes, what are they? We are going to study only about planned change because, as I told you, unplanned change are, you cannot imagine. So whenever it happens, you will make as a protocol and next time it will come in this list. Okay. So what are the planned changes usually? Downsizing, restructuring, re-engineering the organization, workflow reduction, a process change, a product change, a recruitment policy change, a top management change, so many things. I have given you few examples of how the organization can change. What are the changes that can be expected in an organization, right? So what do? We have to initiate the change sequence. When you have to introduce a change into organization, we have to initiate. Because see, suddenly you say a product change or a mission change. Product change means you are changing the formula or mission or everything. That means you are making the people come out of the comfort zone and start learning about the new thing. People are not ready to learn anything that easily. I think you know that better. Learning is a tough thing. That too, when you are growing up into an adult, our learning curve is getting a deep down dive. Our brain is not no more enthusiastic about learning new things like you are a small person. Because when you are a small baby or child, our brain was young, so it can have so many layers. But when you become adult, already it is filled up with lot of information, lot of problems, lot of stress. So now there is very less space for learning, right? So that is why any change which has combined with the learning will be resisted. So that is why you have to initiate a change sequence in an organization. How you can do that? Initiate it. Then motivate the change. Diagnose what it has to be done to make the change, implement it. Then collect the information, data collection, deliberate it, give you a plan, implement, stabilize. So this is a usual management protocol we do. The same way change sequence also will be done, right? So you can see that in the, just for fun, I have given you a joke like, what if we don't change at all and something magical just happens? You can see the profit and sales is to the zero. They are not changing now, they are going to perish. But still what they are saying, still they are hesitating to change. What she is saying, maybe something magical happens. Okay, so this is how people's mentality will go. They don't want to change, they'll still wait that some miracle will happen. So this is one change model. As we are running out of time, I will finish with this change model and leave you today. Okay. So this is called as Lewin's change model. What is this? It is contributed by Lewin. This change model is of simple 3 steps. Okay. So what he says is initiation, motivation, everything he does in unfreeze. All these things under one step called unfreezing. People's mind are conditioned and frozen, right? I know, see, for example, we are relocating the office from one place to the other, right? See, now the first problem is I am already frozen with my commutation, where I have to start from my house, where I have to come, where I have to catch the bus, where I have to get down, how I can walk down to the office. I have a format. I am doing this for years together. Now, if you are changing me to a new place, I will not happy because a new commutation route may not be feasible to me from my house. Do you get my point? So what happens? I am resisting. So first you have to unfreeze me from this route, commutation route. What we can do? There are so many strategies are there. Like giving 1 week or 10 days a project in a new place so that I get away from my routine, give me a vacation. Like so many strategies. Give me a promotion to some other place, put me in the developing of the new site, right? So where I am taken out of my comfort zone and put out first. Okay, that is not a change. That is only a project, like a small time period. So I come out of it. I am getting unfreezed. Now change. Once I am unfreezed, give the change. Put me in the new place. Say that now this is a new place. You have to check whether you can go through that. If your house is not comfortable to go there, we can give you a quarters there. Change. Right? Once I have changed, now I am exploring. Now I know how to get into new bus, where is the metro station is going, where I can walk, how I can ride through a bike. I am taking up a lot of explorations. I am taking up a lot of, options to go to the site. So I am highly in a change mode. Now, if you leave me in this change mode, I am certainly will be, interested in exploring more options. Maybe I will think about moving to some other company and some other place. Can you leave me like that? No. Immediately refreeze me with this. Okay? Give me something, motivation, benefits, put me in a place, in a quarters, nice place, and freeze me there. Right? So again, freeze me. So that is how you can make a person come out of his comfortable zone, get the desired behavior, pull it out from him, again, freeze it. Right? So this is a change model, very popular change model given by Lewin. There are so many other models too, how to do it in the organization. I have given you a simple one for understanding. You can see in the book there are some more models are also available, as they are called as change models. Okay. So I think it's already 5 minutes. I have taken 1-5. So I'll give you 2-3 more minutes for any queries, and with that we will wind up. Tomorrow we will meet. Okay.
Ma'am, what is the change model?
Lewin, Lewin, Lewin's change model.
Kurt Lewin, okay.
Chat box.
In the book, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. I have typed in the chat box. You can see that. Okay. Any other doubts? Still there is change concept is there still. I will continue it tomorrow. And tomorrow we will see OD. Okay. Change and OD are always merged together, because any development, organizational development will come with change. Any development without change you cannot do. And any change without development should not be done. If you are changing, it should be towards development only. That is why we study change and then immediately development. So tomorrow we will see organizational development. Okay. So till now, any doubts? Okay, hope no. So shall we wind up the class? Okay. Thank you all of you for listening. So have a nice day today. Tomorrow, the same time we will meet. Tomorrow will be the final session. So if you have any doubts, kindly go through the book now. If you have any doubts, you can we can talk it tomorrow. Right?
Excuse me, ma'am.
What about our hall ticket?
Hall tickets will be uploaded, I think. I'm also not very sure about it, because you should understand that exams are conducted by controller of examination wing. It's a separate wing, and we also get it through the notice board and circulars only. So in case maybe tomorrow I will give you the answer. I will contact them, get the answer, and will give you tomorrow. It will be uploaded, right? Usually it is uploaded before week only, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Anything
you.
else? On you, try to channelize it towards the development. Are you able to understand? So this change we have seen already. Now we are going to see the OD, organizational development. So what are the things we have to learn in OD? OD is a planned effort. Organizational development is a planned effort. What does it mean? It takes a lot of expertise to start thinking about the development, because what we mean here could be a partial development or the entire restructuring of the organization. Okay, so it is a planned, cost consuming, time consuming effort. So what to be done, how it is done? It is usually done by the process specialist. Okay, so this development is done and not done by the people internally working in the organization, right? Because they are specialized. Specialists only can do this. So what do? We outsource the development process to outsiders who are specialists in developing, right? So we are outsourcing, done by process specialists. Then develop skills and strategies. Why this OD is done? Organization needs some elevation. That is why OD is done. And it involves change without a question. Once you start this, change will be there. No other go to escape from the change, right? And the important thing you have to note down is the organizational development has to be only top to bottom. It can never be vice versa. What does it mean? Only the top management can initiate the organizational development. Okay, so the commitment from top is a must. Then willingness from the stakeholders. The stakeholders also include the employees who are to be affected by the change. So how this is done, usually a pilot survey will be done, consequent meetings will be done, approval from all the stakeholders will be taken. At least what do you say? You have to convince all the stakeholders that it has to be done. Otherwise, any hiccup, any hindrance from any stakeholder will be a bigger obstacle for the OD. You have to remember that, right? It needs a smooth travel, because OD is a, Herculean task. So to do that, you don't want any kind of change, diversion from the plan. So willingness from the stakeholders is necessary. Involvement of external consultants. That's what I told you already. Time consuming, costly affair. So this is what OD is about. Okay. So what are the phases of OD? Here I have given you the phases of OD. What are they? The first one is initial consultation. Okay. First we will see the diagram and then we will come here. Initial consultation. Initial consultation, you can say by the board approval, and then from the internal people, then you go to the secondary association, and then they will come for data collection. Okay, data collection is done by the experts. Then what happens once the data is collected? Feedback and confrontation. What this is called, you know, they will be talking with all the stakeholders. So the confrontations, whatever they have to say, all the opinions are collected. Based on that, then action planning plus problem solving, both will be done. Okay, what is the purpose, how it can be done, which will not hurt others, that is important. Then a team will be formed, team formation, intergroup development, then appraisal and follow up. So this is how the OD is done. Then if you see in this steps, what are they? Obtaining the preliminary information, say same thing, interviewing key persons. This is another one model. Then design of process. This is done, first phase. Second phase is problem identification, data collection and diagnosis. Third one is intervention, team building and collaboration. This intervention is the actual implementation part. So intervention will take long time. Okay. So if this is going to take a year, for example, introduction and problem identification will take 1 or 2 years. Intervention will take the same time. So a OD will take around 2 to 3 years to get it implemented and done. So that's why we say it is a big, thing to take up for any organization. It most probably happens once or twice in a lifetime of the organization. So OD is again separate paper. Those who are in HR will be having this paper in the 4th semester as a specialized paper. Others, you just know what it is. If you are interested, you can go beyond this and learn what is OD and how the OD interventions are done. Interventions are really an interesting part. You can go through that. That would be very nice, because if you learn interventions, how to do that, actually that techniques will be useful in your day-to-day life also. How to do the interventions for your teamwork or your department or even at your household, how intervention techniques can be used. That is a good area to learn. Okay. So that's all. We are finishing off the 7th session and we are entering into our session today. Okay. Just give me 2 minutes. I will take up the new presentation. Right. Today's topic, what we are going to see today is the management styles. Okay, what are all the management styles all around the world, and what are the factors that determine the advantages or disadvantages of any management style? That's what we are going to see today. Okay, so you can easily see these things. They're very easy. Like what are the management styles? You would have heard about all these things. What are they? Western management style. What is Western management style? Anyone?
Management style that is incorporated and exhibited by Western countries like US.
Yes. What are all the theories so far we are studying? All are Western management styles. Right? So as in MBA, in many of the places, you know, MBA has the theories, books, all are based on Western management style. So far you have whatever you have studied are Western management, right? The next one, Asian management. What is that? It includes the other Asian countries apart from Japan and India. Okay. Other Asian countries management style. We have this Japanese management and Indian management separately because these two are standalones. Right? And very rich, very ancient, have very unique practices. That's why we take up Japanese separately and Indian management style separately. Okay. And the last one is European management. What is the difference you can see in European management? from Western management?
Cultural difference, ma'am.
Can you pinpoint or specifically say one or two? That is enough.
Well, I have been working with European clients from the last 1 year, and the previous experience have been with UK or the US clients. So I find that they are very adamant type of people, and they don't get influenced easily with the presentation or the improvement which I suggest.
Okay, in the perception of management, what is the difference?
European management tend to influence their dominance, while Western management sometimes cope up with whatever comes in.
Very good. What is the difference? In Western management style, the work is given more importance, whereas work-life balance is a little bit more in European style. They are adamant, they are very strong, dominant, and what do you say? The same way, the employees get the same traits, characteristics. Okay, so they are also. That's why I said that work-life balance is more. They also adamant that flexible. They want the flexibility in the work life. Very good. That's why these smaller differences make Western management and European management separately. Okay. Okay. Now let us see what are the factors that determines these kind of management styles are different. Like even you listed that. It's very simple. Like time, the empowerment time. If you say, let's discuss one by one. It is interesting actually. You yourself can say, as all of you are working in various kind of MNCs also you are working, Indian companies you are working. So if you say your own experience, easily you can, what do you say? You can take out which suitable for what. Okay, time. First factor is time. Anyone can who is working in an Indian company can say about the Indian timings.
So right now I'm working in an industry called Durgapur Steel Plant. So there is a shiftings, and the shift timings are from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. That is a morning shift, and then the 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. That is the B shift.
Very good. Shifts. Okay.
So it is basically 8 hours shifts.
Very good. 8 hours and 6 days work, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody having clients are like Saima told? Any other management style?
Mine is like they work in CET zone.
Okay.
So their zone is IST time starts from 11:30 to 8 p.m.
Now, how many hours a day they work?
11:30 to 8 makes 7.5 hours, ma'am, or 8 hours maximum.
Okay. Very good. And do you have any idea how this time may differ in some countries?
In Japan, they work for 16 hours a day. So their cultural is very different.
Right. Very good. Right. Another one thing you should remember, you cannot generalize this, because industry-wise this time differs. Every industry has its own way of handling the shifts or timings, like on the weekdays also. So what we take is average. Usually, what do you say? The overall holistic picture of a country, how they are working, right? So when you think like that, you can say Europeans are the most flexible and Japanese are the most tight. All the others are in between. Okay, this is how we perceive about time. Okay, then employment. What about employment? Opportunities, security of the job.
Most secure is Japanese. So Japanese employers take good care of the employees. They ensure that the employee is a part of the organization, and they really take care. They take the onboarding very seriously and make.
But this comes under actually loyalty, because it's not that employment is secured. The employee will not quit the organization. Okay, it roots from there. It is not just because I am not letting you go, right? It's because the employee doesn't want to go. Okay, so it is more under loyalty. So when it comes to employment, the security or opportunities, you can easily say that developed countries have more say in that. The employment opportunities or security is a little bit higher than the Asian and Indian management style. Europeans also, right? Remember, these are exceptions for the recession period, okay? Because recession hit them more than the Asian management styles. So apart from recession, when they are in the glory period, they are obviously like European countries, like security is more, their earning is more, so the employment is more happier than these kind of countries. Okay, in promotion, you cannot actually differentiate now after the globalization because the appraisal systems are becoming universal all over. Because previously, that is before the globalization and this global village concept, this management style had their own kind of appraisals, like in India, if you say seniority was the only thing for promotion. If you get the seniority, you will get promoted. How you work, your performance doesn't matter. But now what happens? Seniority is not at all the qualification for promotion, right? So this is changing. So now you cannot say promotion has a unique way in any management style. Most of the companies are becoming like gray areas. All the companies are having branches in almost all the countries, and all the countries' cultures are getting mixed in the organizations. So promotion is becoming almost equal, I should say. Then relationships. This has a lot of different in every management style because this based on the culture, right? Like, start from the calling. In European and Western management style, you can say you call by the name, like a friend, whether he is a CEO or whoever it is, just by the name. No seniority, sir, nothing. Okay. So the relationships are, more friendly when you call by the name. But it is exactly hierarchy in the Asian systems, Asian, Japanese, Indian, all together. Still, the Asian culture is so it is not that you call your superiors by name. Even if you are to call, you will add some like sir in India, san in Japan, something, so that to address with respect, right? So the underlying emotion is respect in the Asian style of management, and friendliness, you can say, more on that side. Okay. Then the next one, onus. How you take up the responsibility. Onus and responsibility are same actually, so we can have similar thing. What do you think? Indian style, Japanese style, and the Western and European style, which is more in taking up the responsibility?
Japanese system, ma'am.
Yes,
Because
Japanese
even when they
Western,
go for a strike,
very good.
even when they go for a strike, they just make sure the productivity is not hampered.
Exactly. That is what we call as onus. Okay, that's the difference between onus and responsibility. Onus is taking up the ownership, right? We call it by other names like employee engagement. That is how much employee investment, how much I am emotionally invested to my company, how much I am bonded, belongingness to the company. That is onus. These things are the roots, If I belong to the organization, I feel like belongingness, I will take up the onus. If something happens to the company, I will feel hurt. As if it is mine, This is very less in India because we don't take onus for anything. If there is a riot, what do we do first? We will go burn the buses. Whose buses are there? Who is paying for the bus?
We public.
And who is burning it? We public.
We, the public of India.
See, that is what the onus is. If I take the onus that this government is mine, so this bus belongs to me, I am the taxpayer, right? Maybe I am not using the bus, or this bus belongs to some other locality they are using, but still I am a part of it. That onus is missing. So why I take this example is easy to understand. So this is what exactly will be reflected in the organization also, right? See, in the organization also, same kind of, dishonest, we should say. You don't take up that, That is why you can see in India, if there is a strike, We burn things. There are so many examples in India when a trade union unions go in strike, they will burn the entire office and the factory. 1 second, if they think that next day I have to come to this mission and work, they will not do that. There are so many examples like that. But the same way, extreme is Japan, where, as exactly Rangarajan told, when they go on strike, they will not stop productivity. There are so many examples for that. One, I would like to say, the recent tsunami, some 3-4 years ago, a tsunami hit Japan. And I saw a video of after the tsunami, a supermarket owner has fled to his house, maybe, okay, to take care of the family. The glass doors are shattered, so the supermarket is open. And people are in need of drinking water, first thing, because flooded because of tsunami, sea water has entered inside, so they wanted drinking water. So what they did, they are standing in a queue in the supermarket. They are not taking any other thing. They are just going, putting some money in the box, taking one water bottle and going. They are taking one water bottle because the other person should have the other water bottle. They are not taking much. And they are not taking it just like that. They are not looting. They are giving the money. And they are not just rushing into the supermarket. They are standing in queue patiently, one by one. They are going and taking up. This, I don't think you can see anywhere in the world. Right? Extreme feeling of onus. Not only to the organization. They take the onus for everything in the world, I should say. The company may be anybody, a supermarket is owned by somebody. They take onus for that. Right? So, you can say these are the two extremes. Okay? All these things are in between. You can say that. Okay? Right. The next one is loyalty. Loyalty we have discussed already. Responsibility. That is also like onus. So, you can little bit similar. So, responsibility, I would again say with my experience, what I have seen, we are very poor in taking up the responsibility because, when I was thinking about this, why being Asians, we are similar to many things in Chinese and Japan, the family system and many things we are similar to them, but where we differ in this responsibility, why we are lacking, that because I think it starts from the early childhood. We never discourage a child when he is blaming other person for his weakness or wrong thing, mistake he has committed. We encourage that instead. We say that, see, for example, if he comes and say that boy has taken something or I taken something, we never discourage. Out of our own affection to the child, as a mother and father, we encourage it. Oh, that boy has said, okay, you don't worry, you have not done anything wrong. So we pacify the child, are able to understand. To avoid his mistake, we stop him from accepting his mistake. So what happens? He doesn't take the onus, he don't take the responsibility for his commitment of the mistake. So this is where I think we differ from other Asian management, say like Japan, So that is where we have to change ourselves. If we want responsible citizens, responsible employees in an organization, this is one style we are lacking. Then communication. Communication is far better in Western style management and it grows slowly. Japan is also not up to the mark. Communication is weak. India is also weak. Communication, we think that withholding information is a kind of strength. We don't know. So communication, Western style is better and it comes down, ranking down. So these are the various management styles. We go to the next slide. Okay. So we will see a little bit more about the Indian style of management, right? So we have seen already that where we lack and what are the disadvantages we have. So I have something good also to tell you. What are the good things? What Indian style of management has proud to say to the world that we are also a unique style of management. We have this Indian ethos, ethics, and which relates to the ethics of the, the business, business ethics. Many people, when I teach business ethics in the students, first resistance will be that, why business should have ethics? It's a shocking question, but it happens in the classes, It has become to such a, such an era, such a decade that where the question arises, why business needs ethics? pathetic it is, but still, we have a strong Indian ethos and ethics, which shows us how strong the ethicality can be in the business. See, why the question arises, why business needs ethics, because we see the life and business as separate. We don't understand that they are one and the same. Business is also your lifestyle, right? So what you do in the business is also part of your life. So you cannot be two different person, having ethics in the personal life and being unethical in the business life. It is like dual personality. It would be like, you are mentally having a disorder. It's not possible. So either this or that we have to understand. A business is also a way of life, part of life. So this Indian ethos and ethics has a stronger foundation for us. We cannot deviate so much. A little bit we can go, but we come back to the road of ethos and ethics because that is strong. And culture. So based on the Indian ethos and ethics, what have become, we have like so many layers of culture, which is very strong. That is the difference between the countries who are having young culture and the older culture. Why Japan, India, and all seem to be strong, the culture is so strong. The layers are so many, hundreds of years. So the base is very strong. Like how to say this, few countries are found in the volcanic eruption soil like Hawaii. I was amazed to know that Hawaii is not at all a land. It is because of the volcanic that magma and lava has layered so thick. So it is like a floating island. It becomes a very big country, a state maybe, right? So my point is, at one point of time, it becomes so strong that you can build buildings on that. The Hawaii is having an airport, right? That is how our culture is. So strong. So what happens, even though the top layers goes off and new layers comes, the basic remains the same, right? That holds us. That holds us from, blasting out. We come back again like an invisible string which is holding us together, right? Traditions are based on culture, and we are so particular in following these traditions. I don't know, because of the family or the structure of the society, it has its own pros and cons, but still traditions are the face of culture which holds the culture on the place. Okay, so we have to give some credit to the traditions on holding that. Then faith. This one is invisible factor, which is the base for our Indian style of management. Not for Indian style of management, for anything. We have that faith. I don't know. We have that faith, which is, you can say, very unique. Not if you take the present scenario today. We can say that, we can be proud to say that the country is having more people who have faith than any other country in the world, right? Because we have the more population, so you can easily go on saying that yes, we have the more number of people who are having faith. I'm not talking about religion or caste or nothing. I'm talking about the faith. You have faith in anything, but we have faith, right? Why I say faith is very important, Faith is a one thing which keeps you going when everything goes out of control outside. The external factors are so strong that it is making chaos in your life. This faith is one thing you can hold on and come up. Okay? This comes in many forms. Say, for example, you are very low, you don't have money, you are not able to do anything. But say, for example, a festival comes, Deepavali or Pongal comes. What happens? The tradition acts as a bridge. You have to cross to that side of faith. You have to do it for other people's sake, the loved one's sake, your family. So what do? To keep up the tradition, you clean your house, or you buy new things, or you light diyas, you make some sweet pongal, you eat that. So the faith brings you out. Can you see the relationship between these three? The culture, tradition, and faith goes hand in hand, and it is there. Then the next one, workplace, spirituality. This is very unique for Indian style of management, you know. Spirituality is our strength. All of you know that. Spirituality is our face, actually. If you say, we don't realize that because we are, what do you say, like we are in here for so long. So we don't realize that we are more spiritual. But when you see it from outside, in the perspective of other person, outsider, a foreigner, you can see that the spirituality is the face of India, right? And we bring the spirituality into the workplace. Like I have given you a picture of that. A hardcore factory will be spick and clean during this Ayudha Puja. And it is not of any religion or faith. Any factory will do that. Any factory owned by any religion will do that. It is only overalling a day. You are cleaning up. You are thanks. See, this is, I would say, the highest form of gratitude, because Pongal, you know, we in North India also you call it many names, which is a thanksgiving for the sun, what do you say, land, earth, the cows, anything like that. See, we don't only give thanks to living things, not to non-living things also. Even it is a machine, you say thanks, you are giving it a, what do you say, putting sandana on that, putting kumkuma on that, like it is a real person. You are giving thanks because it is giving you the livelihood. Right? So that is called as workplace spirituality, and that certainly elevates the morale and motivation of the place. Right? It elevates the morale at least for a month, before the puja, after the puja. Right? No other season of the country will be so having the festive mood apart from this workplace spiritual thing going in the country. You can see that. Even unorganized sector. That is why I say this is a very important point. Like, you know, auto stands, you just go to the people where unorganized sector, the lower level sectors, right? This is the most festive season than any other thing. Giving the thanks to the one thing that is keeping them going, right? The next one is emotional quotient. Because of all these three, culture, tradition, faith, workplace spirituality, and reading, not reading, knowing unknowingly this Indian ethos and epics, all these factors leads the Indians to have a higher level of emotional quotient, right? That too, particularly, you know, the Indian women, I should say. If you check out, the quotient is very high. Emotional quotient is very high, very strong. In the place of work, workplace also, they can withstand a lot of turbulence, right? Because I think one reason, they take care of the family and also the workplace, like a statue where lot of what do you say, you take lot of beating, so you become strong. So that way, emotional quotient is another one factor which is important for the Indians to stand alone in the world, you know. Then that leads to the spiritual quotient, right? No need to say, we discussed that. So emotional quotient and spiritual quotient is one thing you can be proud of, that we are having high level, and that is leading to our Indian style of management, a unique face to that. Okay. The next one is Japanese style of management. Japanese style is like a tsunami that has taken the world of its management styles for the last 2 decades, I should say, last 20 years. All over the world, we are researching, we are searching, we are observing, we are training, we are learning from the Japanese companies, right? Like they have taken the world by awe. We are saying, wow, what a country, like, you know. So we have started looking at them, and we have learned, we have observed, we have implemented many of this in all over the world. Many organizations are following these theories. I have given you few theories only, okay, like 5 years total quality management, Kaizen, just in time, Six Sigma, theory Z. All these are important contributions from the Japanese management style to the world, right? So we take that. Okay. So just I have given a joke. fun to think about that. We need someone to get us beyond PQM, partial quality management. The best is thinking that. Leave total, okay. At least partial quality management, we have to go beyond. That is where the other countries are standing back. Japan is talking about TQM going beyond TQM. Okay, TQM is total quality management, where they say that the bar can go on rising. Once you finish up the standard, you just rise the bar. You achieve that. You rise the bar. You can go on raising the bar. That is the philosophy of TQM. And 5 years is like, organizing. How organizing can be at its best. We'll be learning 5 years in the coming papers in the next semesters. And Kaizen is like that. These are all related to actually factories. Just in time is related to inventory, how you can evade the go down concept at all. You don't need a storage space at all. Without that, how you can take up just in time. These things are possible only with Japan, I think. Just in time and all is very hard for any other country. Okay, then Six Sigma is also like that. Theories, all these are some theories which we are taking up for learning from Japan, right? Okay. So we come to the next one, organizational creativity. This is one topic which is taking momentum now, okay? Like performance management, I should say. Now, previously we were thinking that employees should work, right? Whatever job is given to them, they should work. That is what we were expecting from them. But now we are giving a little bit freedom to them to perform. You just put in your own creativity thinking and you can perform better. That is what the new evolution is all about, how we are evolving in the management style. So that is what this topic is about, organizational creativity, right? So everyone can do that, right? How to say that? See, we think that sweeping is the lowest core in any organization. Just a sweeper will be sweeping, taking out the dirt and cleaning, mopping. But nowadays, can you see how much creativity is there, how they are taking up, how they are mopping? Again, most of these come from Japanese inventions, innovations actually, because Japanese have a management style of participative decision making, where they involve the ground people to give the creative input. Can we do that? You just honestly think, if we have to think about how we can clean the floor better for our company, do we invite the sweepers for the meeting to talk to them, ask their ideas, or get their feedback at least? Do we do that? Can we do that? Anyone?
No one would have thought about this one.
Yes. No one will think about this. We will not call them, right? So, because we think that they are like machines, maybe. We never give them the respect or weightage that they also might have the thinking capability. Am I right? Have you ever seen them in that perspective? That they may also have some idea of how to clean the toilet every day in the organization. Never, right? We take it for granted that whatever we decide, whatever we think is good, they have to follow. We are poor people because we never think that the one person in the field might be having more knowledge in that particular task than us, right? This is where they differ. This is where they stand out. Okay, so that is why nowadays you can see there are so many new techniques in sweeping, mopping. Have you seen? The sweeping technique is such that the broom and the stick will hold the pan which you will take the dirt will be a holder also. You need not immediately go and put the dirt for the next phase. It will hold for some time, right? Innovations, creativity. So this is what, how you can utilize the ground people for creative thinking. That is what you can say, new things that is coming into the arena, right? So what is this creative thinking is all about? Problem solving, writing, visual art, communication skills, and open-mindedness. Any person who is having any 2 or 3 of this, will have the creative thinking. Okay. See, creative thinking, usually we say that it is a separate ability. Everyone will not have that. Okay. How to tell you this? This comes under competency. You should understand first how a person can be having a core competency in everything. Okay, sorry, not everything, at one thing. Any person will have a core, what they are good at. Okay, so like the creativity is a core competency. Some people will be having that, but this idea, having that motivation and thinking on that particular job is common to everyone. If I am expert in one job, automatically I will have the creativity. Are you able to understand? A overall creativity, if it is more, he becomes an artist or cinema director or a writer. But you need not be that much creative. See, for example, I am teaching continuously. I am making these PPTs. So I know how to be creative in the PPTs. Do you understand? I need not be an artist for that. But I can be creative in my job. Right? That is what this creativity, what we are talking about. You have to accept that. So how this can come? A creative thinking, expertise and task motivation. All these three together. Okay. See, for example, as I taken that example, I know the subject. Expertise is there. Task motivation, when it comes, see, for example, you are asking me in the next class, can you give me such and such thing? Some question, some interesting question you are asking, right? So that will give me the task motivation, what I should do. When I have the expertise and task motivation, I have the motivation, thinking, right? It is like igniting, poking me, provoking to get to that part of the brain, creative thinking. So if you can do that in your organization, any employee can give you a good performance because you can invoke the creative thinking in them. Are you able to understand? Are you able to follow this? So how this organizational creativity and innovation is good for the organization? How this is happening? Creativity is finding, thinking and making new things, okay? But innovation is using old ideas to make new things. See the picture I have given. The one person who has made that stone into a circular shape, like a wheel, is a creator, right? See, he has invented that. It was a stone, went on scrubbing that or chiseling that, it has become a circular stone. So now if you push, it is running. So it is a creation, invented. Okay? But look about the others. What are all the ideas they are getting? That is innovation. Can you see? The first one is not getting anything. What use is it? What you can do is not getting any innovative ideas. The other one, the lady who has to cook for the home, what immediately she is thinking? Grinding. The other one thinks it can be used as a wheelbarrow. Other one is thinking it can be used as a toilet. Right? So this is how the innovation works. It is not that everyone has to be creative. It is very tough to do that. That is why innovation is very easy, very good, and you can use the old thing, make it into new. Nowadays, we don't say recycling, we say upcycling. If you can take up one old thing and you are making it, using it, you are upcycling it, right? You are using it again. So that is how innovations can be working, which is good in the organization. So you should be able to give the space to have this creativity and innovation in the organization, right? So I've given you a few more pictures to think out on how these organizations are getting the creative workplace. See these are all offices, real-time offices. These are the pictures of, but now I think one is from Japan, one is some European country, other one I don't know. But all the three are from foreign countries, not in India. But in India also, we have a few organizations where beautiful creative workplaces are getting innovated nowadays. What is the use of this one? See, you are giving as I told you, you are giving them the, poking point. You are making them, you are igniting them to think about creativity or think about more getting engaged into the work, right? So these are some of the few creative workplaces that is there. Okay. So the next one is Japanese approach. How the Japanese people approach, how their style is unique. They have humanistic approach. As I told you, they have participative decision making. They have the collective responsibility, loyalty on both ends, quality of work life. They have wonderful quality circles. So these are a few things I thought would be useful for you to understand about the Japanese management style. Why I given the picture is one is superior and one is subordinate here. You cannot differentiate. That is humanistic approach. If they meet anyone, they greet by bowing their head, right? That means it's a way of showing that I respect you, right? So the mutual respect with the two people. So these are some of the approaches of Japan which makes them unique and stand out. Okay. So as we are running out of time, let me see if we able to complete the remaining things. How many we have? Okay, only few. I think we'll be able to finish up. Okay. Okay. So the next topic is entrepreneurial management, right? What is this entrepreneurial management? See, we start the course thinking that MBA is how to conduct the business, right? But most of the time, what happens? MBA becomes like a training for getting into the job. No, MBA is about how to conduct a business. So entrepreneurship is a part of that. When you finish off MBA, you should be having the confidence to start up a company if you want, right? Entrepreneurship, that is what? Entrepreneurship is the guts, the courage, the risk-taking ability to, to implement the vision you have. Sometimes you think that if I have the company, I can do this wonder. So this is that, entrepreneurship management, right? So what are they? The elements of entrepreneurial management is innovation. First thing, you should be having doing something new, converting something new from the old concept. Then organization, having the capability to do that, because you have to have the fund, place, material, men, everything, organizing all the things. Then decision making. When you are an entrepreneur, you don't have the time, you cannot afford to delay the decision making, right? Why? Because you should have the risk bearing ability. If you are afraid of risk taking, you cannot be an entrepreneur, because entrepreneur has to take decisions faster, and that will lead to risk also. But then they have the vision, they can conduct an entrepreneurship, right? So this is what the entrepreneurial management is all about. What are the promotional functions? You have to have an idea, the business perspectives, and you have a detailed plan of how to do that, what you want to do that, how the government is approving, what are the registration formalities, how you have to register that, whether it is a company or a partnership or a public limited company or private limited, or it is an NGO, how you want to conduct the business, how you are going to take up the fund. It is like drawing a plan for building a house. It takes a long time. You have to come up with a plan, foolproof. You can take more time. Take up 6 months, 1 year, doesn't matter. But if there is a hole in your this planning, that will be making you bleed in the later stage. Okay, so better take time. Promotional functions are important. Then it becomes less in the managerial function, because you have the plan in hand, where to get the fund, how to repay the fund, everything you have, right? So managerial functions become easier, and these managerial functions already we have studied in the first chapter, so I'm not going to say that again. Then commercial functions. Commercial functions are how you will be working out, right? The real time working of the business is commercial functions. So this is what entrepreneurial management is about. Once again, I'm telling you, entrepreneurship management is again a full paper. So just I'm giving you an introduction of what it is. So in the later papers, we will be studying the entire paper on what is entrepreneurship, how the project can be done, how the management could be done, right? The next small topic, new trends in management, is benchmarking. Benchmarking is nothing but, higher standard set, okay? So that the other people will have to struggle, strive to reach that point. That is benchmarking. How do you get this benchmarking? Benchmarkings are usually from the industrial comparison, or internal also. Say, for example, one machine man is producing 100 units, that becomes a benchmark. If the other person produces 110 the next day, 110 becomes a benchmark. Standardization, right? So the highest becomes the benchmark. And this is internal. External, from the same machine, another company, one person is producing 150 per day, then that becomes a benchmark for you also. You can set it as a benchmark. You can motivate your employee to reach that 150. Do you get my point? So something like it's like a target, but which is already achieved. It's not a fictional target, okay? One which is achieved already. So we take it as a benchmark, and usually you can see in Olympics and all, they say like 10 seconds is the 100 meters race time, then benchmark is 10 seconds. You have to go less than that. Once you do that, that becomes a world record. That is a benchmark. Again, the next person has to cross that, right? So like that in the industry and business, if you say, that is the benchmarking. So the types of benchmarking is internal. First one is internal benchmarking, as I told you. Metrics within the organization. External is comparing the metrics outside the organization with other industries. Performance benchmarking is where quantitative data is done. Practice benchmarking is where qualitative is done, right? So these are the types of benchmarking. What are the process of benchmarking? First, you have to identify what to benchmark. Then identify the current position. What is the highest record? Learn how to do that. Plan how to do that. Implement it. Once again, come back. So that becomes a newer benchmark. So now you can once again try to complete that.
So what to benchmark in the sense a key performance indicator, madam?
Yes, exactly. Like for example, see, usually benchmarks are set with quantitative, which is very easy, right? Because if you take a qualitative data, then the data collection will be very hard for qualitative benchmarking. That is also done. But again, it is for higher level management, benchmarking can be done. But lower level, like for sales executives, you can easily get a benchmark, right? Say, for example, in this particular area, selling 5 units per day is the benchmark. If any other person crosses in that particular area, that becomes a benchmark, right? Okay, so this is what benchmark is about. Benchmark is like, it's a performance enhancer. It's a motivator. You can keep it as a motivational topic. So the next one is, yes?
There is only 3 type of benchmarking in the textbook: performance benchmarking, process benchmarking, and strategic benchmarking.
Yes. So see, these are, as I told you, a lot of differences will be there. Okay. I have taken 2. If you want 3, you can include 4 also. There is no perfect rules and regulations answer for management concepts, right? Every day a new author is bringing up a new terms even, right? Like see, there is I have told you performance appraisal. There is a new word for that, smart talent appraisal, right? Instead of performance, the talent, smart talent is used. Both are same, right? So you use any book, that doesn't matter. Okay. Strategic benchmarking also can be used, right? Okay. So as I told you, there is no government gazette for all these topics and theories. We only follow the Western management theories, which is published in the form of books. Okay. So up to you. You study. You see, one thing I would tell you in exam point of view, apart from the what the study material you have, particularly for this subject, it is always advisable you go to Google Books, not Google. In the Google, there is Google Books. That means authorized books will be, authenticated information will be there. Few pages will be available. You search with key areas, key words. So you will get some few reputed books, okay, from reputed publishers. You can take up also. Okay, right. Topic we are here. After that, I'll give you 10 minutes to discuss all these things. Okay, let's finish first. Management of diversity. This is what the newest trend now we are living in the area of management of diversity. Any company you take, we were grown up with Varnashram, right? Where we thought that the family occupation should be followed. But after all these struggles and error, what now? Anybody can do any job. So what happens? Diversification is at its peak in any workplace, right? There is no ethnicity, no religion, no caste, creed, color, language, region, state, country. All these barriers are shattered, right? Given any organization, you can take that, you can see that people of different cultures, different languages, different color, ethnicities, races are working together, right? So it has its own advantages and disadvantages. Main advantage is that the barriers are broken. You can have the expertise, specialized good people good performance people any place, anywhere you want. But the main hindrance, one disadvantage is the cultural barriers. The people have conflicts because of their cultural barriers, because all of them are at one place, right? So this is about the management of diversity. And with that, we complete the session, okay? On time, I think. We have some 5 minutes more. So if you have any discussions to be done, clarifications, we can take it up now, okay? It's up to you. I know it's open to you. You can ask any questions you want, any doubts, discussions, any sharings you want to share about the class, anything. You can.
Ma'am,
Yes, Ruxana.
did you please what about the 20 marks questions? Important topics.
20 mark question. It's a case study. I have already taught you 2-3 case studies how to write. 20 mark question is mandatory. Don't ever skip that. Again, I'm saying don't ever skip the 20 mark question. Okay? Whether you know it or not, kindly write it. Okay? For one reason at least, if you are in want of 2-3 marks to get through, like you got 47, you want 3 marks to get 50. If you have attended the case mark, we are eligible to give you grace marks, like 2-3 marks, but provided there is a place. So give us that place. That is the request. So write the case study. It is a mandatory. Without the 20 mark question, it is very tough to get through. Right?
Can you share how to write the case study?
I think Ruxana has not attended fewer classes. In previous classes, I have told discussed the case studies. Okay, once again, I'll tell you the 4 major topics. The first one is identification of problem. You should write 2 things at least. One thing is surface problem, what is visible to you. The other one is hidden problem. This identification of real problem, hidden problem will be the key for you to solve the case, you know. So do that right. Take a key area which you know the theory, which something you know about the subject. Once again, I'm telling you, a case study is given to you to test that whether you will be able to apply the theories you are studying in the real-time industry. Are you able to understand that? So it is not given to you to write stories. It is a testing area where you apply what you have studied into your case. So take up something which you can relate, a theory which you can relate to the case. So relate it to the real problem. There itself half of the solution is arrived at. Then using the theory, analyze. Using the theory, give some recommendations. Third part is recommendations. Fourth one is conclusion. Out of the recommendation, take one thing, justify it, that is conclusion. This is how you can write. During the analysis, you can use SWOT analysis also. SWOT analysis is strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. SWOT analysis. So that will be easier for you to write. What are the strengths of the case? Opportunities. What are the threats there? And what are the weakness there? All the 4 if you write, that becomes analysis. Right? So these are the 4 parts. Usually you can write.
So the same pattern can be applied for the other exams
all
also.
All the subjects except problem subjects. Say for example, in research methodology, a case is given with a problem. Operations management, a sum is given. You cannot write these essays, right? You have to work out the sum and give the answer. Are you able to understand how the case will be in operations research and management? You know, a case will be given, a problem will be given. So with the answer you arrive, with the mathematical calculation you arrive at, you have to say this is the solution out of the recommendation. Are you able to understand? So this is for all the theory papers.
The conclusion from the quantitative data, we have to do it.
Yes, exactly. The conclusion will be, like, you know, a paragraph. The paragraph which is suitable with the quantitative answer you have arrived at. You get my point? Right. Analysis will be the quantitative sum. You are solving the sum with the answer. Number you have got. Say for example, 5 is the answer you have got. You have to write it is 5. So I think option C is better. Are you able to understand? That is how you have to conclude in problem papers. For theory papers, this is okay.
So ma'am, for this exam, particularly the organizational behavior, the topics which you have covered in the PPTs, can we, because of the time less, can we say like now we can concentrate on those topics only?
I cannot say that because I am not going to be the question setter. I am from DDE. Right?
Okay, okay.
So question will be set obviously by external people and it is confidential by the controller wing. As I told you, remember, DDE is your teaching institution, right? Your evaluation will be done by the university's controller of examination wing. Okay, so how the questions will be set, God only knows.
No, that's okay, fine. Just for like to know some
Yes,
points.
so I cannot tell you that which questions will come or which is important. Just
Okay.
see, while you are reading, in your guts itself, you will know this looks important. Read that. And I would say that read. See, you are in PG now, right? You are studying a professional course now. So there is no question of skipping any part, right? You are a responsible person who has come for distance education by self-motivation. So up to you how you are studying, right? It's a professional course. So you have to study.
Can you share the PPT, ma'am?
Yeah, I can share the PPT, but I have not given any bullet points particularly so that because I have, experience in past years, that whatever is in the PPT, students write only that in the paper. So I get shocked when evaluating. That will not give you marks. You are writing only what is in the PPT is a teaching tool. Remember that. It's not learning tool. That is for me to explain to you things. So don't take it as a learning. That's why I have converted all my PPTs into pictures so that you cannot study through that. Kindly study the book. Okay?
We just wanted a PPT so that we can just recollect what has been taught in the class. It is easier.
Yes, I can do that. I'll share it. Okay.
Ma'am, how PPT be shared? Will it be shared onto an individual IDs or will it
Individual. I'll give you my email ID. I'm typing in the chat box. You can request in that. Okay, I will send you individually.
All right.
I have my email ID.
What is the length of the answers expected in the 5 marks and the 10 marks, ma'am?
Sorry, Leenu Reshma, I'm not able to hear you properly. Can you say it once again?
Yes. What is the length of the answers expected in the 5 marks and the 10 marks questions?
Again, see, you are in PG and you have written so many exams all these years. So it would be, what to say? See, for example, if I say half page, based on my handwriting, my letter size, will it be suitable for all of you?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what my tips is, general tips, what I say is,
Yeah.
say as an evaluator who is doing this for a long time, I can give you the tips like this. Try to stay in one part, complete and go to the next part. Say, for example, you are starting with part A, right?
Okay.
Kindly write the question number outside the margin.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me? Outside the margin.
Yes, ma'am.
Number. Okay?
Okay.
Don't ever write the question number inside the margin. First rule. Don't ever write the side headings number outside the margin. I request you.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you understand? The margins are for question numbers. So if you have bullet points, if you are side headings, you want to number it as A, B, C or Roman letters.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are writing 1, 2, 3, do it inside the margin. Never do it outside the margin. That is one thing. Stick to part A. If you are starting with part A, stick to part A. Write all the 5 questions, then move to part B. Don't write one part A, then go to part B, then go to part C. Then don't do that, because one thing is we give the marks on the first sheet. Okay? We don't give it like a school paper. So that will be difficult for the evaluated. It irritates. So you are studying behavioral paper, right? So you understand that. You have to keep them cool so that you will get more marks. Simple thing. Okay. The second tip, when you are writing a part, say for example, it is for 5 marks. Don't write 2-3 pages. Whatever you write, you are not going to get more than 6 marks for that. Right? So stick on. If your handwriting is small, right? Half page or 3/4 of page, enough. If your handwriting is big, 1 page is more than enough. Okay. So my handwriting is small. I write 3/4 of the page. There is some quarter page vacancy in the end. please don't start the second question at the end. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Simply leave the space, move to the next page, start the question on top. Okay? Follow
Okay,
this
ma'am.
pattern for all the 5 questions. 1 page, 1 answer. Leave the space at the bottom. Doesn't matter. You're having a 30 pages booklet. It's more than enough. Okay, it will be a booklet. You're not going to get additional papers. Only 1 booklet. Okay, so 30 pages are there, more than enough. So 5 pages you leave for part A. Then go to part B. Okay, start part B, write all the 5 questions, then go to part C. Say for example, part B is 10 mark question. Write for 2 pages, stick on to that format. 2 pages, 2 pages, 2 pages, 2 pages. Don't ever start at the bottom of the paper. Right? Finish.
Okay, ma'am.
Then part C. Part C, 4 pages is more than enough. Don't write more than that. Okay. And if you think that you will lose part C time, then first write part C, then go to part A and B. It is up to you. And have a time management plan. Time management is very essential for studying and for writing. Right? You have 3 hours. Plan the time properly. You plan the time. How much you will write for part A, B and C. Follow the time. Okay. So why I'm saying is people write very neatly on the first half, and the last pages will be scribbled, illegible. We cannot read what it is. Don't do that. Okay. And incorporate wherever possible. Draw the pictures. Okay. Draw the diagrams. That will fetch you more marks because picture speaks more than words. Simple. Okay. See, at the bottom, you understand this. The purpose of the exam is you make me understand that you have studied the subject. Clear? Do that. So don't bluff. Don't ever undervalue the examiner. Think that they will not study your paper. Right? This is PG professional course. I am telling you again. We have limited number of papers. Each and every paper will be read and then valued. So don't take it for granted that evaluator will not read, and don't write stories, please, particularly in case study. That will show you poorly. Okay, you'll not get good marks. And read neatly, write neatly. Possible draw with lines, pencil lines. These will fetch you more marks, obviously. Nothing mandatory, no cutscene, no nothing. But again, the tips is, don't write with cheap ballpoint pens. Because as you know, you are writing in many centers, and all these centers are bundling the papers, throwing it in the train and the bus, and it comes to us in Pondicherry. Okay, if you are using very cheap ballpoint pen, those inks, in sun, it is hot summer now. When the papers are traveling, it sticks onto the paper. Okay, so your paper becomes messy. So better use good quality gel pens or good quality ballpoint pens so that the ink will not melt and stick to the paper. Okay, that is one thing. You can use black and blue for writing. Blue is better. Stick color pens. Yeah, you can use stick color pens for headings. You can use orange or red to underline the headings. You can draw with your pens. Once again, see to that those inks will not get merged to the back side of the paper. Okay, it is like any other exam, that's all. So keep these things in mind. Okay, these are like I'm telling you in the perspective of an evaluator what I would like to see in your paper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Okay, anything else? Write with confidence. Right?
Appreciate, madam. So minute details you covered. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. In Hindi, English, no. See, as for now, only English medium. Okay, you have to write in English. I think you are asking because of the new education policy rules not yet implemented. So you have to write in English, please. Okay.
No, it's been actually, we have gone to the CBT, such kind of examination. This is only the exam which been written still conventional way.
Okay, so I don't get you. Conventional in way you are talking about the language or offline?
No, ma'am. Actually, writing on a piece of paper, that system gone, no, madam. Actually, everything is computerized.
It's gone. Actually, university exams are conducted that way still.
Yes, ma'am. Still.
Okay, so you cannot say it is gone. In future, maybe like online exams may come. Okay, it will take a long time. As I told you, it's a professional course, so still we keep up these things because at the end of the day, when you finish MBA and go to the society, you are seen as an MBA from Pondicherry University, Central University. You cannot go and say in interview that, sorry, I studied in correspondence education. Your degree is as much value as any other degree in the regular course, right? So the society is going to look you in that way, exactly like on par with the regular MBA. You cannot blame them. That is a good thing, advantage for you. So be prepared for that. You can escape here. You can get through the exam, pass, get the degree, but you have to prove yourself, your mettle in the interviews. Remember that. You are seen as a Central University MBA graduate once you finish this course. Be prepared for that.
So there's no difference between the regular and the hours?
No. According to the new education policy, University UGC clearly says that there is no difference between any degree in the distance education and the regular, right? So it is good for you. So you have to be prepared like a regular MBA.
Ma'am, will it not be mentioned in our certification?
Of course, it will be mentioned. It will be mentioned, but treatment will be equal. It will be mentioned as distance education degree, right? Because your syllabus, your way of examination, everything is equal. That is why you have to.
You mean for the campus selections, such kind of placements?
Yes. Placements we do here, but not exactly like regular because the population is very high for us. We do it as job fairs here. But our advantage is most of our students are already working, right? Most of you, 19% of you are already working. So placement doesn't takes much, importance in distance education. Still, we try to help through job fairs.
Yeah, my question was for the larger audience, madam. Yeah, thank you.
Like you say that most of you are not working?
No. I mean to say my question was for the relevance for the everyone. I mean to say.
Yeah, that is why. See, now in my experience, most of the distance education students are already working. This is for the career enhancement.
Yeah.
So most of them come for that, for knowledge.
What if we have students as well who have enrolled for this distance education MBA program?
Okay.
So what kind of companies, ma'am, if you could name a few, that would be a kind of motivation for them.
For the job fairs.
Yeah, for the job fair. What kind
So far, we have conducted in Pondicherry and Bangalore only. So the in and around companies here, like some of them in sales, some companies in manufacturing sector. If you want to know the few companies which you will identify is Eureka Forbes, LIC, SBI. These are the few companies which you know. Other companies are regional. Okay, like one in Hosur, Rajshri Automobiles, like manufacturing industries, Lebrac Rubbers. These are regional factories. Okay, so a few companies are like well-known MNCs like BPOs. They also come.
Yeah, ma'am. For the future things, like can we reach out to you by email, madam, for any questions or any doubts?
Of course. As I told you, we 3 faculty are dedicated exclusively for you. Right?
Okay.
There are 3 people here, 3 faculty here, only for distance education. So I have given you my email ID. So next, all the 4 semesters, I will take you on paper. And for HR people till 4th semester. Otherwise, in 2nd semester for other specializations. I am HR specialization. So HR people will see me for next all the 3 semesters. Okay, so you can contact us anytime. We have dedicated phone numbers, email IDs, all are available in the website. Right? You can reach us anytime. You can walk in, even meet us when you come to the headquarters.
Ma'am, actually, I'm sent you a mail from my mail ID. That is.
Be a little bit louder. I'm not able to hear you.
Ma'am, actually, I have sent a mail regarding the requesting for your PPTs.
Okay.
So I have sent that mail